Hey everyone, before we dive into tonight's story, I want to ask for your help in supporting the channel. If you're enjoying this content, please consider using your hype points on this video. It helps the channel grow in ways you possibly can't imagine, and it means the world to us. If you're listening over on Spotify, leaving a review would be absolutely incredible and helps other listeners find these stories. Also, if you feel like it, drop a comment letting us know what time it is, where you are, and where in the world you're tuning in from. We absolutely love seeing where everyone is listening from. It's amazing to know this community spans the entire globe. And of course, if you enjoy the content and haven't already, please consider subscribing. It keeps us going and helps us bring you more stories like this one. Alright, let's get into it. There are moments in life when everything changes in an instant. A letter arrives, a phone call comes through, a diagnosis is given. These are the turning points we recognise, the pivot moments that rewrite our stories. But what about the smaller losses? What about the moments when something ordinary slips through our fingers, literally, and we watch it disappear into circumstances beyond our control? What happens when the thing we lose isn't even ours to begin with? This is a story about iron and water, about responsibility and restoration, about a miracle so quiet that history almost forgot to record it. It takes place on the banks of the Jordan River, in a time when prophets lived in communities, when borrowed tools carried the weight of honour, and when one man's cry for help revealed something profound about the nature of divine intervention. Sometimes faith is tested not in great battles against enemy armies, or during moments of national crisis. Sometimes it's tested on an ordinary workday, beside a muddy river, when the axe head you borrowed flies off its handle and sinks into water too deep to see through. This is the story of Elisha and the floating axe head, and it begins, as many stories of faith do, with a community that had simply outgrown its space. Chapter 1. The Growing Community of Prophets. In the hill country of ancient Israel, during the 9th century before the Common Era, there existed communities of prophets unlike anything we might imagine today. These weren't isolated mystics living in caves or wandering preachers moving from town to town. They were organised groups of men dedicated to studying the law, practising worship, and serving as the spiritual conscience of the nation. Elisha led one such community. He had inherited this role from Elijah, the legendary prophet who had been taken up to heaven in a chariot of fire. Where Elijah had been fierce and solitary, Elisha was different. He worked among people, he lived with them, he taught them. The prophets who gathered around him weren't just students. They were a kind of spiritual family, bound together by shared purpose and daily life. Their compound had grown steadily over the years. What had once housed a handful of devoted men now sheltered dozens. The rooms were cramped, the communal spaces inadequate. During meals, men sat shoulder to shoulder. During study, they crowded into spaces designed for half their number. At night, the sleeping quarters felt suffocating in summer and barely adequate in winter. It wasn't a crisis exactly, but it was a problem that needed solving. The solution came from the prophets themselves. They approached Elisha one morning after prayers, their spokesman a weathered man named Joram, who had been with the community since its earliest days. "Master," he said, using the term of respect they all employed, "the place where we meet with you has become too small for us." Elisha nodded. He had noticed this himself. The crowding had begun to affect their work, their worship, their ability to focus on the purposes that had brought them together in the first place. "We would like to go to the Jordan," Joram continued. "There are trees there. We can cut timber and build a new place to live, a place large enough for all of us." It was a practical plan. The Jordan River Valley, just a few miles away, had stands of suitable timber. The work would be hard but manageable. They were young men, most of them, accustomed to physical labour. Building was within their capabilities. Elisha considered the request. There was no hesitation in his response. "Go," he said simply. The permission was enough. Plans were made immediately. They would leave at first light, bringing what tools they had, working together to transform raw timber into shelter. It was the kind of humble, practical work that characterized this community. Men of spiritual calling, who understood that faith often expressed itself through calloused hands and sore muscles. But one of the prophets, a younger man named Achiam, made an additional request. "Will you come with us?" he asked Elisha. It was an interesting question. The work didn't require Elisha's presence. He wasn't a master carpenter or a particularly skilled labourer. His gifts lay elsewhere. But Ahiam understood something important. The presence of their teacher would transform the work from mere construction into something more. It would be a shared endeavour, a community effort, a building project that carried spiritual significance because they did it together. "I will come," Elisha said. And so it was decided. The entire community would make the journey to Jordan. They would camp beside the river, they would cut timber together, they would build together, and perhaps, in the process, they would learn something about faith that couldn't be taught in a crowded room during formal instruction. The next morning, before the sun had fully cleared the eastern hills, they set out. It wasn't a large caravan, maybe 36 men, carrying axes, saws, rope, and the basic provisions needed for several days of work. They talked as they walked, their conversation filled with the easy banter of men who knew each other well, who had shared meals and prayers and the daily rhythms of communal life. The journey took most of the morning. As they descended from the hills toward the river valley, the landscape changed. The air grew warmer, vegetation became more lush, and eventually they heard the sound that would become the backdrop to their work for the coming days, the steady rush of the Jordan River. The river itself was not particularly impressive to look at. It was muddy, winding, bordered by dense thickets of tamarisk and willow. But it was functional. It provided water for drinking and washing, and more importantly, its banks supported the timber they needed. They made camp in a clearing near a bend in the river where the water ran deep and steady. Fire pits were dug, sleeping areas were marked out, and then, with the sun still high, the work began. The sound of axes biting into wood echoed through the valley. Men worked in pairs, choosing trees, planning their fall, cutting through trunks with the steady rhythm of practiced labour. It was hot work. Sweat soaked through their tunics. Blisters formed on hands not quite hardened enough for this intensity of use. But there was satisfaction in it too. Every tree that fell represented progress. Every log that was dragged to the clearing was one piece closer to their new home. They worked until the light failed, ate a simple meal around the fire, and slept the deep sleep of physical exhaustion. Elisha moved among them, not supervising exactly, but present. He helped where he could, though he was careful not to interfere with the natural rhythms the work crews had developed. His presence was a kind of blessing, a reminder that what they were doing mattered not just practically, but spiritually. They were building more than a house. They were building community, and that, as they would soon discover, made even the smallest crisis significant. Chapter 2. Borrowed Tools and Quiet Responsibility. On the second day of work, a young prophet named Micah arrived at the worksite carrying an axe that didn't belong to him. This requires explanation, because the detail matters more than it might initially seem. In the ancient world, iron tools were valuable commodities. The technology for smelting and forging iron had only relatively recently spread throughout the region, and the process remained difficult and expensive. A quality iron axe head represented a significant investment, far beyond what most men, especially those living in a prophet's community, could easily afford. The prophets had brought what tools they owned collectively, but there weren't enough to go around. Some men shared, some took turns, and some, like Micah, had borrowed from neighbours or relatives who had been willing to lend their tools for this community project. Micah's borrowed axe had come from his uncle, a blacksmith in a nearby town. It was a good tool, well balanced, with an edge that held its sharpness through hours of work. His uncle had lent it willingly, understanding that it would be used for the construction of the prophet's new dwelling. But the loan carried implicit weight. It was a matter of trust. When you borrowed something valuable in that time and place, you entered into a relationship of responsibility. The item wasn't yours. You were its temporary guardian. Its safe return wasn't just a practical matter. It was an issue of honour, of integrity, of the fundamental trustworthiness that held communities together. Micah understood this. Every time he picked up the axe, he felt the dual weight of the tool itself and the obligation it represented. He was careful with it. He didn't let others use it. When breaks came, he didn't leave it lying in the dirt, but set it carefully aside, handle up, where it wouldn't be stepped on or damaged. For a day and a half, everything went fine. He worked alongside a partner named Seth, cutting timber at a steady pace. They had developed a good rhythm, Micah's borrowed axe biting deep, Seth's saw following, the tree falling cleanly, the work progressing as planned. The morning of the third day started no differently than the previous days. Micah collected the axe from where he had secured it overnight. He tested the edge with his thumb, still sharp, still good. He and Seth walked to the section of riverbank where they had marked their next tree, a tall willow that would provide straight workable timber. The tree stood at the water's edge, its roots likely drawing moisture directly from the river. It would fall cleanly if they positioned themselves correctly. Micah found his stance, feet planted firmly, shoulders squared to the trunk. He drew the axe back and swung. The blade bit deep. Wood chips flew. He could feel the solid connection through his arms, the satisfying sensation of a well-aimed blow doing exactly what it was supposed to do. He drew back for another swing, and that's when everything changed. Chapter 3. The Accident at the River. The axe head had been secured to its wooden handle with a wedge, as was standard. The handle itself had been shaped to fit snugly into the iron head socket, and under normal circumstances this connection was solid and reliable. Axes had been made this way for generations. The design was proven. The method was sound. But nothing is permanent. Wood shrinks and swells with moisture and temperature changes. Wedges can loosen, and impacts repeated over hours of hard work can gradually stress connections that seem perfectly secure. Micah felt it the instant it happened. The weight distribution changed mid-swing. What should have been a fluid arc of force suddenly became unbalanced, wrong. The wooden handle was still in his hands, but the iron head was no longer attached to it. The axe head flew forward, spinning, through the air, still carrying the momentum of Micah's swing. Time seemed to stretch. He watched its trajectory, a dark blur of iron against the bright morning sky, tumbling end over end. For a brief moment, there was the possibility that it would land on the bank, that it would hit dirt or grass or wood, anywhere that would allow him to simply pick it up and continue working. But it didn't land on the bank. The axe head arced over the river's edge and dropped into the water with a splash that sounded obscenely loud in the sudden silence. Micah stood frozen, still holding the useless handle, staring at the spot where the iron had disappeared beneath the surface. The water was murky, clouded with silt, impossible to see through. The river ran deep at this point, deep enough that standing in it would put the water over a man's head. Seth, who had been preparing the saw for the next cut, looked up at the sound. His eyes went from Micah's stricken face to the handle without its head, and he understood immediately what had happened. "Did it?" Seth began. "It's gone," Micah said. His voice sounded strange in his own ears. It went into the water. They both stepped to the river's edge and looked down. The Jordan flowed past, indifferent, its surface showing no sign of what it had just swallowed. There was no glint of metal in the shallows, no way to mark the spot where the axe head had sunk. It could be resting on the bottom directly below where they stood, or it could have already been swept downstream by the current. Either way, it was gone. Micah felt something cold settle in his chest. This wasn't just an inconvenience. This wasn't just a delay in the work. This was disaster. The axe head didn't belong to him. He couldn't simply shrug and move on to another task. He couldn't write it off as the cost of doing business. His uncle had trusted him with something valuable, and he had lost it through what? Carelessness? Bad luck? It didn't matter. The result was the same. He would have to tell his uncle. He would have to explain that the tool was gone, irretrievable, lost to the depths of a river. And then what? Could he afford to replace it? Would his uncle demand compensation? Would this damage their relationship, introduce suspicion and distance where there had been trust? The practical questions spiraled into darker territory. What would the other prophets think? Would they see him as irresponsible? Would Elisha view this as evidence of poor character, of unsuitability for the serious spiritual work they were supposed to be doing? All of this flashed through Micah's mind in the seconds after the splash. The morning had been ordinary, the work progressing well, the day holding no particular significance. And then, in one moment, one swing of an axe, everything had changed. Seth put a hand on his shoulder. "We should tell the master," he said quietly. Micah nodded. There was nothing else to do. No point in staring at the water. No possibility of fishing out what was lost without help that he didn't have and couldn't imagine how to obtain. Together they walked back toward the camp, leaving the incomplete tree, leaving the riverbank, carrying only the empty axe handle and the weight of what had been lost. Chapter 4. A Cry for Help. They found Elisha near the centre of the work area, conferring with several of the older prophets about the construction plan. He looked up as Micah and Seth approached, and his expression shifted immediately. He knew these men well enough to read distress when he saw it. "Master," Micah said, and his voice cracked slightly on the word. He held up the wooden handle. "I've lost the axe head." Elisha's gaze moved from Micah's face to the handle and back again. He didn't speak immediately, letting the silence invite the full story. "It flew off while I was cutting," Micah continued. "It went into the river. It's gone." He paused, and then the crucial detail. "It was borrowed." Those 3 words carried everything. It was borrowed. Not mine to lose, lent in trust, now gone. Elisha nodded slowly, understanding not just the practical problem but the deeper crisis this represented for the young prophet. He could see the shame in Micah's posture, the genuine anguish in his eyes. This wasn't about the interruption to the work. This was about honour, about trustworthiness, about the kind of character failure that felt irreparable. The other prophets had stopped their conversation and were listening now. Several others had paused in their work, drawn by the tone of distress in Micah's voice. A small circle had formed, not pressing in, but attentive, concerned. "Master, what can I do?" Micah asked, and it was truly a cry for help. "I cannot replace it. I cannot retrieve it. The water is too deep and too murky. I cannot even find where it fell." There was genuine despair in his voice. This was the kind of problem that had no human solution. The axe head was iron, heavy, sunk into mud or caught between stones at the bottom of a flowing river. Even if they knew exactly where it had fallen, even if the water had been clear as glass, the depth and current would make recovery nearly impossible, and Micah didn't know exactly where it had fallen. He had a general area, but the Jordan was wide at this point, and the current could have moved the iron downstream in the seconds between impact and sinking. Elisha listened to all of this without interruption. When Micah finally fell silent, the prophet asked a simple question. Where did it fall? It was a practical question, not a rhetorical one. Not a rebuke disguised as inquiry, just information gathering. Where, specifically, did this happen? "I can show you," Micah said. "It's not far, but..." "Master, I don't see how..." "Show me," Elisha said. They walked back to the riverbank together, Elisha, Micah, Seth, and several others who had joined out of curiosity or concern. The morning had been productive until this point, but now work had essentially stopped. Everyone sensed that something significant was happening, though they couldn't have said exactly what. Micah led them to the tree they had been cutting. The marks of his axe blows were visible in the trunk, a series of deep cuts that had been progressing steadily until the moment of separation. He pointed to where he had been standing, demonstrated the angle of his swing, and indicated the approximate area where the axe head had entered the water. "There," he said, "somewhere there, but it's deep, Master. I cannot see the bottom." Elisha stepped to the very edge of the bank and looked down into the water. The current moved past, brown and opaque. Tree branches from upstream floated by. The surface revealed nothing of what lay beneath. For a long moment, the prophet simply stood there looking at the water. The other men waited, unsure what to expect. Was this a teaching moment? Was Elisha about to deliver a lesson about carelessness or the importance of maintaining tools? Was he going to help Micah devise some plan for explaining the loss to his uncle? None of them anticipated what happened next. Chapter 5. Elisha's Simple Question. Elisha turned away from the river and scanned the surrounding area. His eyes settled on a fallen branch, not particularly large, perhaps as thick as a man's wrist and an arm's length long. He walked over to it, tested its weight, and seemed satisfied. "Here," he said, though he wasn't speaking to anyone in particular. Using a small knife he carried, he cut the branch from the tree it had fallen from, trimming away smaller offshoots until he had a relatively straight piece of wood. The action was methodical, almost meditative. There was no urgency in his movements, no sense of rush or anxiety. The prophets watched in confused silence. What was he doing? Surely he wasn't going to use a stick to try to fish out an iron axe head from a river too deep to wade in and too murky to see through. That would be absurd. Impossible. Elisha returned to the spot Micah had indicated. He held the stick in his right hand, testing its weight once more. Then, without ceremony, without any dramatic gesture or spoken prayer, he simply threw it into the water. The stick splashed down and bobbed on the surface, immediately beginning to drift with the current. For a moment, nothing else happened. The stick floated. The water flowed. The watching men glanced at each other uncertain, and then the surface of the river broke. Something rose from the depths. Dark, metallic, impossible. The axe head appeared, floating on the water's surface as if iron had suddenly forgotten its nature, as if the fundamental laws governing weight and buoyancy had momentarily suspended themselves. Several of the prophets gasped. Micah made a sound that was half laugh, half sob. The axe head bobbed gently on the current just a few feet from the bank, riding the water like a piece of cork. "Pick it up," Elisha said calmly. Micah didn't hesitate. He dropped to his knees at the water's edge, reached out and grabbed the floating iron. His fingers closed around metal that should have been resting in mud at the bottom of the river. He lifted it clear of the water, solid, heavy, real. The axe head dripped river water onto the bank. Its edge was still sharp. Its socket was undamaged. It was exactly as it had been moments before it flew from the handle, except that it had just done something iron could not do. It had floated. Micah turned to Elisha, still holding the recovered tool, his face a mixture of shock and overwhelming relief. "Master, I don't understand. How?" But Elisha was already walking back toward the camp, his part in this completed. The stick he had thrown still floated downstream, already disappearing around a bend in the river. There would be no explanation, no theological lecture, no detailed description of the mechanism behind what had just occurred. The miracle had served its purpose. The lost had been found. The borrowed had been preserved. The work could continue. Seth helped Micah to his feet. Together they examined the axe head, turning it over in their hands as if looking for some sign of what had just happened. Some mark that would explain its impossible journey from riverbed to surface. There was nothing. It was just an axe head. Iron and practical and ordinary in every way, except for the fact that, moments ago, it had defied everything they knew about how the physical world worked. One of the older prophets, a man named Nathan who had studied the law for decades, spoke quietly. "I have never seen anything like that." "None of us have," Seth replied. Micah secured the axe head back onto its handle, this time checking the wedge carefully, making sure the connection was as solid as human hands could make it. He tested it, swung it gently, verified that it was safe to use, again. Then, because the tree was still waiting and the work was still incomplete, he and Seth returned to their cutting. The axe bit into wood. Chips flew. The morning's interruption was over, and the sound of productive labour resumed across the worksite. But something had changed. Word of what had happened spread quickly through the community. Men who had been working on the far side of the clearing came to hear the story. They examined the axe head themselves, looking for some explanation. They walked to the riverbank and stared at the water, trying to imagine iron rising through its depths. None of them could quite believe it, and yet all of them did. They had witnesses. They had the physical evidence of the recovered tool, they had Micah's testimony, Seth's corroboration, and the quiet confirmation of Elisha's presence during the entire incident. The work continued through the rest of the day, but the atmosphere had shifted. Men laboured with a new awareness that the ordinary and the miraculous could intersect in the most unexpected ways, that the God they served was concerned not just with great national crises or prophetic visions, but with the practical problems of daily life. A borrowed axe head, a young man's distress, a simple solution to an impossible problem. These things mattered. Chapter 6. The Impossible Instruction. As evening approached and the prophets gathered around the cooking fires for their meal, conversations naturally turned to what had happened at the river. Those who had witnessed the event directly found themselves retelling it, trying to capture in words what they had seen. The stick touched the water, and then the iron just appeared, Seth said, gesturing with his hands. Not gradually, not slowly rising, just suddenly there, on the surface. Did the iron look different when it came up? Someone asked. Was it glowing or changed in any way? No, Micah answered. It looked exactly as it had before, the same tool, the same edge, the same weight in my hand. Only its location had changed. An older prophet named Joash, who had been among those conferring with Elisha earlier, asked the questions several were thinking. Did the master say anything? Did he pray or speak any words of command? Nothing, Micah said. He asked where it fell. I showed him. He cut a stick and threw it into the water, and then the iron floated. Just like that, Seth confirmed. No ritual, no incantation, no dramatic gestures. It was almost casual. This bothered some of them, though they struggled to articulate why. They had been trained to think of miracles as momentous events, accompanied by prophetic declarations and visible manifestations of divine power. But this had been quiet, brief, almost mundane in its execution, despite being utterly impossible in its result. Elisha himself said nothing about it. He ate his meal with the others, listened to their discussions without commenting, and gave no indication that anything unusual had occurred. His demeanour suggested that making iron float was no more remarkable than any other aspect of his day. This too was instructive, though the prophets wouldn't fully understand why until much later. As darkness fell and the camp settled into its evening routines, small groups continued talking in low voices. The event was being processed, examined from multiple angles, turned over in their minds like the axe head had been turned over in their hands. I keep thinking about the stick, one young prophet said. Why did he throw the stick into the water? What did it do? Maybe it marked the spot, another suggested, showed the precise location where the iron had fallen. But it didn't stay in place, the first pointed out. It floated downstream. If it was just a marker, wouldn't he have used something that would sink and stay put? They had no answers, only questions, and perhaps that was the point. Nathan, the elderly scholar, finally spoke with the weight of his years of study. Perhaps we're asking the wrong questions. We want to know how it happened, what mechanism was employed, what formula or force made the iron rise. But those aren't the questions that matter. What questions matter then? Someone asked. Why it happened at all, Nathan said. The master could have told Micah to accept the loss, to learn a lesson about tool maintenance, or to work out some arrangement with his uncle for compensation. Those would have been reasonable responses, but instead he chose to intervene. Why? The circle fell silent considering this. Because the iron mattered, Micah said quietly. Not because it was valuable, though it was, but because it was borrowed, because it represented trust, because losing it caused genuine distress, and that distress was worthy of attention. Even though it was small, Seth added, even though it was just one tool among many, even though the work could have continued without it. Exactly, Nathan said. The lesson isn't in how iron was made to float. The lesson is that no problem is too small, no crisis too insignificant to bring before God, even a borrowed axe head. Chapter 7. Iron that Floats. The construction continued for 3 more days. The community worked steadily, cutting timber, dragging logs to the building site, beginning the actual construction of their new dwelling. The work was progressing well. They would have shelter before the rains came, space adequate for their growing numbers, a place to study and worship and live out their calling together. Micah continued using his uncle's axe, though he was even more careful with it now, if that was possible. Every time he swung it, he was conscious of the fact that this tool had experienced something impossible, that it had been lost and restored in a way that defied natural explanation. It made him think differently about everything he was doing. The swing of the axe became not just a means of cutting wood, but a kind of meditation on dependence and grace. He had faced a crisis he couldn't solve through his own effort or skill. The solution had come from outside himself, through power he didn't understand, applied in a way he couldn't have anticipated. All he'd been able to do was cry out for help, and then reach out to receive what was offered. The other prophets noticed the change in him. There was a quieter confidence about Micah now, a deeper settledness. The incident had affected him profoundly, though he struggled to articulate exactly how. On the 4th day after the miracle, as they were raising the main support beams for their new building, Elisha gathered the community together for evening instruction. This was their custom, to end each day of physical labour with a time of teaching and reflection. They sat in a circle around the central fire. Night was clear, stars beginning to appear in the darkening sky. The temperature was pleasant, after the heat of the day. It was one of those moments when the physical and spiritual seemed to align, when the setting itself contributed to a sense of God's presence. Elisha didn't immediately begin teaching. He let the silence settle, let the men transition from the activity of building to the receptiveness of learning. Finally he spoke. "You've been talking about what happened at the river," he said. It wasn't a question. Several prophets nodded. Of course they had been talking about it. How could they not? "You want to understand it," Elisha continued. "You want to know how it worked, what made it possible, what spiritual principle was being demonstrated." More nods. "Yes, exactly." "But I want you to understand something else," the prophet said. "I want you to understand where miracles fit in the life of faith." He paused, organizing his thoughts, and then continued. "We serve a God who parted the Red Sea so our ancestors could escape slavery, who brought down the walls of Jericho with a shout, who sent fire from heaven to consume a sacrifice and prove his reality against the prophets of Baal. These are the great miracles, the ones that shape history, that demonstrate divine power on a scale that nations cannot ignore." The prophets listened intently. They knew these stories. They had studied them, taught them, built their understanding of God's nature around them. "But," Elisha said, "we also serve a God who cares about a borrowed axe head, who responds to a young man's distress over a lost tool, who intervenes in the ordinary problems of daily life with the same power that divides seas and brings down walls." He looked around the circle, making sure they were following. The miracle at the river wasn't about demonstrating power. It was about demonstrating care. It was about showing you, showing all of us, that nothing is too small to bring before God. No crisis too insignificant. No loss too minor to matter. Micah felt his throat tighten. He hadn't thought of it in exactly those terms, but he recognized the truth in Elisha's words. Micah lost something that wasn't his, Elisha continued. He felt responsible. He felt the weight of that responsibility as a kind of failure, a character flaw, a crisis that defined him in that moment, and he cried out, not with great eloquence or theological precision, but with genuine need. The prophet leaned forward slightly. That cry was heard. That need was met, not because Micah deserved it or had earned it through his spiritual disciplines, but because God is attentive to his people in all circumstances, great and small. "Master," Nathan ventured, "are you saying that we should expect miracles for every problem we face?" "No," Elisha said immediately. "I'm saying that we should bring every problem we face before God, trusting that he cares about it and about us. Sometimes the solution will be miraculous, as it was at the river. Sometimes it will come through ordinary means, through wisdom, through the help of others, through hard work and patience. And sometimes the solution will be learning to live with the problem, to grow through it, to discover that God's presence is sufficient even when the circumstances don't change. He sat back, letting this settle. The iron floated because God chose to make it float. The stick had nothing to do with it. My presence had nothing to do with it. It was simply God responding to genuine need in a way that served his purposes and demonstrated his character. What purposes did it serve? Someone asked. It restored what was lost, Elisha said. It removed shame and fear. It allowed work to continue. It demonstrated that God is present in ordinary life, not just in temples or during great spiritual experiences. And it taught all of us that we can bring our small crises, our everyday problems, our borrowed responsibilities to the one who made iron and water and the laws that govern them, and who can suspend those laws when he chooses. Chapter 8. Work continues. The construction was completed 5 days later. The new dwelling stood solid and spacious, its timbers cut from the Jordan Valley, its design simple but functional, its rooms adequate for the growing community of prophets who would live and study there. There was no dedication ceremony. No crowd of onlookers came to admire the finished work. The building served its purpose. That was dedication enough. The prophets moved their belongings from the cramped quarters of the old compound to the new space. They arranged study areas and sleeping quarters and communal rooms. Life resumed its normal patterns. Micah returned the borrowed axe to his uncle the day after they finished building. He'd cleaned it carefully, sharpened the edge one final time, and secured it to its handle with a new wedge he had made himself. His uncle accepted it with a nod of thanks, examining the tool briefly before setting it aside with his other equipment. He never knew that it had been lost, that it had spent time at the bottom of the Jordan River, that it had done something iron cannot do. Micah didn't tell him. The story wasn't about the axe head anymore. It was about something else, something he was still working to fully understand. Life in the new community space settled into a rhythm. Morning prayers, study sessions, practical work, evening instruction. The prophets continued their calling, serving as the spiritual conscience of the nation, training new members, preserving and teaching the law, maintaining their witness in a time when that witness was desperately needed. The miracle at the river faded from daily conversation. New concerns arose. Current problems demanded attention. The urgent displaced the merely memorable. But the story didn't disappear. It was preserved in the collective memory of the community, told to new prophets who joined them, passed down as part of their oral tradition. Eventually, it was written down, recorded in the historical accounts that would become scripture, where it would be read by millions of people across thousands of years. Most of those readers would miss its significance. They would skim past it, looking for the more dramatic stories, the healing of lepers, the raising of the dead, the great victories over enemies. A floating axe head seemed almost trivial in comparison. But for those who paid attention, for those who read carefully and thoughtfully, the story revealed something profound about the nature of God and the character of faith. It showed that miracles aren't always about dramatic displays of power. Sometimes they're about quiet restoration of what was lost. Sometimes they're about removing the burden of shame from a young man who made an honest mistake. Sometimes they're about demonstrating that no detail of our lives is beneath divine notice. The prophets who had witnessed it firsthand never forgot. Years later, when they faced their own crises, some large, some small, they would remember the day iron floated on the Jordan. They would remember that God cares about borrowed things and broken responsibilities and the distress of those who serve him, and they would bring their problems, whatever they were, before the one who could make solutions appear from impossible circumstances. Chapter 9. What the Miracle Meant. To understand the full significance of what happened at the Jordan River, we need to consider what didn't happen. Elisha didn't rebuke Micah for carelessness. He didn't turn the incident into a teaching moment about tool maintenance or personal responsibility. He didn't lecture the young prophet about the importance of being worthy of borrowed trust. All of those responses would have been defensible. Micah had, after all, lost something valuable that didn't belong to him. There was a lesson there. But Elisha chose not to extract it in that moment. Instead, he met the immediate. need. He responded to the distress with solution rather than sermon. He demonstrated grace before instruction. This tells us something important about how God relates to his people. Yes, there are times for correction and discipline. Yes, there are moments when hard lessons must be learned through difficult circumstances. But there are also times when mercy simply intervenes, when grace shows up unbidden and unearned, when restoration happens not because we deserve it, but because we are loved. The floating axe head was one of those times. Consider also what Elisha didn't do with the miracle itself. He didn't gather a crowd. He didn't use it as a platform for demonstrating his prophetic authority. He didn't turn it into a public spectacle that would enhance his reputation or prove his connection to divine power. The miracle happened in front of a handful of witnesses, served its immediate purpose, and was done. Elisha walked away as if nothing remarkable had occurred. There was no attempt to leverage it for influence or position. This too is instructive. Miracles, in the biblical understanding, aren't primarily about the miracle worker. They're about revealing God's character and meeting human need. When we start using them to build our own platforms or enhance our own status, we fundamentally misunderstood their purpose. The miracle also didn't exempt the prophets from continuing their work. The iron floated, but the tree still needed to be cut. The axe head was restored, but the building still needed to be completed. Grace intervened in the crisis, but labour was still required for the project. This is perhaps one of the most important lessons. Divine intervention doesn't eliminate human responsibility, it restores the capacity to fulfill it. Micah got his axe back, but he still had to swing it. The work still required effort, skill, persistence, and all the normal human qualities that any construction project demands. The miracle cleared the obstacle. It didn't complete the task. Finally, consider what the miracle revealed about the scope of God's care. It would be easy to imagine a God who concerns himself only with matters of national importance, with the rise and fall of kingdoms, with great spiritual awakenings and historical turning points. That kind of God would have let the axe head stay lost. It was, after all, just a tool, just a small problem in the life of an obscure prophet working on a minor construction project. But that's not the God revealed in this story. The God of the floating axe head is attentive to small things. He notices when tools are lost. He responds to the distress of young men who feel they've failed a simple trust. He cares about borrowed responsibilities and the shame that comes from believing we've proven unworthy. This is a God who can be approached with problems that seem too trivial to bother him with. A God who won't dismiss our concerns as insignificant just because they don't shake nations or redirect history. The prophets learned this lesson that day at the Jordan. They learned that they could bring anything to God, not just their great spiritual questions or their profound theological dilemmas, but their practical problems, their everyday crises, their small losses and honest mistakes. They learned that faith operates as much in the ordinary spaces of life as it does in the extraordinary moments, that God's power is as available for a lost axe head as it is for a divided sea, that nothing is too small to matter when it causes genuine distress to one of his people. These lessons transformed how they lived. They became men who brought everything to God, their work, their relationships, their doubts, their failures, their small victories and minor setbacks. They learned to live in constant awareness of divine presence, not just during formal prayer or study, but during the mundane activities of daily life. And in learning this, they became more fully human. Because humans were designed to live in relationship with God, to bring all of life, all of it, into that relationship, the sacred and the secular, the profound and the trivial, the great crises and the small losses. All of it matters because we matter, because God doesn't love us only when we're doing important things or facing dramatic challenges. He loves us in the ordinary moments too, in the work crews beside muddy rivers, in the panic of lost tools and borrowed responsibility, in the relief of restoration, and the gratitude of grace received. Epilogue: when God meets us where we work. The story of the floating axe head occupies only a few verses in the biblical narrative. It's easy to miss, sandwiched between accounts of military conflicts and political intrigue. Readers often skim past it, assuming it's a minor incident with little significance. But those who slow down, who read carefully, who allow the story to speak on its own terms rather than rushing past to more dramatic material, they discover something valuable. They discover that not every miracle needs to reshape history. Some simply restore what was needed for the day. Some make it possible for ordinary work to continue. Some remove obstacles that, while not nationally significant, were devastating to the individual who faced them. They discover that God is present in work sites and construction projects, in the practical tasks that occupy most of our days. That faith isn't reserved for temples and prayer closets, but extends to riverbanks and timber cutting, to borrowed tools and honest labour. They discover that crying out in genuine distress is never inappropriate, even when the problem seems small by objective standards. That God doesn't dismiss our concerns because they don't meet some threshold of importance. That what causes us genuine anguish is worthy of divine attention, period. And they discover that solutions can come in ways we never imagined, through means we couldn't have conceived, by paths we would never have thought to explore. That our job isn't to figure out how God might solve a problem, but simply to bring the problem to Him and trust that He cares enough to respond. These are profound lessons wrapped in a simple story. Iron floating on water, a stick thrown into a river, a young man reaching out to receive what had been lost, a quiet miracle that changed everything and nothing, that reshaped one man's understanding while leaving the world largely unchanged. The construction was completed. The building stood. The prophets moved in and continued their work, and an axe head that should have been resting in river mud instead returned to its handle, sharp and functional and ordinary once again, except for the fact that it had briefly forgotten to be heavy. This is what faith looks like in daily life. Not always dramatic, not always visible to others, not always accompanied by thunder and fire and undeniable demonstrations of power. Sometimes faith looks like iron rising through water because someone cried out and someone heard. Sometimes it looks like work continuing because grace intervened. Sometimes it looks like borrowed trust restored and honest responsibility preserved. Sometimes it looks like reaching out to receive what you cannot possibly deserve, but what is offered anyway, freely given, no questions asked, no explanations provided. Just restoration, just care, just God meeting us where we work, attending to what matters to us because we matter to Him. The prophets finished their building and got on with their lives. The miracle became a memory, and the memory became a story, and the story became scripture. And across thousands of years and millions of readings, it continues to whisper the same simple truth. Nothing you face is too small for God to care about. No loss too insignificant. No crisis beneath His notice. Bring it all to Him. The great and the small, the profound and the trivial, the nationally significant and the merely personal. Bring it all and watch what happens when divine power intersects with human need. Watch iron float. Watch solutions appear. Watch grace do what you could never do for yourself. And then, restored and grateful, return to the work. The work that still needs doing. The work made possible by intervention, but completed through effort. The ordinary labour of ordinary days, now infused with the extraordinary awareness that we are never working alone. God is present beside muddy rivers, in borrowed responsibilities, in honest mistakes and small crises, and the distress of those who feel they've failed. He is present, He is attentive, He cares, and sometimes when we need it most, He makes iron float. Before we begin tonight's story, I want to take just a moment to ask for your support. If you're enjoying this content, please consider using your hype points on this video. It helps the channel more than you could possibly know and makes a real difference in allowing us to continue creating these stories. If you're listening on Spotify, leaving a review truly helps us reach more people who might enjoy this kind of content. And if you feel like it, drop a comment letting us know what time it is where you are and where in the world you're tuning in from. We absolutely love seeing where everyone is listening. Finally, if you enjoy what we do here, please subscribe. It means everything. Now, let's get into tonight's story. There are moments in history that echo louder than thunder. Moments when kingdoms rise and fall on the edge of a sword. But sometimes, the most powerful acts happen in silence. far from the crowds, far from the monuments, far from anyone who might record them. This is a story about one of those moments, a story about an old man who changed the course of a kingdom without ever lifting a weapon, without ever seeking fame, without ever asking for anything in return. His name was Barzillai, and what he did would reveal something profound about faith, loyalty, and the kind of service that God remembers even when the world forgets. Chapter 1. A Kingdom in Chaos. The roads leading out of Jerusalem were choked with dust and desperation. King David, the man who had slain Goliath, the warrior poet who had united a fractured nation, was running for his life. Not from a foreign army, not from invaders at the gate, from his own son. Absalom had turned the hearts of Israel against his father. What began as whispers of dissent had grown into open rebellion. The prince was young, charismatic, beautiful in appearance and persuasive in speech. He had stood at the city gates, listening to grievances, promising justice, slowly building a coalition of the disaffected and ambitious. And then he struck. The rebellion came swiftly. Absalom declared himself king in Hebron, and thousands rallied to his banner. David, caught off guard by the speed and scale of the uprising, made a decision that shocked his closest advisors. He fled. He left Jerusalem behind, taking with him only those who remained loyal. The Cherethites and Pelethites, his personal guard, a few hundred soldiers, priests carrying the Ark of the Covenant, servants, wives, children, a caravan of the displaced moving east through the Kidron Valley, climbing the Mount of Olives with their heads covered in mourning. David wept as he walked barefoot up the mountain, a king without a throne, a father betrayed by his own blood. The city he had claimed for God now belonged to his enemy. The throne he had been promised as eternal now seemed impossibly fragile. Behind him, Jerusalem fell into Absalom's hands without a single arrow fired. The transition was seamless, terrifyingly efficient. Absalom moved into the palace, declared his kingship before the people, and began consolidating power with the kind of brutal pragmatism that left no room for mercy. David's group moved east, toward the wilderness, toward the Jordan River. They were exhausted. Many had fled with nothing but the clothes on their backs. Food was scarce, water was rationed, children cried. The elderly struggled to keep pace. This was not an army on the march. This was a people in exile. The journey toward the Jordan was grueling in ways that went beyond physical exhaustion. Every step away from Jerusalem felt like a step away from legitimacy. The city was not just the capital. It was the symbol of everything David had built, the place where the ark rested, the centre of worship, the seat of God's chosen king. Leaving it meant leaving behind more than stone and wood. It meant abandoning the visible proof of God's favour, the tangible evidence that David's kingship was real and ordained and permanent. Now, walking through the wilderness with a handful of loyalists, that certainty seemed distant. The promises felt abstract. The covenant appeared fragile. David's closest companions watched him with concern. They had seen him face armies without flinching. They had watched him spare Saul's life twice when killing him would have been justified. They had witnessed his courage in battle and his wisdom in judgment. But this was different. This was personal in ways that warfare never was. This was his own son, his own flesh, turning against him with a hatred that seemed incomprehensible. How do you fight someone you still love? How do you defend yourself against someone you once held as a child? The questions had no good answers. Among the refugees fleeing with David were people from every level of society. Noble families who had remained loyal, servants who chose exile over serving a usurper, warriors whose allegiance to David transcended political calculation, priests who understood that God's anointing did not transfer just because circumstances changed. They moved through the landscape like ghosts of a former glory. Some walked, some rode donkeys or horses. The elderly were carried. Children too young to walk were held by mothers whose faces showed the strain of constant worry. They passed through villages where people watched from doorways, unwilling to offer help but also unwilling to report their movements to Absalom's forces. The neutrality was understandable but still painful. These were people David had protected, whose lands he had secured, whose disputes he had settled with justice. Now they watched him pass without acknowledgement, waiting to see which side would win before committing themselves. The landscape itself seemed indifferent to their plight. The hills rolled on endlessly, the sun beat down without mercy, the nights grew cold. The wilderness that had once been David's refuge when he fled from Saul now became his prison once again, a place of waiting and uncertainty. As they descended toward the Jordan Valley, the reality of their situation became increasingly clear. They had no base of operations, no secure location, no certainty about what would happen next. They were dependent on whatever support they could find among the tribes east of the Jordan, in territories that had always been more independent, less integrated into the unified kingdom David had built. It was a precarious position for a king, and everyone knew it. The whispers began among the refugees, quiet conversations about what would happen if Absalom pursued them, about whether they had enough warriors to mount a defence, about how long they could survive without a steady supply of provisions. David heard these whispers. He understood the fear behind them, but he also understood something his followers were struggling to remember. God had not abandoned him. The covenant had not been revoked. The promises remained, even when the evidence seemed to contradict them. This was a test, not of David's military capability or political acumen, but of faith itself. Would he trust God when everything visible suggested that God's favour had been withdrawn? Would he remain faithful when faithfulness seemed futile? The answer would determine not just David's fate, but the fate of the kingdom God had promised to establish through his line. And the future had never been more uncertain. Chapter 2. An old man by the Jordan east of the Jordan, in the region of Gilead, there lived a man named Barzillai. He was from Rogelim, a settlement that rarely appeared in the records of kings and prophets. It was the kind of place people passed through rather than remembered. Agricultural land, sheep and grain, quiet prosperity without drama. Barzillai was elderly. The scriptures would later note he was 80 years old, though some believed he was even older. He had lived through the reigns of Saul and David. He had seen war and peace, famine and plenty. He had built a life, through hard work and careful management, accumulating wealth not through conquest but through consistency. He owned land, he had flocks, he employed workers and managed trade routes. His household was respected in the region, known for fairness and integrity. But Barzillai was not a public figure. He held no official position. He commanded no troops. He had never stood before kings or addressed assemblies. His life was provincial in the best sense of the word, rooted in family and community rather than political ambition. He was, by every measure that mattered to the chroniclers of Israel's history, unremarkable. Yet Barzillai paid attention. He listened to the reports coming from Jerusalem. He heard about Absalom's rebellion, about David's flight, about the kingdom tearing itself apart. He knew the roads that led through Gilead, knew that refugees and warriors would soon be passing through his territory. And he understood something that many had forgotten. David was not just a king. He was the anointed one, the man God had chosen to lead Israel. Whatever political calculations others were making, whatever hedging of bets and waiting to see who would win, Barzillai saw something deeper. This was a test of faith, not David's faith. David's faith had been proven 1,000 times over. This was a test of everyone else's faith, a test of whether they believed God's promises were real or just convenient stories to tell when times were good. Barzillai watched from his estate as the distant dust clouds approached. He saw the refugees, the soldiers, the desperate caravan making its way toward the river. He saw exhaustion and fear and the kind of weariness that comes when everything you believed was stable suddenly collapses. And he made a decision. The decision was not made lightly. Barzillai understood the implications. Helping David meant declaring allegiance to a fugitive king against a prince who currently held power. It meant risking everything he had built over a lifetime. His property, his family's safety, his standing in the community. If Absalom's rebellion succeeded permanently, if David never reclaimed his throne, then Barzillai's choice would mark him as an enemy of the new regime. Properties could be confiscated. Family members could face retaliation. Business relationships could dissolve overnight. At 80 years old, with wealth accumulated through decades of careful management, the safe choice was obvious. Stay neutral, wait, watch. See who emerges victorious before committing resources or declaring allegiance. This was the path most were taking, the path of prudent self-preservation. But Barzillai had not built his life on prudence alone. Underneath the practical businessman, underneath the careful manager of estates and flocks, there existed a bedrock of theological conviction that went deeper than any political calculation. He believed God's promises were real, not metaphorical, not conditional, not subject to revision based on current circumstances. God had chosen David, had anointed him through Samuel, had established a covenant promising that David's throne would endure. These were not suggestions or aspirations, they were divine declarations, and if they were divine declarations, then they remained true regardless of whether David sat in Jerusalem or wandered in the wilderness, regardless of whether thousands rallied to his banner or only a few hundred remained loyal, regardless of whether his situation looked hopeless or promising. The anointing did not depend on circumstances, it preceded them and transcended them. This understanding shaped Barzillai's response to the crisis unfolding before him. He did not see David as a king who might or might not be restored. He saw David as God's chosen ruler who was temporarily displaced, but whose ultimate victory was assured by divine promise. Acting on that conviction meant accepting risk, but Barzillai had lived long enough to understand that faith always involves risk. That trust in God's promises requires action even when outcomes are uncertain. That genuine belief manifests not in words but in choices that carry real cost. He assembled his household, called together his stewards and workers, began organising provisions on a scale that would sustain hundreds of people for an extended period. His servants, seeing the scope of what he was planning, understood the implications immediately. This was not charity. This was taking sides. This was a declaration that could not be walked back or explained away if circumstances turned against them. Some questioned the wisdom of such commitment, suggested a more modest contribution that could be presented as humanitarian aid rather than political alliance, argued that helping refugees was one thing, but helping a fugitive king was quite another. Barzillai listened to these concerns, acknowledged their validity, then proceeded with his original plan anyway, because this was not about politics. This was not about calculating odds or hedging bets. This was about faithfulness to what God had established, regardless of personal cost. His household, seeing his determination, set aside their objections and began preparing. They gathered provisions from storehouses, assembled bedding and cooking vessels, organised transportation for the supplies, coordinated with workers to ensure a steady flow of provisions would continue beyond the initial delivery. The magnitude of the preparation reflected both Barzillai's wealth and his commitment. This was not a token gesture. This was a comprehensive support system, the kind of provision that could make the difference between survival and collapse for David's entire group. As the work progressed, word spread through Rogelim and the surrounding region. Some praised Barzillai's loyalty, others criticised his recklessness. Most simply watched and waited, reserving judgment until events revealed whether his choice had been wise or foolish. Barzillai remained unmoved by both praise and criticism. Public opinion, he had learned over 8 decades of life, was fickle and unreliable. What mattered was obedience to what faith required. What mattered was acting in accordance with conviction rather than convenience. The provisions were assembled, the transport arranged, everything was ready, and Barzillai prepared to meet a king in exile with the kind of support that would reveal where his ultimate allegiance lay. Chapter 3. Choosing to act. The decision Barzillai faced was not simple. Helping David meant taking sides in a civil war. It meant declaring loyalty to a king in exile against a prince in power. If Absalom's rebellion succeeded, if David never reclaimed his throne, then Barzillai's choice would be remembered. Properties could be confiscated. Family members could face retaliation. At his age, with his wealth, the safe choice was obvious. Stay neutral. Wait. See who wins. But Barzillai did not choose safety. When David's group reached the Jordan, Barzillai was there, not with an army, not with political declarations or public gestures. He came with supplies, beds and blankets, basins for washing, pottery and cooking vessels, wheat and barley, flour and roasted grain, beans and lentils, honey and curds, sheep already butchered and prepared for cooking, cheese made from the milk of his own flocks. He brought everything a weary, hungry people would need. The provision was comprehensive, practical, and expensive. This was not a token gesture. This was not charity that could be explained away if questioned. This was a full commitment of resources, the kind of support that could sustain hundreds of people for days or even weeks. David's followers, many of whom had fled with nothing, stared at the abundance laid out before them. Children reached for bread. Warriors who had marched all night without eating sat down to real meals. The elderly found places to rest on proper bedding for the first time since leaving Jerusalem. Barzillai oversaw the distribution personally. He spoke quietly with David's commanders, asking what else was needed. He arranged for fresh water. He ensured the supply lines would continue, that his people would bring more provisions as needed. He did all of this without speeches, without demanding recognition, without negotiating for position or reward. The scene at the Jordan crossing became one of those moments that define character more clearly than any crisis ever could. Here were David's people, exhausted and afraid, suddenly surrounded by abundance provided by a man they had never met, a man who owed them nothing, a man who risked everything to support them. Some of the refugees wept as they ate, not just from relief, though relief was certainly part of it, but from the unexpected grace of being helped when help seemed impossible, from the reality that someone believed in David's kingship enough to stake their fortune on it. The warriors, hardened by years of combat, felt something shift inside them. They had followed David out of loyalty, but the journey into exile had tested that loyalty severely. Watching their king reduced to a fugitive, seeing the throne usurped by his own son, wondering whether they had chosen the losing side in a civil war, all of this had created doubt. Barzillai's provision answered those doubts without words. Here was someone with no personal connection to David, no obligation to help, no promise of reward, who nevertheless gave generously and completely. If this elderly landowner from Gilead believed David was still God's anointed king, perhaps the cause was not as hopeless as it seemed. The psychological impact of Barzillai's support extended far beyond the material provisions, crucial as those were. It reminded David's followers that they were not alone, that faithfulness to God's anointed still mattered to some people, that the covenant promises had not been forgotten by everyone. David himself was deeply moved. He had experienced betrayal from those he trusted most. His own son had turned against him. His counselor Ahithophel had joined the rebellion. People he had defended and protected had watched him flee without offering assistance. And now this stranger, this elderly man from a provincial town, had provided more support than most of David's supposed allies combined. When David thanked him, Barzillai simply nodded. This was what faithfulness looked like. This was what loyalty meant, not when it was easy and public and guaranteed to be rewarded, but when it was costly and uncertain and potentially dangerous. The provisions were distributed efficiently. Barzillai's servants worked alongside David's people, ensuring everyone received what they needed. Cooking fires were lit. Tents were erected using the supplies Barzillai had brought. The camp transformed from a desperate refugee situation into something approaching organised stability. Children who had been crying from hunger were fed and settled. The elderly who had been struggling to keep pace found comfortable places to rest. Warriors who had been operating on adrenaline and determination alone finally got proper meals and the promise of more to come. The transformation was remarkable. Within hours of Barzillai's arrival, David's camp went from crisis to sustainability. The provisions bought them time to rest, time to regroup, time to plan their next move without the desperate urgency of immediate survival needs. Barzillai coordinated with his household to ensure the supply line would continue. He arranged for regular deliveries of food and necessities. He made his resources available for as long as David needed them. He committed not to a single gesture of support, but to ongoing provision for the duration of the crisis. This level of commitment went far beyond what anyone could reasonably expect. It represented a complete dedication to David's cause, a willingness to sustain the exiled king's household indefinitely if necessary, and he did it all without negotiating for anything in return, without securing promises of future reward, without even asking for acknowledgement beyond the simple courtesy of acceptance. The people ate, they rested, they regained strength, and Barzillai returned to Rogelim back to his quiet life, leaving behind only the memory of his kindness and the tangible reality of his support. For many in David's camp, that support made the difference between survival and collapse. It provided the foundation they needed to regroup, to plan, to prepare for what came next. But Barzillai did not stay to see it. He had done what needed to be done. The outcome was in God's hands. His servants continued the supply line he had established. Regular deliveries of provisions arrived at David's camp. The support was reliable, generous, and consistent. It allowed David to focus on the military and political challenges ahead without the constant worry of how to feed and shelter his followers. In the days that followed, as David consolidated his position east of the Jordan and began preparing for the inevitable confrontation with Absalom's forces, the stability provided by Barzillai's support proved crucial. Warriors could train, strategies could be developed, alliances could be forged. All of this became possible because one elderly man in Gilead had understood what faithfulness required and had acted on that understanding without hesitation or calculation of personal benefit. The kingdom would remember this moment, but Barzillai would not seek such remembrance. He had simply done what was right, what was required, what faith demanded in that particular moment. And then he had gone home. Chapter 4. Helping the anointed in hiding. The theological weight of what Barzillai had done became clearer as the days passed. David was not just any king. He was the Lord's anointed, chosen by God through the prophet Samuel when he was still a shepherd boy. His kingship was not merely political, it was covenantal. God had promised that David's throne would be established forever, that his lineage would produce the Messiah. But now that promise seemed threatened. The faithful in Israel faced a profound question. Did God's promises depend on circumstances? Did they hold true only when the king was in power, sitting safely in Jerusalem? Or did they remain true even when the king was in exile, hunted by his own son, dependent on the charity of distant supporters? Barzillai's answer was clear. The promises held. The anointing remained. David was still God's chosen king, whether he sat on a throne or slept in the wilderness. This was not political pragmatism. This was theological conviction. Others had made different calculations. Many who had served David in Jerusalem now served Absalom, justifying the switch with talk of inevitability and practical necessity. Advisors had changed sides. Military commanders had defected. Even Ahithophel, David's most trusted counselor, had joined the rebellion. The narrative being constructed in Jerusalem was that David's time was over, that this was a natural transition, that Absalom represented the future while David represented the past. But Barzillai rejected that narrative entirely. He understood that God's purposes are not subject to human opinion polls or military outcomes. What God establishes, no rebellion can permanently overturn. What God anoints, no conspiracy can legitimately replace. The anointing was not a temporary designation that could be transferred based on popularity or power. It was a permanent spiritual reality. When Samuel had poured oil on David's head years ago, declaring him king over Israel, that act had initiated something that transcended politics. It had established David as God's representative, God's chosen instrument for leading the nation. That designation did not expire when circumstances became difficult. It did not transfer to Absalom just because Absalom had managed to seize power temporarily. Understanding this required a different way of seeing reality. It required recognizing that spiritual truths operate on a level deeper than visible circumstances, that God's purposes unfold over timescales that make immediate events seem less determinative. Most people could not see this way. They looked at Jerusalem under Absalom's control and concluded that Absalom was now the legitimate ruler. They looked at David in exile and concluded that his reign was over. They made judgments based on what appeared to be true, rather than what God had declared to be true. Barzillai saw differently. He saw through the immediate crisis to the underlying reality. God had chosen David. God had made promises to David. Those facts remained constant regardless of temporary circumstances. So he helped David, not because he thought David would definitely win, not because he had insider information about military strategy, but because helping God's anointed was the right thing to do, regardless of outcome. This kind of faith is rare. It operates without guarantees. It acts on principle rather than probability. It serves without seeing the end of the story. In the weeks that followed, as David regrouped and prepared his forces, the support of people like Barzillai proved crucial. It was not just the material provisions, though those mattered enormously. It was the message those provisions sent. You are not alone. You are still the king. We still believe. David had lost his capital. He had lost his son. He had lost the visible symbols of his authority, but he had not lost everything. The faithful remained. The covenant held. And God's purposes, however obscured by current events, continued to unfold. Barzillai's quiet act of provision became part of that unfolding, a thread in the larger tapestry, a small but essential contribution to the preservation of the Davidic line, and he made that contribution without any certainty that history would remember his name. The faithfulness Barzillai demonstrated was not unique to him personally, though his particular expression of it was remarkable. Throughout Israel's history, there had always been people who understood that serving God meant more than maintaining religious rituals. It meant acting in accordance with God's declared purposes, even when those purposes seemed threatened by present circumstances. These were the people who hid prophets when kings sought to kill them, who protected the faithful during periods of apostasy, who maintained worship when it became dangerous to do so, who remembered God's promises when everyone else had forgotten them. They rarely became famous. Their names seldom appeared in the Chronicles, but they were the ones who actually preserved the faith through generations of crisis and compromise. Barzillai belonged to this tradition. He was one of the quiet faithful whose cumulative obedience sustained God's purposes when those purposes appeared most vulnerable. His provision for David was not an isolated act of generosity. It was an expression of lifelong faithfulness, of theological conviction developed over decades, of commitment to God's kingdom that ran deeper than any political allegiance or personal ambition. This is why the scriptures preserve his story. Not because what he did was extraordinary in scale, though the provision was certainly generous, but because what he did was extraordinary in motive. He helped because helping was what faith required. He gave because God's anointed needed provision. He risked everything because the covenant promises were more real to him than any threat Absalom's regime could pose. In a world of calculated allegiances and hedged bets, Barzillai's complete commitment stood out. He didn't help David a little bit. He did not provide token support that could be explained away if circumstances turned against him. He gave fully, generously, without reservation. And in doing so, he demonstrated what it actually means to trust God's promises. Not to give intellectual assent to theological propositions, but to stake everything on the conviction that what God has declared will come to pass, regardless of how things currently appear. This kind of faith changes kingdoms, not through dramatic displays or military might, but through the quiet, persistent obedience of people who understand that God's purposes advance through faithfulness more than through force. David would remember this. The lesson would shape how he understood loyalty, how he valued those who remained faithful during his darkest hours, how he thought about the relationship between covenant and circumstance, and it would shape how future generations understood what true faithfulness looks like. Not the faithfulness that emerges when outcomes are certain and rewards are guaranteed, but the faithfulness that persists when everything is uncertain and the only guarantee is God's word. Barzillai had embodied that kind of faith, and in doing so, he had become far more than just an elderly landowner from Gilead. He had become an example that would endure for thousands of years, teaching each new generation what it means to trust God completely. Chapter 5. The rebellion ends. The civil war that had seemed inevitable did not last as long as many expected. Absalom's support, though initially widespread, proved shallow. His coalition was built on grievances and promises rather than genuine loyalty. When David's forces, now regrouped and reinforced, began moving against the rebellion, that coalition began to fracture. The decisive battle took place in the forest of Ephraim. David's commanders, despite the king's explicit orders to deal gently with Absalom, engaged the rebel forces in terrain that favoured experience over numbers. The dense forest broke up formations, made cavalry charges impossible, turned the battle into a grinding series of small engagements where David's veteran warriors had every advantage. 20,000 men died that day. The forest itself seemed to fight against Absalom's forces, with more soldiers killed by the terrain and confusion than by enemy weapons. And then Absalom himself died. Riding through the forest on a mule, his head caught in the thick branches of an oak tree. The mule continued forward, leaving him hanging, suspended, helpless. Joab, David's commander, found him there and, despite the king's orders, killed him with 3 spears to the heart. The rebellion collapsed immediately. Without Absalom, there was no rallying point. His supporters fled or surrendered. The brief kingdom he had established evaporated like morning mist. Word reached David in Mahanaim. The messengers expected celebration. They brought news of victory, of the rebellion crushed, of the throne secured. Instead, David wept. He climbed to the chamber above the gate and cried out in grief that echoed through the camp. His words, raw and broken, revealed the terrible cost of victory. "O my son Absalom, my son Absalom, would that I had died instead of you, O Absalom, my son, my son." It was a king's lament, but also a father's. The throne was saved, but the price was unbearable. The grief was genuine and profound. David had lost many things over the course of his life. He had lost his best friend Jonathan. He had lost his infant son born to Bathsheba. He had lost warriors who had followed him since the days of fleeing from Saul. But this loss carried a unique weight. Absalom had not been killed by enemies. He had been killed while actively trying to take David's life, while leading a rebellion designed to destroy everything David had built. By every measure of justice and political necessity, Absalom's death should have been celebrated as the removal of a dangerous threat. But David was not celebrating. He was mourning, because underneath the rebel leader, underneath the usurper and traitor, Absalom was still his son, still the child he had held, still the boy who had needed his father's guidance and protection. The rebellion could not erase that fundamental relationship, could not change the fact that David loved him. This created a strange tension in the camp. The soldiers who had just won a decisive victory found themselves uncomfortable, almost ashamed. They had fought bravely, they had risked their lives, they had secured the throne and preserved the kingdom, and their king was weeping as though they had committed some terrible crime. Joab, practical and blunt as always, eventually confronted David about this. He pointed out that the king was humiliating those who had saved his life, that the grief was inappropriate given the circumstances, that David's mourning for a rebel son was overshadowing the loyalty of faithful followers. The confrontation was harsh but necessary. David eventually emerged from his grief enough to acknowledge his people, to thank them for their faithfulness, to begin the process of restoration. But something had changed. The victory felt hollow. The throne was secure, but the cost of securing it had left scars that would never fully heal. Eventually, after days of mourning, David was convinced to return to Jerusalem. The journey back was complicated by politics and reconciliation. Those who had supported Absalom now sought forgiveness. Those who had remained loyal expected reward. Everyone had a calculation, a positioning for the new reality. The tribes argued about who would have the honour of bringing the king back. Political factions manoeuvred for advantage. Old rivalries surfaced. The unity that had briefly existed during the crisis began fragmenting as soon as the immediate threat passed. David navigated these tensions with the wisdom that had made him a successful king, though the joy of return was tempered by everything he had lost along the way. But David remembered something more important than political manoeuvring. He remembered who had helped him when help was most needed. He remembered the beds and blankets in the wilderness, the food when his people were hungry, the quiet man from Rogelim who had risked everything to support God's anointed king. He remembered Barzillai. Among all the people positioning for reward, among all the political calculations and renewed allegiances, David remembered the one person who had helped without any expectation of return, who had provided support when the outcome was uncertain, who had demonstrated faith rather than opportunism. This memory would shape what happened next, because David understood that loyalty shown during crisis is worth more than loyalty offered after victory is assured, that faithfulness demonstrated when the cost is real matters more than faithfulness proclaimed when the danger has passed. Barzillai had been faithful when it cost him something, when it required risk, when the easy path would have been neutrality or even opposition, and David was not going to forget that. Chapter 6, An Offer from the King. When David crossed back over the Jordan, preparing to reclaim his throne in Jerusalem, Barzillai came to meet him. He accompanied the king part of the way, a gesture of respect and continued loyalty. They travelled together toward Gilgal, and David, aware that Barzillai had not sought any reward or recognition for his support, made an offer. "Come across with me, and I will provide for you in Jerusalem." It was an extraordinary invitation, to live in the king's city, to have a place at the royal table, to be honoured publicly for the loyalty he had shown privately. For a provincial landowner from Gilead, this was the kind of opportunity that could transform not just his life, but his family's future for generations. David was offering more than provision. He was offering status, proximity to power, a permanent place in the court of Israel's greatest king. It was the reward that any reasonable person would accept without hesitation. The offer carried enormous implications. To be provided for by the king meant economic security for life. To live in Jerusalem meant access to the centre of power, the ability to influence decisions and shape policy. To be at the royal table meant prestige, honour, recognition as one of the king's most trusted companions. For someone of Barzillai's age, it also meant ensuring his family's future. The connections made in Jerusalem, the favour earned through proximity to David, could establish his descendants for generations. His children and grandchildren would benefit from the honour he had earned through his faithfulness. It was, by any standard, a generous and appropriate reward. David was offering to repay loyalty with loyalty, faithfulness with favour. He was demonstrating that serving God's anointed would not go unacknowledged, that those who helped during crisis would be remembered during restoration. But Barzillai was not interested in reasonable calculations. He looked at the king, at the man he had helped, without expecting anything in return, and he declined. His response was gentle but firm. He pointed to his age, to the limitations that came with 80 or more years of life. "How many years do I have left to live that I should go up with the king to Jerusalem? I am now 80 years old. Can I discern what is pleasant and what is not? Can your servant taste what he eats or what he drinks? Can I still listen to the voice of singing men and singing women? Why then should your servant be an added burden to my lord the king?" It was not false humility. Barzillai was being honest about his circumstances. At his age, the pleasures of court life held little appeal. The music and food and spectacle that others might crave meant nothing to him. His senses were dulled. His energy was limited. He would be, in his own estimation, more of a burden than a benefit. The response revealed something profound about Barzillai's character. He was not declining out of false modesty or theatrical self-deprecation. He was making a genuine assessment of his situation, and concluding that accepting David's offer would not actually improve his life in any meaningful way. What would he do in Jerusalem? Sit at banquets where he could barely taste the food? Attend performances where he could barely hear the music? Navigate court politics when he had no interest in power? Spend his final years in a city far from everything familiar, surrounded by people whose motivations he would find alien? The honest answer was that Jerusalem had nothing to offer him, not because David's offer was insincere or insufficient, but because Barzillai had reached a stage of life where the things that motivate most people, Recognition, status, comfort, security had lost their appeal. He had lived 80 years. He had built a successful life. He had raised a family. He had managed his estate well. He had, at the crucial moment, been faithful to what God required of him. What more did he need? What could Jerusalem add to a life already complete in the ways that actually mattered? But there was something deeper in his refusal, something that revealed the true nature of his character. He had not helped David to gain reward. He had helped because it was right, because faith required it, because loyalty to God's anointed was not conditional on personal benefit. Accepting David's offer would have changed the meaning of everything he had done. It would have transformed an act of pure faithfulness into a calculated investment. It would have suggested that his support had been motivated by the hope of future reward, rather than by simple obedience to what God required. Barzillai would not allow his faithfulness to be reinterpreted that way. His provision for David had been unconditional. He had given without expectation of return. He had risked his fortune without any guarantee that David would even survive, much less be restored to power. To accept reward now would retroactively condition that faithfulness. It would turn a pure expression of faith into a transaction. It would reduce genuine loyalty to calculated self-interest. Barzillai refused to allow that transformation. His faithfulness had been real, had been complete, had been offered without strings attached. And it would remain that way, even if it meant declining the very reward that others would consider the ultimate validation. So he declined, politely, gratefully, but firmly. Instead, he made a request. "Let your servant return, that I may die in my own city near the grave of my father and my mother. But here is your servant Chimham. Let him cross over with my lord the king, and do for him whatever seems good to you." Chimham was likely Barzillai's son, or a trusted servant from his household. By asking David to bless Chimham instead, Barzillai was ensuring that the king's generosity would not be wasted, while simultaneously removing himself from the equation. His family would benefit, his household would be honoured. But he would return to Rogelim, to the quiet life he had always known. It was a brilliant solution. It honoured David's desire to reward faithfulness, while preserving the purity of Barzillai's original motivation. It secured his family's future without compromising his own integrity. It allowed the blessing to flow forward to the next generation, while allowing Barzillai himself to maintain the simplicity and authenticity that had characterized his entire life. David accepted this arrangement. He blessed Barzillai and sent him home with honour. Chimham crossed the Jordan with the king and was given a place in David's court, representing the faithfulness of the man who had helped save the kingdom. And Barzillai walked back east toward Gilead, leaving behind the court and the capital and all the recognition he could have claimed. He returned to Rogelim, to his estate, to his flocks and fields, to the ordinary rhythms of life that had sustained him for 8 decades, to the place where his parents were buried and where he himself would eventually rest. He went home, and in going home, he completed one of the most remarkable demonstrations of faith recorded in Scripture. Chapter 7. A humble refusal. The journey back to Rogelim gave Barzillai time to reflect. He had watched history unfold. He had played a small but crucial role in preserving the Davidic line. He had met the king, been honoured by him, been offered a place in the story that would be told for generations, and he had walked away. Not because he was ungrateful, not because he doubted David's sincerity, but because his faith did not require external validation. It did not need monuments or positions or public recognition to be real. What he had done for God. The king's gratitude was appreciated but not necessary. The offer of reward was generous but not desired. The entire experience had confirmed what Barzillai had always believed, that faithfulness is its own justification. As he travelled the familiar roads back to his estate, passing the fields he had worked, the villages where he was known, he felt no regret about the choice he'd made. Jerusalem might have been exciting for a younger man, full of possibility and potential, but for him it would have been a distraction from what mattered. His life was in Rogelim, his family was there, his responsibilities, his daily routines, the simple rhythms of agricultural life that had sustained him for 8 decades. These were not lesser things. They were his calling, as real and valid as any royal appointment. God did not need him in Jerusalem. God needed him in Rogelim, being faithful in the place he had been given, among the people he had been called to serve. The landscape of Gilead unfolded around him as he travelled. Rolling hills covered in grass, olive groves, vineyards, small settlements connected by ancient roads. It was not grand or impressive by the standards of Jerusalem, but it was home, and it was enough. Barzillai thought about the life he had built here, the estate he had developed through decades of careful management, the workers he employed, many of whom had been with him for years, some for their entire lives, the relationships he had cultivated in the community, the reputation he had earned for fairness and integrity. These things had value, not the kind of value that impressed chroniclers or appeared in royal records, but real value nonetheless, the value of consistency, of faithfulness in small things, of daily obedience to the responsibilities God had given him. He had never sought greatness, never aspired to influence kings or shape national policy. He had simply tried to be faithful in the context he had been given, to manage his resources well, to treat people fairly, to worship God genuinely, to act with integrity in all his dealings. That faithfulness had positioned him, when the moment came, to provide crucial support to David. But the faithfulness itself had not been motivated by the hope of such moments. It had been motivated by the simple conviction that this was what God required of his people: daily obedience, consistent integrity, readiness to act when action was needed. This understanding, this contentment with obscurity, is one of the rarest qualities in human experience. Most people, if offered the chance for recognition, would take it. Most would rationalize why they deserved the honor, why accepting would actually be the humble thing to do, why declining might even be an insult to the one making the offer. But Barzillai saw through all those justifications. He understood that true humility is not thinking less of yourself, but thinking of yourself less. It is being so secure in your identity and calling that external validation becomes unnecessary. He had helped the king because the king needed help, not because the king might someday be able to repay him, not because there was an audience to impress, not because history would record his name. He had helped because God's anointed needed provision, and Barzillai had the resources to provide it. The equation was that simple. The rest was just noise. When he arrived back in Rogelim, life continued much as it had before. The crops still needed tending. The livestock still needed care. The business of daily existence resumed its familiar patterns. His household welcomed him back. Servants who had wondered whether he would return from Jerusalem or choose to stay in the royal court found him walking up the familiar path, returning to resume his responsibilities as though nothing extraordinary had happened. And in a sense, nothing extraordinary had happened. Barzillai had simply done what needed to be done, what faith required in that particular moment. The fact that it had involved meeting a king and being offered honour was incidental to the fundamental nature of the act itself. He settled back into his routines, rising early, inspecting the flocks, consulting with stewards about the harvest, settling disputes among workers, managing trade relationships, the thousand small tasks that comprised the actual substance of his life. But something had changed, even if no one else could see it. Barzillai had proven something profound about the nature of faith. He had demonstrated that God can work through anyone, anywhere, when they are willing to act without the promise of recognition. He had shown that the kingdom of God advances not just through kings and prophets, not just through those whose names echo through scripture and history, but through quiet people in small places who do what needs to be done and then return to their ordinary lives. And in doing so, he had become extraordinary, not by seeking extraordinariness, not by pursuing greatness or recognition or historical significance, but by being so thoroughly faithful in his ordinary calling that when the extraordinary moment came, he was ready for it. And when the extraordinary moment passed, he was ready to return to the ordinary without regret or resentment. This is the kind of character that cannot be manufactured or performed. It emerges only through years of consistent faithfulness, of daily choices to do what is right regardless of who is watching, of persistent obedience to what God requires even when that obedience brings no visible benefit. Barzillai had lived this way for 80 years. The encounter with David had simply revealed publicly what had always been true privately, that his faith was real, his loyalty was genuine, and his character was solid. He was content with that, content to be known for faithfulness rather than fame, content to serve God in obscurity rather than prominence, content to be remembered, if he was remembered at all, not as someone who sought greatness, but as someone who was simply faithful when faithfulness mattered. And that contentment, more than any honour David could have given him, was the true reward for a life well lived. Chapter 8. A Legacy Passed Forward. The story of Barzillai did not end with his return to Rogelim. David kept his promise to honour Shimon. The young man was given land and provision, established in a way that ensured Barzillai's household would be remembered. Later references in scripture suggest that Shimon's inheritance included property near Bethlehem, land that became associated with his name for generations. But more than property or position, what passed forward was the example. Years later, when David was near death and giving final instructions to his son Solomon, he mentioned Barzillai specifically. "Show kindness to the sons of Barzillai the Gileadite, and let them be among those who eat at your table, for with such kindness they met me when I fled from Absalom your brother." It was a deathbed instruction, a final act of gratitude, ensuring that Solomon would continue to honour the family that had shown such loyalty to David in his darkest moment. The kindness Barzillai had shown was not forgotten, even at the end of David's life. This created a legacy that extended beyond a single generation. Barzillai's faithfulness became a standard, an example cited by kings. His decision to help without seeking reward became a model for what loyalty should look like. The instruction to Solomon was significant in ways that went beyond simple gratitude. David was establishing a principle that would guide his son's reign, that faithfulness should be rewarded, that those who demonstrate loyalty during crisis deserve recognition during prosperity, that a king's memory should be long when it comes to those who helped him. Solomon, who would go on to become known for his wisdom, learned from his father's example. He honoured Barzillai's descendants. He ensured they had a place at the royal table. He maintained the connection between the royal house and the family that had helped preserve it. This meant that Barzillai's faithfulness created opportunities for his children and grandchildren that extended far beyond anything he could have anticipated. His refusal to seek personal reward actually resulted in greater honour for his family line than accepting David's initial offer would have provided. But this outcome was not something Barzillai could have predicted or planned for. It emerged naturally from the character he had demonstrated. Genuine faithfulness, it turns out, creates its own rewards, though those rewards come in forms and at times that cannot be anticipated or controlled. In a culture that valued honour and recognition, that built monuments and wrote chronicles to preserve the names of the notable, Barzillai's story stood as a reminder that God sees and values a different kind of service, the service that happens in secret, the faithfulness that asks for nothing, the loyalty that persists even when the outcome is uncertain. This was the legacy Barzillai passed forward, not through military conquest or political achievement, but through simple obedience to what faith required. He had been given resources and used them to support God's purposes. He had been offered reward and declined it. He had been given the chance for recognition and walked away from it. And in doing so, he had accomplished something that no amount of positioning or ambition could achieve. He had remained faithful to his calling without compromising his character. He had served God's anointed without seeking personal advantage. He had acted righteously without requiring public acknowledgement. The scriptures preserve his story precisely because it exemplifies a kind of faith that is often overlooked but deeply valued by God. A faith that works in obscurity. A faith that serves without expecting applause. A faith that understands that the approval that matters is not from crowds or chroniclers, but from the one who sees everything, even what is done in secret. Barzillai's descendants benefited from his faithfulness. His family was honoured. His name was remembered. But these outcomes were not the motivation for his actions. They were simply the natural result of a life lived in genuine devotion. And that distinction matters, because faith that serves in order to be rewarded is not really faith at all. It is just another form of transaction, another calculation of cost and benefit. True faith serves because service is what love requires, what loyalty demands, what obedience to God looks like in practical terms. Barzillai understood this, and in understanding it, he became an example that would outlast his lifetime, his children's lifetime, and continue speaking to people thousands of years after his death. The example transcended cultural and temporal boundaries. Whether someone lived in ancient Israel or in the modern world, the principle remained the same. Genuine faithfulness does not depend on circumstances, does not require recognition, and does not calculate returns. It simply does what needs to be done because doing it is right. This is the legacy Barzillai passed forward. Not a legacy of monuments or military victories or political achievements, but a legacy of character, of integrity, of faithfulness that persisted regardless of cost or outcome, and that legacy proved more enduring than any monument ever built. Epilogue. Faith that asks for nothing. There is a type of faith that only emerges in crisis, not the faith that is expressed through religious rituals or theological discussions, but the faith that shows itself when everything is uncertain and the cost of obedience is real. The faith that acts without guarantees, the faith that serves without applause, the faith that remains loyal when loyalty is difficult and dangerous. Barzillai's story reveals this kind of faith. He was not a priest or prophet. He held no religious office. He had no special training in theology or scripture. He was simply a man who understood that God's promises were real, that God's anointed remained anointed regardless of circumstances, and that faithfulness meant helping when help was needed, not when it was convenient or likely to be rewarded. The world tends to remember the dramatic moments, the battles won, the kingdoms conquered, the speeches delivered. History books celebrate the visible achievements, the public triumphs, the accomplishments that can be measured and chronicled. But God's kingdom advances through different metrics. It advances through the faithful provision of an elderly man in Gilead, through the quiet obedience of people whose names barely appear in the historical record, through the countless acts of service that happen far from crowds and cameras, performed by people who understand that God sees what others overlook. Barzillai could have stayed neutral. He could have waited to see who would win before committing his resources. He could have helped David and then demanded recognition, leveraged his support into political position, used his moment of importance to advance his family status. Instead, he provided what was needed and then went home. He accepted the king's gratitude but declined the king's reward. He ensured his household would be blessed but removed himself from the blessing. This is the kind of faith that changes kingdoms, not because it is loud or dramatic or visible, but precisely because it is none of those things, because it is pure, because it acts from conviction rather than calculation, because it serves God rather than serving itself. In a world obsessed with recognition and platform and influence, Barzillai's example is profoundly countercultural. It suggests that the most meaningful service often happens in obscurity, that the most important acts of faithfulness may never trend on social media, or make headlines or result in book deals and speaking tours, that God is not impressed by platform but by obedience, not by visibility but by faithfulness, not by recognition but by righteousness. Barzillai lived 80 years, most of them, in complete obscurity. He managed his estate, raised his family, conducted his business, and left virtually no mark on the public record until the moment when David needed help, and Barzillai provided it. That moment defined his legacy, not because it was his only act of faithfulness, but because it was characteristic of how he had always lived. His response to David's crisis was not an aberration or a one-time heroic act. It was simply who he had always been, revealed in a moment when faithfulness was costly and public neutrality would have been safe. The faith Barzillai demonstrated is still needed. In every generation, in every place, there are moments when God's purposes require people who will act without certainty of outcome, who will provide without expectation of reward, who will serve without demanding recognition. These people rarely become famous. Their names do not echo through history. They return to their ordinary lives after extraordinary acts of obedience, content to be known only to God. But they are the ones who actually sustain God's work in the world. They are the foundation on which kingdoms are preserved and purposes are accomplished. They are the quiet faithful whose cumulative obedience makes everything else possible. Barzillai's story is preserved in Scripture not as an exception but as an example, as evidence of what faith looks like when stripped of pretense and performance, as a reminder that God sees and values and ultimately honours the service that the world overlooks. He was an old man from an unremarkable town who helped a king in exile. He provided beds and food and shelter when they were desperately needed. He did it without fanfare or negotiation, and when offered reward he walked away, returning to the quiet life from which he had briefly emerged. And in doing so he revealed something profound about the nature of faith itself, that it does not require a stage, that it does not demand recognition, that it serves because service is what love looks like in action, what loyalty means in practice, what faithfulness requires in the moment when all the theology and doctrine and religious discussion must become something real. Barzillai was faithful, not because anyone was watching, not because history would remember, but because God's anointed needed help, and Barzillai had the resources to provide it. That was enough. It was always enough, and it always will be. The story ends where it began, in the quiet regions east of the Jordan, in a place called Rogelim that most people had never heard of and would quickly forget, with an elderly man who had helped change the course of a kingdom, and then gone home to live out his remaining days in the obscurity from which he'd briefly emerged. But the impact of what he did rippled forward through generations, through Chimham and his descendants, through David's memory and Solomon's honouring of that memory, through the preserved record in Scripture that ensured his example would speak to countless people across thousands of years, all because he understood something that many miss, that faithfulness does not need to be seen to be real, that obedience does not require an audience to be valid, that service to God is its own justification, regardless of whether anyone else ever knows about it. Barzillai demonstrated this truth in the most practical way possible. He helped when help was needed. He gave without expecting return. He served without seeking recognition. And then he went home, content with the simple knowledge that he had done what faith required. That contentment, that peace with obscurity, that willingness to be faithful without requiring validation may be the most remarkable aspect of his entire story, because it reveals a depth of character that cannot be manufactured or performed. It shows a security of identity that does not depend on external recognition. It demonstrates a relationship with God that is genuine rather than transactional. And it stands as a permanent reminder that the kingdom of God advances not primarily through those who seek greatness, but through those who simply seek to be faithful. Not through those who demand recognition, but through those who serve whether anyone is watching or not. Not through those who calculate rewards, but through those who understand that knowing you have been obedient to what God required is reward enough. Barzillai understood this. He lived it, and in living it, he became an enduring example of what real faith looks like. Faith that asks for nothing. Faith that expects nothing. Faith that simply does what needs to be done because doing it is right, because God requires it, because his anointed needs help and there are resources available to provide that help. That kind of faith changes the world, one quiet act at a time, one unpublicized provision at a time, one obscure person at a time, until the cumulative weight of all that faithfulness accomplishes what no army could conquer and no king could decree, the preservation of God's purposes through the obedience of people whose names the world will never know, but whose actions God will never forget. Barzillai was one of those people, and his story remains, thousands of years later, as testimony to the power of faithfulness that asks for nothing except the opportunity to serve. Hello there, dear friend. Welcome to Sacred Rest. I'm so glad you've joined me tonight for this gentle journey into peaceful slumber. Before we begin our sleep story, I want to invite you to settle in comfortably. Find that perfect position where your body can fully relax. Perhaps adjust your pillow just so, and allow your blankets to cradle you in warmth. How was your day today? Was it filled with joys or perhaps some challenges? Whatever experiences you carry today, know that now is the time to set them aside. This is your moment for rest and renewal. What time is it for you right now? Late evening? The middle of the night? And where in the world are you resting tonight? Perhaps in a cosy apartment in a bustling city, or maybe a quiet home in the countryside. Wherever you are, I'm grateful that our paths have crossed in this peaceful moment. If you found comfort in tonight's journey, I warmly invite you to subscribe to Sacred Rest. Each night we create a sanctuary of calm together, a gentle refuge from the world's noise. Tonight we'll rest in the words of one of the most beloved Psalms, a passage written for weary hearts, quiet minds, and those who long for peace. The 23rd Psalm has comforted countless souls throughout the centuries, and tonight we'll let its ancient wisdom guide us into restful sleep. Take a deep breath with me now. Inhale slowly and exhale completely. Again, breathe in peace and breathe out tension. One more time, breathe in divine rest and exhale all your cares. Let us begin our journey beside still waters. Verse 1, the Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. Imagine yourself standing at the edge of a vast rolling meadow. The early morning light bathes everything in a soft golden glow. The air is perfectly still, with just the faintest whisper of a breeze caressing your face. Before you stretches an endless carpet of vibrant green grass, so lush and inviting that you can almost feel its softness beneath your feet without even taking a step. Small wildflowers dot the landscape with gentle purples, whites and yellows, not in overwhelming abundance, but in perfect, balanced harmony. In the distance you notice a figure, the shepherd. There is something immediately comforting about this presence. Even from afar you sense profound care, a watchful attention that encompasses you completely. The shepherd moves unhurriedly among a small flock of sheep who graze peacefully, utterly at ease. With each breath you take, feel the certainty growing within you. You are not alone. You are watched over. You are cared for. The Lord is my shepherd. Feel the personal nature of these words. Not just a shepherd, but my shepherd. This relationship is intimate, attentive, and constant. The shepherd knows your name, knows your needs, knows the unique contours of your heart. I shall not want. These words settle over you like a warm blanket. Everything you truly need is provided. There is enough. You are enough. In this moment, all is well. The tension in your shoulders begins to release. Your breathing slows naturally. Your mind grows quieter as you gaze across the meadow, feeling the first gentle waves of true rest washing over you. Let yourself be here fully, in this place of sufficiency and care. There is nothing to strive for, nothing to chase, nothing to fix. The shepherd is present, and that presence changes everything. Verse 2, he makes me lie down in green pastures. He leads me beside still waters. As you continue to gaze across the meadow, you feel a gentle invitation to move forward, to enter fully into this landscape of peace. Your feet begin to carry you forward, almost of their own accord. With each step, you feel the soft grass beneath your feet, cool, yielding, supporting. The morning dew still clings to each blade of grass, catching the sunlight and transforming the ordinary into the extraordinary. Thousands of tiny prisms reflecting light in all directions. As you walk, your passing leaves momentary impressions in the grass and dew, small testimonies that you are here, that you matter, that your presence changes things in small but meaningful ways. The air feels cleaner here, easier to breathe. Each inhalation fills your lungs completely. Each exhalation releases something you didn't even realize you were carrying. After walking for a time, it could be minutes or hours, time seems different here, you begin to hear it, the gentle rhythmic sound of water, not crashing waves or rushing rapids, but the subtle musical sound of water that is at rest, water that is at peace with itself. The shepherd has gone ahead of you and now stands waiting at the edge of a crystal clear pool. The surface is still, almost mirror-like, reflecting the blues of the sky and the greens of the surrounding trees with perfect clarity. Only occasionally does a gentle ripple move across its surface, as if the water itself is breathing slowly, contentedly. He makes me lie down. Notice these words. Not forces, not commands, but makes me lie down. Like a parent who knows when their child needs rest before the child does. There is tender authority here, loving insistence. The shepherd knows that true rest isn't always automatic for us. Sometimes we need to be guided into it, led to surrender to it. Find a perfect spot near the water's edge. The grass here seems even softer, as if specially prepared for you. Allow yourself to lower down, to release the weight of your body fully into the earth that supports you. Lie back and look up at the vast blue sky above, wisps of white clouds moving with imperceptible slowness across its expanse. He leads me beside still waters. Still waters run deep, they say. There is profound quiet here, but it's not emptiness. It's fullness, completeness. The still waters offer reflection, clarity, and deep refreshment. Listen to the almost imperceptible sounds of the water gently lapping at the shoreline. A rhythm like slow breathing, like a heartbeat. Perhaps your own breathing begins to synchronize with this ancient rhythm. Inhale peace, exhale tension. Inhale trust, exhale worry. Feel the warmth of the sun on your face, the support of the earth beneath you, the watchful presence of the shepherd nearby. You're completely safe, completely held, completely at peace. Verse 3, He restores my soul. He leads me in paths of righteousness for his name's sake. As you rest beside the still waters, something remarkable begins to happen within you. It's subtle at first, like the first light of dawn or the first notes of a distant song. There's a sense of something being repaired, renewed, restored. He restores my soul. Restoration is different from replacement. The shepherd doesn't discard what is worn or broken. Instead, with infinite patience and skill, he mends, strengthens, and beautifies. All the frayed edges of your being, the worries that have worn thin your peace, the hurts that have torn your confidence, the fears that have unravelled your trust, all these are being gathered up by gentle, knowing hands. Imagine this restoration happening now with each breath you take, the scattered pieces of yourself being gathered, the depleted places being refilled, the dimmed lights being rekindled. Your soul, that deepest, truest part of you, being remembered to wholeness. After a time of this peaceful restoration, you become aware that the shepherd is standing nearby, ready to continue the journey. With no urgency but clear purpose, he gestures toward a path that winds away from the still waters, through a grove of ancient trees. Feeling refreshed in a way that seems to reach beyond physical rest, you rise and follow. The path beneath your feet is not wide or imposing, but it is clear, a gentle track worn by the faithful passing of many feet over many years. Those who have walked this way before have left not just their footprints, but something of their faith, their hope, their trust in the shepherd's leading. He leads me in paths of righteousness. As you walk this path, you notice it doesn't always take the easiest route. Sometimes it curves around obstacles rather than removing them. Sometimes it climbs gentle rises that require more effort, but reveal more beautiful vistas. Always, it seems to follow a wisdom beyond what is immediately apparent. The word righteousness floats through your mind, not as a harsh standard of perfection, but as a word that simply means the right way or the good path. This is a path aligned with goodness, with wholeness, with the way things are meant to be. For his name's sake. These words remind you that the shepherd guides with purpose, with integrity. The path reflects something essential about who the shepherd is. Faithful, good, trustworthy. In following, you participate in a story larger than your own, a goodness that ripples outward beyond what you can see. The dappled sunlight filters through the leaves above, creating patterns of light and shadow that dance across the path as a gentle breeze moves through the branches. The air is filled with the scent of earth and growing things. Birds call to one another from tree to tree, not in frantic chatter, but in peaceful conversation. With each step on this path, you feel more aligned, more centered, more at home in yourself and in the world. The restoration that began by the still waters continues as you walk, as if the very act of following where you are led brings its own kind of healing. Verse 4. Even though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for you are with me. Your rod and your staff, they comfort me. The path now begins to descend gradually, and the bright openness of the meadow gives way to a different landscape. The trees grow closer together, their canopy thicker, allowing less light to penetrate. It is not darkness exactly, but a deep blue-tinted dimness, the kind that makes colours softer and sounds more muted. You have entered a valley. Even though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, these ancient words name a universal experience, those times when light seems distant, when the path ahead is unclear, when what was once certain now feels tenuous. This valley could represent anything in your life that brings sadness, uncertainty or fear, illness, loss, anxiety, transition, grief. But notice, it is the valley of the shadow of death. A shadow may darken, but it cannot ultimately harm. A shadow has no substance of its own. It is merely evidence that light exists, that something stands between you and that light for a time, and most importantly, this valley is something you walk through, not something where you will remain. The path narrows here, requiring more attention to each step. The ground is uneven in places, scattered with small stones. Yet even in this challenging terrain you notice something remarkable. The shepherd's presence has changed. While before the shepherd led the way, now he walks directly beside you, closer than before. For you are with me. Feel the profound shift in these words. No longer speaking about the shepherd in the third person, he leads, but speaking directly to him. You are with me. In the deepest valley, the relationship becomes most intimate, the presence most palpable. In the shepherd's hand is a rod, a symbol of protection and authority. With the other hand, he carries a staff with a curved end, perfect for guiding, for rescuing, for drawing near what might stray. These are not weapons of aggression, but tools of care. Your rod and your staff, they comfort me. There is comfort in knowing you are protected, guided, kept close. The valley may be real, its challenges genuine, but you do not face them alone or unequipped. As you continue walking through this valley together, notice that your eyes have adjusted to the dimness. What first appeared as shapeless shadows now reveal themselves as ancient trees, their massive trunks testifying to all they have weathered and survived. The forest floor beneath your feet is soft with decades of fallen leaves, creating a natural cushion for your steps. Even here, especially here, there is beauty to be found. Small flowers that thrive in low light, the intricate patterns of moss growing on stone, the occasional shaft of sunlight breaking through, illuminating dust motes that dance like tiny stars in the beam. And always, always, the steady presence of the shepherd beside you, matching his pace to yours, unhurried, unworried, utterly present. With each step through this valley, your fear diminishes, not because the valley changes, but because your awareness of his presence grows. Verse 5, You prepare a table before me in the presence of my enemies. You anoint my head with oil. My cup overflows. The path begins to ascend again, gently but steadily. The trees thin out, allowing more light to filter through. After walking for a time, you and the shepherd emerge from the valley into a wide circular clearing surrounded by ancient olive trees. The light here is golden and warm, suggesting late afternoon approaching evening. In the centre of this clearing stands something unexpected and wonderful. A table. Not a rough outdoor table, but one that would be at home in a palace, beautifully crafted of polished wood, covered with a fine linen cloth that gleams white in the golden light. You prepare a table before me. The shepherd moves ahead and gestures for you to approach to take a seat. As you draw nearer, you see that the table is set for a feast. There are plates of bread still warm from the oven, bowls of olives and roasted vegetables, platters of fruit so ripe they glisten, and goblets of deep red wine catching the light like liquid rubies. And this feast has been prepared specifically for you, each element chosen with intimate knowledge of what delights you, what nourishes you, what you need most in this moment. In the presence of my enemies. The clearing is not entirely enclosed. There are gaps between the protective circle of trees, and through these openings you can glimpse shadowy forms moving at the edges of your vision. These represent whatever has opposed you, whatever has tried to convince you that you are unloved, unsafe, or without resources. Fear, doubt, regret, worry, pain. Yet here is the miracle. Their presence cannot touch this moment. They cannot approach the table. They cannot prevent the feast. They can only watch as you are honoured, nourished and delighted beyond measure. Taking your place at the table, you feel the shepherd's hands come to rest gently on your head. From a small alabaster jar, he pours fragrant oil that runs down warm and soothing. You anoint my head with oil. In ancient times, oil was poured on the heads of honoured guests, of those being healed, and of those being set apart for special purpose. To be anointed is to be distinguished, to be marked for blessing and protection. Feel this oil of gladness seeping into your very thoughts, soothing away tension, bringing clarity and peace. Before you on the table stands a simple clay cup. As you watch, the shepherd fills it with clear, sparkling water that catches the light like diamonds. But he doesn't stop when the cup is full. He keeps pouring until the water spills over the rim, running across the table in rivulets of abundance. My cup overflows. This is not merely enough. This is more than enough. Not scarcity managed, but abundance celebrated. Not just what you need, but what allows you to flourish, to share, to live from a place of rich sufficiency. As the sun begins its slow descent toward the horizon, take time at this table. Taste the bread that satisfies. Drink deeply from the cup that never empties. Feel the warm breeze against your skin, carrying the scent of olive trees and wild herbs. Know yourself seen, provided for, and celebrated in this moment. Verse 6. Surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life, and I will dwell in the house of the Lord forever. As the feast comes to its natural conclusion, a profound contentment settles over you. The shepherd rises and extends a hand, inviting you to continue the journey as the day's light begins to soften toward evening. You walk together now along a gently winding path that leads toward a distant hill. The setting sun casts long golden rays across the landscape, illuminating everything with a warm, honeyed glow. Each blade of grass, each leaf, each stone along the path seems outlined in light, revealing beauty that was always present but not always visible. As you walk, something catches your attention, a sound behind you like gentle footsteps. Turning slightly, you glimpse two figures following at a respectful distance. They move with grace and purpose, neither hurrying nor lagging behind. Surely goodness and mercy shall follow me. These are your companions on the journey, not just occasionally, not just when you remember to call for them, but continuously, faithfully, all the days of my life. Goodness, the active force that brings blessing, that aligns circumstances toward your flourishing, that sees and calls forth the best in you and in others. Mercy, the protective presence that catches you when you stumble, that covers your mistakes with grace, that ensures you are never defined by your worst moments or your greatest weaknesses. These are not abstract concepts, but living realities, as real as the path beneath your feet and the shepherd beside you. They accompany you not because you have earned them or achieved them, but simply because they are given, because they are part of what it means to be shepherded by this particular shepherd. As the path crests the hill, you see it in the near distance, a house aglow with warm light pouring from every window. Not an imposing mansion or a cold palace, but a home, the kind that speaks of safety, of belonging, of returning to where you are most fully known and loved. And I will dwell in the house of the Lord forever. This is your destination, not just for tonight, but for all time. The journey leads not to a temporary shelter, but to a permanent belonging, not to a brief respite, but to an eternal home. As you and the shepherd approach, the great wooden door swings open of its own accord, releasing a flood of golden light and the sound of gentle music from within. Standing on the threshold, you can feel the warmth emanating from inside, can sense the welcome that awaits. The word dwell echoes in your mind. Not visit, not stay temporarily, but dwell. To live fully, to be at home, to belong without question or condition, and not just for a season, but forever. Now, as our story draws to its peaceful conclusion, I invite you to return in your mind to that lush green meadow where our journey began. Find again that perfect spot where the grass is softest, where you can lie back and gaze up at the vast canvas of stars now appearing in the darkening sky above. Let go of today. Whatever happened, whatever was said or unsaid, done or undone, release it now. It is finished, complete, and can be set aside. Let go of tomorrow. Whatever awaits you, whatever requires your attention or energy, it will still be there when morning comes. For now, it can wait outside this moment of perfect peace. Be here now, in this sanctuary of rest you've created. Feel the shepherd's peaceful presence nearby, watchful, caring, never slumbering. Let's breathe together slowly, intentionally. Inhale calm, exhale fear, inhale rest, exhale worry, inhale peace, exhale tension, inhale trust, exhale control. With each breath you sink deeper into restful surrender. Your body grows heavier, more relaxed. Your mind grows quieter, the thoughts slowing like leaves gently floating down to land on still water. The words of the psalm flow through you one final time, not as something outside yourself, but as truth taking root within you. The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. He makes me lie down in green pastures. He leads me beside still waters. He restores my soul. He leads me in paths of righteousness for his name's sake. Even though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for you are with me. Your rod and your staff, they comfort me. You prepare a table before me in the presence of my enemies. You anoint my head with oil. My cup overflows. Surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life, and I will dwell in the house of the Lord forever. Loving shepherd, watch over this precious one as they rest tonight. Guard their dreams, calm their thoughts, and renew their strength through the gift of deep, restorative sleep. May they know your presence even in unconsciousness. May they feel your peace enveloping them through the watches of the night, and may they awaken refreshed, their soul restored by your unfailing care. Thank you for green pastures of rest, for still waters of peace, for paths of righteousness, for comfort in every valley, for tables of abundance, for overflowing cups, for goodness and mercy that never cease, and for the promise of a forever home in your presence. You are loved, You are safe. You are held. Good night. Hello, beautiful soul, and welcome to Sacred Rest. Before we begin this peaceful journey together, I'd love to connect with you for just a moment. I wonder, how has your day been? Was it filled with joy and laughter, or perhaps challenges that left you feeling weary? Whatever this day has brought you, know that you are exactly where you need to be right now. I'm curious too. What time is it where you are in the world? Are you settling into bed as evening shadows fall? Or perhaps it's the middle of the night and sleep has been elusive. Maybe you're listening from across the ocean, where dawn is beginning to break. Wherever you are, whether you're in a bustling city or quiet countryside, in a familiar bedroom or somewhere far from home, this moment is sacred, and you are welcome here. If this is your first time with us at Sacred Rest, I want to invite you to subscribe to our channel. We create these peaceful, faith-filled experiences regularly, designed to help you find rest, not just for your body, but for your soul. Hit that subscribe button and ring the notification bell so you never miss these moments of peace we share together. And to those of you who have been with us before, welcome back, dear friend. Your presence here creates a beautiful community of souls seeking rest in God's embrace. Now, wherever you are in this big, beautiful world, whatever time your clock shows, whatever your day has held, let's come together in this sacred space. Take a deep breath with me, and let's begin. Hello, and welcome. Wherever you are tonight, in a quiet room with soft blankets pulled up to your chin, sitting in a comfortable chair as the day's last light fades, or perhaps lying beneath unfamiliar stars in a place far from home, this time is for you. This is your time to breathe deeply, to let go, to find peace, to rest in God's loving presence. I want you to know that it's okay to release whatever you've been carrying today. Those conversations that didn't go as planned, the tasks left undone, the worries that seem to whisper just as you're trying to rest. You can set them all down now. God sees them. He knows. And He invites you to cast all your anxieties on Him because He cares for you. Let's begin with some gentle breathing together. There's no pressure here, no perfect way to do this. Simply follow along as your body allows. Take a slow, deep breath in through your nose, and as you do, imagine you're breathing in God's peace. Feel it filling your lungs, your chest, spreading through your entire body. Now exhale slowly through your mouth, and as you release this breath, let go of any tension you've been holding. Let your shoulders drop. Let your jaw soften. Again, breathe in. This time, breathe in grace, God's unmerited favour, His loving kindness toward you. Feel it washing over every part of who you are. And breathe out. Exhale any fear that has been your companion today. Fear of tomorrow, fear of not being enough, fear of the unknown. Let it go on this breath. One more time, breathe in rest. Not just physical rest, but the deep soul-level rest that only comes from knowing you are held by the Creator of the universe. And breathe out. Exhale any sense of striving or struggling. You don't have to earn God's love. You don't have to prove your worth. You can simply be here, beloved child of God, and that is enough. Feel your body beginning to settle. Notice how your muscles are starting to release the day's tension. Your heartbeat is slowing to a peaceful rhythm. Your mind is beginning to quiet. Tonight, we're going to journey together to a place of profound peace. We're going to rest beside still waters and walk through green pastures as we listen to and reflect on one of the most beloved passages in all of Scripture, Psalm 23. This ancient song of trust has brought comfort to countless souls for thousands of years, and tonight it will bring comfort to yours. King David wrote these words from his own experience as both a shepherd and one who was shepherded. He knew what it meant to care for vulnerable sheep, and he knew what it meant to need care himself. In these 6 short verses, he captures the essence of what it means to live under the tender watch of our Good Shepherd. So settle in now, pull those blankets a little closer, let your eyes close gently, like flowers folding their petals at sunset. We're about to spend time in one of the most peaceful places in all of Scripture. Let's begin by hearing these timeless words in their entirety, spoken slowly and with reverence. The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. He makes me lie down in green pastures. He leads me beside still waters. He restores my soul. He leads me in paths of righteousness for his name's sake. Though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for you are with me. Your rod and your staff, they comfort me. You prepare a table before me in the presence of my enemies. You anoint my head with oil. My cup overflows. Surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life, and I will dwell in the house of the Lord forever. Let these words settle into your heart like gentle rain on thirsty ground. Each phrase is a promise. Each image is an invitation to rest. Each line is a reminder that you are not alone in this world. The Lord is my shepherd. These opening words establish the most intimate relationship possible. Not the Lord is a shepherd to many, but the Lord is my shepherd. Personal, individual, specific to you. Imagine for a moment what this means. In David's time, shepherds lived with their flocks. They knew each sheep by name, recognized their individual bleating, understood their particular needs and personalities. They would lead them to fresh pasture, protect them from predators, search for them when they wandered, and carry them when they were weak. This is the image David uses to describe his relationship with God. And tonight, as you rest in this quiet place, it's the relationship God desires with you. You are known. Not just acknowledged or recognized, but truly known. God knows the thoughts you think when you first wake up in the morning. He knows the worry that visits you at 2 a.m. He knows your dreams, your fears, your secret hopes, and your deepest longings. And knowing all of this, he chooses to be your shepherd. I shall not want. In his presence, you lack nothing essential. This doesn't mean you'll never experience physical need or emotional longing, but it means that in your deepest places, in your soul's core needs for love, acceptance, purpose, and security, you are fully provided for. Think about this for a moment. What have you been wanting lately? What has felt missing or insufficient in your life? Whether it's relationships, resources, recognition, or rest, hear this gentle truth. In him, you lack nothing that you truly need. You are seen. You are provided for. You are enough because he is enough, and he is yours. Let this truth settle deeper as you breathe slowly. With each breath, receive this reality. I am shepherded. I am cared for. I lack nothing essential. He makes me lie down. Notice that the shepherd doesn't just suggest rest. He makes it happen. Sometimes, like sheep, we don't know when we need to rest. We keep grazing, keep moving, keep striving until we're utterly exhausted. But our good shepherd, in his wisdom and love, creates circumstances where rest becomes not just possible, but necessary. Perhaps that's what's happening right now. Perhaps the events of your day, the tiredness in your body, the quiet of this moment. Perhaps this is him making you lie down, not as punishment, but as provision. In green pastures. The Hebrew word here suggests not just any grass, but tender, young grass, the most nourishing kind. When God gives you rest, it's not empty or barren rest. It's restorative rest. It's the kind of rest that feeds your soul while it refreshes your body. Picture yourself now in such a place. Imagine lying on soft emerald grass that seems to cushion every part of your body perfectly. The ground beneath you is warm but not hot, soft but supportive. Above you, perhaps a gentle blue sky with white clouds drifting slowly across your view. The air is clean and fresh, carrying the scent of wildflowers and the sound of bees humming their peaceful work songs. This is where your shepherd has brought you tonight. Not to a place of mere survival, but to a place of abundance and beauty. Even your rest is a gift, carefully chosen and lovingly provided. Let your body sink deeper into this green pasture of rest. Feel yourself being supported not just by your bed or chair, but by the loving intention of the one who knows exactly what kind of rest you need tonight. He leads me beside still waters. Water is life. In the desert climate where David lived, water meant the difference between thriving and mere survival. But notice, he doesn't lead us to rushing rapids or tumultuous seas. He leads us beside still waters. Still waters reflect. When water is calm, you can see clearly to the bottom. You can see your own reflection. Still waters are safe waters. You can drink deeply without fear. The storms in your life, and we all have them, don't disappear when you follow the shepherd. But he leads you to places where you can find calm in the midst of chaos. He knows where the still waters are, even when everything around you feels turbulent. Can you hear them now, these still waters beside you? Perhaps they sound like gentle lapping against a smooth shore. Maybe like a quiet stream flowing over worn stones, or simply the profound silence of a deep, peaceful pool reflecting starlight. These are the waters of his presence. Here, beside these still waters, your racing heart finds its rhythm again. Your churning thoughts begin to settle. Your soul finds the clarity it's been seeking. He restores my soul. The Hebrew word for restore here means to bring back, to return, to refresh completely. It's the same word used for returning a lost sheep to the flock or bringing a wanderer back home. Your soul, that deepest part of who you are, can become depleted, fragmented, or lost in the demands and disappointments of life. But here, beside these still waters, with your good shepherd nearby, the scattered pieces of yourself are gathered back together. What parts of your soul need restoring tonight? Your joy, your hope, your sense of purpose, your ability to trust, whatever has been depleted or damaged, know that restoration is not just possible, it's promised. Breathe in this promise now. My soul is being restored. The broken places are being mended. What was lost is being found. Though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death. David doesn't pretend that following the shepherd means avoiding all dark places. He acknowledges that sometimes the path leads through valleys, low places, shadowy places, places where death seems to cast its shadow. You may be in such a valley right now. Perhaps you're facing illness or loss. Maybe you're walking through the valley of broken relationships, financial hardship, or career uncertainty. Or perhaps you're in the valley of depression, anxiety, or grief that seems to have no clear end. But notice what David says. I walk through. Not I'm stuck in or I've made my home in, but I walk through. Valleys are not destinations, they're passages. And even the darkest valley has an exit. I will fear no evil. This isn't because there's no real danger or because we're protected from all harm. It's because fear doesn't have to be our master, even in frightening places. For you are with me. This is the reason, not because the valley isn't real, not because the shadows aren't dark, but because we're not alone. The shepherd who led us to green pastures and still waters doesn't abandon us in the valleys. He walks through them with us. Can you sense his presence now? Even if you're in a valley season? He's not waiting for you at the other end. He's right there with you in the darkest part. His presence transforms even the valley of the shadow of death into a place where peace is possible. Your rod and your staff, they comfort me. A shepherd's rod was used for protection, to drive away predators and dangers. His staff was used for guidance, to gently direct the sheep and to rescue them when they fell into dangerous places. Both God's protection and his guidance are sources of comfort. You're not only not alone, you're actively protected and lovingly guided. Even when you can't see the way forward clearly, he can. Even when you feel vulnerable, he's watching over you with the tools and authority needed to keep you safe. Let this reality sink deep. Even here, especially here, he is with me. I am protected. I am guided. I don't have to understand the path to trust the shepherd who knows it perfectly. You prepare a table before me in the presence of my enemies. This is one of the most remarkable images in the entire psalm. God doesn't just feed us when we're safe and comfortable. He prepares a feast for us even when we're facing opposition, criticism, or attack. Your enemies might not be people. They might be circumstances, illnesses, financial pressures, or internal struggles like anxiety or depression. But even in their presence, even while they're still there, God spreads a table of provision for you. Picture this. While difficulty surrounds you, while problems press in, while fear whispers its threats, God calmly and deliberately sets out a meal for you, not hastily or fearfully, but with the confidence of a host who knows that no enemy can interrupt his provision for his beloved child. This table is spread with everything you need: peace when anxiety threatens, strength when you feel weak, hope when despair tries to take over, love when you feel rejected, provision when resources seem scarce. You anoint my head with oil. In David's culture, anointing with oil was reserved for special occasions and honoured guests. It was a sign of celebration, of being chosen, of being blessed. It was also practical. The oil soothed and protected the skin. Right now, in this quiet moment, can you imagine the gentle touch of your shepherd anointing you? You're not just surviving, you're being honoured. You're not just enduring, you're being celebrated. You're not just tolerated, you're chosen and blessed. Feel that oil of blessing running down over your head, soothing every worry line, relaxing every tense muscle, carrying with it the assurance that you are precious in his sight. My cup overflows, not half full, not just enough, but overflowing. God's provision isn't measured and minimal, it's abundant and generous. His love isn't rationed, it's lavish. His grace isn't grudgingly given, it's poured out until it spills over the edges. What is your cup tonight? Is it the cup of peace, of strength, of hope, of healing? Whatever you need most, and imagine that cup being filled to the brim and then beyond, overflowing with God's generous provision. You're not just getting by, you're not just surviving, you're welcomed at his table and anointed as his honoured guest, and filled to overflowing with his goodness. Surely goodness and mercy shall follow me. The word surely here is emphatic. It could be translated as certainly or without doubt. This isn't wishful thinking or hopeful speculation. This is confident declaration based on the character of God. But notice what follows you. Not just one good thing, but two. Goodness, God's active benevolence toward you, his desire and ability to bring blessing into your life, and mercy, his compassionate response to your weakness and failure, his refusal to give you what you deserve when you fall short. These two companions, goodness and mercy, are not chasing you to catch you in wrongdoing. They're following you like faithful dogs, like loyal friends, like guardian angels assigned specifically to your life. Everywhere you go, they go. Every day you live, they're present. Think about this. You're not being pursued by condemnation or shame or fear. You're being followed by goodness and mercy. They're right behind you now as you rest. They'll be with you when you wake up tomorrow. They'll accompany you through whatever next season awaits, all the days of my life. Not just the good days, not just the easy days, all the days, the Monday mornings when you don't want to get up, the Friday evenings when you're exhausted, the middle of the night bounds when worry tries to steal your peace, the ordinary Tuesday afternoons that feel mundane and endless. All of them. Goodness and mercy aren't fair-weather friends. They were committed to you for the long haul through every season, every age, every change that life brings, and I will dwell in the house of the Lord forever. This is our final destination, but it's also our present reality. God's house isn't just a future promise, it's where you live right now, spiritually speaking. You're not a visitor hoping to be allowed in, you're not a servant working to earn your place. You're family dwelling in the house of the Lord. And this dwelling is forever. Not temporary housing, not a lease that might be terminated, not conditional residency that depends on your performance. Forever. As you drift towards sleep tonight, rest in this assurance. You are home. You belong. You're not just welcome for the night. You're family forever. Now let your imagination carry you to that peaceful place where the shepherd waits. It's early morning, just as the first light of dawn begins to paint the sky in soft pastels of pink and gold. You're awakening not to an alarm or to stress, but to the gentle warmth of sunlight on your face and the sweet sound of birds greeting the new day. You find yourself lying on the softest grass you've ever felt, in a meadow that stretches as far as you can see. The grass beneath you is emerald green, tender and fresh, still holding tiny drops of dew that catch the morning light like scattered diamonds. You stretch slowly, feeling completely rested, completely at peace. As you sit up slowly, you notice the beauty around you. Wildflowers dot the meadow, purple lupines, white daisies, golden poppies, creating a natural tapestry of colour and fragrance. In the distance, gentle hills roll like green velvet under the brightening sky. The air is perfect, warm but fresh, carrying the scent of flowers and the promise of a beautiful day. Then you hear it, a voice calling your name, not shouting, not urgent, but gentle and familiar. It's the shepherd, and he's walking toward you with a smile that makes you feel more loved than you've ever felt in your life. "Good morning," he says, and his voice is like everything beautiful you've ever heard, like your favourite song, like laughter, like the voice of everyone who's ever truly loved you, all blended into one perfect sound. "Did you sleep well?" You nod, realising that you've never felt more rested, more whole, more at peace. "Come," he says, extending his hand. "Let's walk together." You stand easily, feeling lighter than you have in years, and place your hand in his. His hand is warm and strong, calloused from work but gentle in its touch. You feel completely safe, completely cared for. Together you begin to walk through the meadow. With each step you feel your feet sinking slightly into the soft earth, the grass cushioning your path. You're walking slowly, unhurried, with no destination to reach and no schedule to keep. This is time outside of time, a sacred space where peace is the only priority. As you walk, the shepherd points out details you might have missed. A butterfly landing on a flower, its wings catching the morning light. A family of rabbits peacefully grazing nearby, unafraid in this safe place. The way the morning mist is beginning to lift from the distant hills, revealing their full beauty. "See how everything here rests when it needs to?" he says, gesturing toward the rabbits. "And how everything grows in its own time?" He touches a flower bud that's not yet ready to bloom. There's no hurrying here, no forcing, just being and growing and resting as needed. You feel something tight in your chest begin to relax. The pressure you've been carrying to always be doing, always be achieving, always be moving. It begins to lift like that morning mist. You continue walking, and now you can hear the sound of water ahead. It's not the rushing sound of a waterfall or rapids, but the gentle, musical sound of a peaceful stream. As you crest a small hill, you see it, a beautiful stream winding through the landscape like a ribbon of liquid silver. The water is crystal clear, so clear you can see smooth stones on the bottom, worn smooth by years of gentle current. Fish swim lazily in the deeper pools, their movements creating tiny ripples that catch the light. Along the banks, willows dip their graceful branches into the water, and flowers grow right up to the water's edge. "These are the still waters," the shepherd says softly. "Here you can see clearly. Here you can drink deeply without fear." He guides you to sit on a flat, sun-warmed stone beside the stream. You cup the water in your hands and drink, and it's the most refreshing water you've ever tasted. Cool, pure, and somehow more than just water. With each sip, you feel something inside you being restored, some depleted part of your soul being replenished. You sit there for a while, just listening to the gentle sounds of the water, feeling the warm sun on your back, watching the light dance on the stream's surface. The shepherd sits beside you in comfortable silence, his presence like a warm blanket around your shoulders. "What have you been carrying that you don't need to carry?" he asks gently, without looking at you, his voice blending with the sound of the water. You find yourself thinking about the worries you brought with you into this day, the stresses that seemed so important just hours ago. Here, beside these still waters, with this peaceful shepherd beside you, they seem smaller, less urgent, less able to steal your peace. "You can leave them here," he says. "Set them down by the water's edge. I'll take care of them." And somehow you can. One by one, you imagine setting down the burdens you've been carrying. That relationship you've been worried about, you set it down by the stream. That financial concern that's been keeping you awake, you place it gently on the bank. That health issue, that work situation, that family stress, all of it, placed beside these still waters where the shepherd promises to take care of it all. With each burden you release, you feel lighter, freer, more at peace. After a time, the shepherd stands and offers his hand again. Shall we continue our walk? You take his hand and rise, noticing how much easier it is to stand now that you're not carrying all that weight. You feel almost like you could float, so light and free do you feel. The path continues along the stream for a while, then turns toward a grove of trees in the distance. As you walk, you're aware that the light is beginning to change. It's not growing dark, and it's growing softer, more golden, like the light just before sunset that photographers call the golden hour. Are you tired? The shepherd asks, noticing your steps beginning to slow. You realise you are, but it's a good tired, a peaceful tired, the kind of tiredness that comes after a perfect day and promises perfect rest. The trees you've been walking toward turn out to be a beautiful grove of olive trees, their silver-green leaves rustling softly in a gentle breeze. Beneath the largest tree, someone has prepared a resting place, soft blankets and cushions arranged in circle, with a small table set with simple but perfect food, fresh bread, honey, fruits that look like they were just picked. "This is for you," the shepherd says. "Rest here, eat here. This is your place of peace." You settle onto the soft blankets, feeling held and supported. The shepherd sits nearby, not intruding, but clearly planning to stay close to keep watch while you rest. As you lie back on the cushions, looking up through the olive branches at the sky that's now painted in deep purples and golds, you feel a profound sense of safety, of being exactly where you belong. "Sleep now," the shepherd says softly. "I'll be right here. Nothing can harm you in this place. Rest, beloved child. Rest deeply and well." The last thing you're aware of is the gentle sound of the breeze in the olive leaves, the distant murmur of the still waters, and the overwhelming sense of being perfectly, completely, eternally safe and loved. Lord, our good shepherd, thank you. Thank you for this time beside still waters. Thank you for this rest in green pastures. Thank you for walking with us through every valley and preparing tables of blessing even in difficult places. As we close our eyes tonight, may your voice be the last we hear, not the voice of worry or fear or regret, but your voice speaking love, speaking peace, speaking promises over our lives. May your rest be the first thing we feel, not the restlessness of anxiety or the weight of tomorrow's tasks, but your deep, soul-restoring rest that comes from knowing we are held in your hands. For those listening who are in valley seasons tonight, Lord, remind them that you are there in the shadows with them. They're not walking alone. They're not forgotten. You see them, you're with them, and you're leading them through to the other side. For those who are celebrating green pasture seasons, Lord, help them rest in gratitude, knowing that these times of blessing come from your loving hand, and help them receive them without guilt or fear of when they might end. For those who are simply tired tonight, Lord, give them sleep. Give them the gift of laying down their burdens and resting in your care. Let their bodies find restoration and their minds find peace. We pray for every person listening in every time zone around the world, whether it's late at night or early morning where they are, whether they're in familiar places or far from home. Surround them with your presence. Let them feel part of this global family of souls who are learning to rest in you. And now, receive these final blessings as you drift into sleep. You are not alone, even in the quietest moments, even in the darkest nights, even when you can't feel it or see it. God is near, closer than your next breath, more present than your own heartbeat. You're safe in his care. Whatever tomorrow brings, you don't have to face it alone. The same shepherd who led you beside still waters today will be with you in whatever comes next. You are loved beyond measure, not because of what you do or achieve or accomplish, but because of who you are, his beloved child, his treasured sheep, precious in his sight. You are provided for, in ways you can see and ways you can't, in this moment and in the future. Your needs are known and your provision is secured by the one who owns everything and loves you perfectly. You're being restored. Even as you sleep, his healing work continues. What was broken is being mended. What was depleted is being replenished. What was lost is being found. Now sleep, beloved child of God. Sleep in the green pastures of his peace. Rest beside the still waters of his presence. Let him restore your soul while you sleep. He watches over you, even in the quiet. He loves you, even in the silence. He holds you, even in your dreams. You are his sheep. He is your shepherd, and that will never change. Sleep well, dear one. Sleep in perfect peace. Hello, beloved friends. Before we begin tonight's journey into peaceful rest, I'd love to know where in the world you're joining from and what time it is in your corner of creation. The gentle voice of the shepherd reaches across all borders and time zones. If these stories bring you comfort and peace, please remember to subscribe to Sacred Rest for more scripture-inspired sleep journeys. Now, let us quiet our minds and open our hearts as we listen for the voice of the Good Shepherd. In the quiet of this moment, I invite you to find a comfortable position. Perhaps you're already settled in bed, your head resting on your pillow, or maybe you're preparing for rest after a long day. Wherever you are, however you've arrived at this moment, know that you are welcomed here with tenderness and care. Close your eyes if you haven't already. Feel the weight of your body surrendering to the support beneath you. Notice how your shoulders can soften, how your hands can rest without grasping, how your face can release any tension it's been holding. There's nothing you need to do right now except breathe and listen. Let's breathe together for a moment. Inhale slowly through your nose, feeling the cool air fill your lungs. Hold it gently for just a moment, and then exhale through your mouth, releasing anything that doesn't serve your peace. Inhale comfort. Exhale worry. Inhale divine peace. Exhale human striving. Inhale rest. Exhale burden. With each breath, you're creating space within yourself. Space for stillness, space for quiet, space for the gentle voice that calls you by name. I invite you now to begin visualizing a journey. As you continue breathing slowly and deeply, imagine yourself walking along a narrow country path. It's late afternoon, and the golden light of the setting sun bathes everything in a warm glow. The air is perfect, not too warm, not too cool, and carries the sweet scent of wildflowers and fresh grass. The path winds gently through rolling hills. With each step you feel more of your daily concerns falling away. The emails waiting for responses, the conversations that left you wondering, the tasks still uncompleted, all of these can wait outside this peaceful moment. As you walk, you notice the sound of birdsong in the distance, not the busy chattering songs of morning birds, but the gentle settled sounds of evening, soft calls that seem to whisper, all is well, rest is coming. The path begins to crest a small hill, and as you reach the top you see before you a wide meadow. The grass sways gently in a soft breeze, creating waves of movement like a green sea. Scattered throughout are wildflowers in gentle hues, pale yellows, soft whites, and tender purples. At the far edge of this meadow, you can just make out the stone walls of an ancient sheepfold, a place of gathering, a place of safety, a place of rest. This is where our journey is taking us tonight, to the sheepfold of the Good Shepherd. As you descend the hill toward the meadow, you feel a sense of being both completely free and completely held. The vast open sky above reminds you of boundless possibility, while the path beneath your feet assures you that you're being guided. With each step, your breathing continues to deepen. Your inhales become fuller, your exhales become longer. Your mind begins to quiet like waters settling after a storm. The path now leads you into the meadow itself. The grass reaches up past your ankles, brushing against you with feather-like touches. You can feel the earth beneath your feet, solid, supportive, ancient. As you walk, you begin to notice the sounds of sheep in the distance, not loud or disturbing, but the gentle bleating that speaks of contentment and security. They're calling to one another as they make their way toward the sheepfold for the night. And then you hear something else, a voice, Low and warm, it carries across the meadow with remarkable clarity. It's not calling to you, not yet, but to the sheep. And you notice how they respond, turning their heads, adjusting their path, moving with purpose toward the voice. This is the voice of the shepherd, calling his sheep to evening rest. Each one knows this voice intimately. Each one trusts this voice implicitly. Each one follows this voice instinctively. As you continue your walk through the meadow, drawn toward the sheepfold just as the sheep are drawn, you begin to feel a sense of recognition stirring within you. Something about this voice awakens a deep memory, not from yesterday or last year, but from the very foundation of your being. It's as if your soul remembers this voice from before time began. The path begins to widen as you near the sheepfold. The stone walls become clearer now, smooth, weathered stones carefully placed one upon another by hands that understood the importance of creating sanctuary. These walls have stood through countless seasons, through rain and wind and snow and sun, remaining steadfast in their purpose, to protect, to shelter, to create a space of safety. As you draw nearer, you see the entrance to the sheepfold, a simple opening in the wall. There is no gate of wood or metal, for in this place, in this story, the shepherd himself serves as the gate. Nothing enters that is not first approved by him. Nothing threatens that is not first faced by him. The voice continues to call, naming each sheep individually, knowing each one's unique needs, tendencies, and nature. And as the sun begins to sink lower in the sky, casting long golden shadows across the meadow, you find yourself at the entrance to the sheepfold, ready to cross the threshold into deeper rest. As you stand at the entrance to the sheepfold, you pause to take in its simple beauty. The circular stone walls rise about 4 feet high, tall enough to keep the sheep secure, yet low enough that the shepherd can see over them to watch for any approach of danger. The stones themselves seem to hold stories, their surfaces marked by time and weather, yet their arrangement remains sturdy and true. The ground inside the sheepfold has been softened by the passage of countless sheep over many years. What might once have been rocky earth has become a cushioned, almost velvety surface, perfect for rest. In some areas, particularly along the inside edge of the wall, tufts of soft grass have grown, creating natural pillows for weary heads. You notice that while the day remains warm, there is a coolness gathered in the shadows of the walls, a reminder that night approaches and with it the deeper rest that darkness brings. The air here carries a different quality. Sheltered from the breeze that moves across the open meadow, it feels somehow more concentrated, more present. As you step inside, crossing the threshold where the shepherd stands watch, you feel a subtle shift in your awareness. The sounds of the wider world seem to soften. The concerns that normally occupy your thoughts recede further. Here, within these ancient walls, existence becomes simpler. There is no need to navigate complex decisions or manage difficult relationships. There's only the present moment, the approaching night, and the protective presence of the shepherd. You find a place to sit against the wall where the last rays of sunlight still warm the stones. From here, you can watch as the sheep continue to arrive, each responding to its name when called, each receiving a gentle touch from the shepherd as it passes by him into the fold. This is how it has been done for thousands of years in the hill country. This ancient rhythm of call and response, of leaving the wide pastures for the secure fold, of trusting the one who leads and protects. Nothing about this scene would look unfamiliar to someone from centuries past. The relationship between shepherd and sheep transcends time, speaking to something essential about care and trust. In ancient times, you remember hearing, shepherds would often combine their flocks during the day, allowing the sheep to graze together in larger numbers. But when evening came, Each shepherd would call only to his own sheep, using distinctive sounds or words that only his flock recognized. Remarkably, the sheep would separate themselves, following only the voice they knew, never confused by the calls of other shepherds. As you observe this evening gathering, you notice the care with which the shepherd examines each sheep as it enters. His hands move gently over wool and skin, checking for injuries or thorns that might have been gathered during the day's wandering. For one sheep, he removes a small burr caught in the thick wool. For another, he applies a soothing balm to a minor scrape. No need goes unnoticed, no discomfort goes untended. The sheep themselves seem to welcome this attention. Though some are clearly tired from the day's grazing, they pause willingly for the shepherd's examination. There is trust in their stillness, contentment in their patience. They know these hands, they know this voice, they know they are cared for individually, specifically, attentively. As the fold fills with more sheep, you notice the distinctive sounds they make. Not the loud bleating of alarm, but the soft, low sounds of recognition and settlement. They are talking to each other and to the shepherd in their own language of belonging. The air begins to cool more noticeably as the sun touches the horizon. Long shadows stretch across the sheepfold, and the stone walls now provide not just security, but shelter from the light evening breeze. The shepherd moves among the gathered sheep, his presence clearly bringing them comfort. Some draw closer to him as he passes, seeking the reassurance of proximity. You watch as he kneels beside one sheep that seems particularly restless. He speaks softly to it, words you cannot quite hear from where you sit, but you can see the effect. The sheep's breathing slows, its movements still. Its eyes close in what can only be described as surrender to care. This, you realize, is what true safety looks like. Not the absence of all threat, but the presence of one who is trustworthy enough to allow complete vulnerability. The sheep do not need to remain vigilant because the shepherd stays watchful. They do not need to worry about provision because the shepherd knows where the sweet water flows and the tender grass grows. They do not need to fear the darkness because the shepherd's sight penetrates what they cannot see. As twilight deepens into early evening, a profound quiet descends upon the sheepfold. The activities of the day, the walking, the grazing, the occasional startled running, have given way to stillness. Energy spent has prepared the way for deep restoration. The shepherd now sits at the entrance to the fold, his back against one of the stone walls, his staff across his lap. From this position, he can see both outward across the meadow and inward to the gathered flock. Nothing approaches without his knowledge. Nothing disturbs without his permission. In this ancient pattern, in this timeless scene, you feel your own breathing continuing to slow, your own thoughts continuing to quiet. The simple rightness of this place seeps into your awareness. The stone walls that have sheltered generations, the soft earth that welcomes rest, the attentive presence that makes vulnerability safe. As night begins to embrace the world outside the fold, you feel yourself drawn deeper into the peace of this sanctuary. The voice of the shepherd, which first called across the meadow, now speaks in the silence of complete trust. And though no words are spoken aloud, you understand with perfect clarity. You are known. You are seen. You are safe. As the night deepens around the sheepfold, the stars begin to appear overhead. First one, then another, then suddenly a multitude, transforming the darkness into a vast canvas of light. The shepherd remains at his post, a silhouette of watchful presence against the night sky. In this moment of perfect stillness, words from ancient scripture rise in your mind, words that have brought comfort to countless souls through the centuries. The 10th chapter of John's Gospel, where Jesus describes himself as the Good Shepherd, speaks with particular resonance in this place of safety and rest. Listen now as the words flow gently into your consciousness. Very truly I tell you, I am the gate for the sheep. All who have come before me are thieves and robbers, but the sheep have not listened to them. I am the gate. Whoever enters through me will be saved. They will come in and go out and find pasture. Pause and consider this image of the gate. In ancient sheepfolds like this one, the shepherd would often position himself in the opening of the wall, literally becoming the gate. Nothing could enter without passing by him first. No predator could threaten, no thief could steal, no sheep could wander away without encountering the shepherd's watchful presence. Imagine now what it means to have such protection. Not a cold barrier of wood or metal, but a living, attentive guardian who knows each one by name. This is not distant security, but intimate care. This is not impersonal safety, but relationship-based protection. The words continue to unfold. I am the Good Shepherd. The Good Shepherd lays down his life for the sheep. The hired hand is not the shepherd, and does not own the sheep. So when he sees the wolf coming, he abandons the sheep and runs away. Then the wolf attacks the flock and scatters it. The man runs away because he is a hired hand and cares nothing for the sheep. Reflect on the difference between hired protection and devoted care. The difference is not in skill or strength, but in relationship and commitment. The Good Shepherd's connection to the sheep is not a transaction but a bond. His protection flows not from duty but from love. As you gaze across the sheepfold, you can see this truth embodied in the shepherd's posture, alert but relaxed, vigilant but peaceful. His attention never wavers, yet it carries no tension. This is the watching that comes from love rather than obligation. The sacred text continues, I am the Good Shepherd. I know my sheep, and my sheep know me, just as the Father knows me, and I know the Father, and I lay down my life for the sheep. Imagine being known, fully known, and still loved without hesitation. Not the surface knowing of casual acquaintance, but the deep knowing that sees every fear, every hope, every quiet corner of your heart. The shepherd knows when you are afraid, when you are lonely, when you are in pain. He knows when you have wandered, when you have stumbled, when you have fallen, and still he calls your name with tenderness. This knowing is not one-directional. The sheep also know their shepherd. They recognize his voice among all others. They trust his guidance without question. They follow his leading with confidence because experience has taught them that he brings them to good places, to fresh water, to green pastures, to safe rest. As these words settle into your spirit, another passage emerges. My sheep listen to my voice. I know them, and they follow me. I give them eternal life, and they shall never perish. No one will snatch them out of my hand. There is a certainty in these words, a promise of security that transcends physical safety. The shepherd's care extends beyond the immediate dangers of wolves and thieves to the deeper threats of meaninglessness and separation. His protection covers not just the body but the soul. His provision satisfies not just physical hunger, but spiritual longing. As you reflect on these words, you notice the sheep in the fold have arranged themselves in a pattern that seems both random and intentional. Some cluster together for warmth, others maintain a small space of separation. Some lie with their heads toward the centre, others face the walls. Each has found the position that brings them comfort, yet all remain within the protective circle of the shepherd's care. Is this not a beautiful picture of community within security? Unity without uniformity? Each sheep is different, in size, in age, in temperament, yet all are equally valued, equally protected, equally known by name. The night has fully embraced the world now. The meadow beyond the sheepfold lies invisible in darkness, but here within the circle of stone walls there is no fear of what cannot be seen. The shepherd's presence transforms the night from a time of vulnerability to a season of rest. one more passage rises in your awareness. I have other sheep that are not of this sheep pen. I must bring them also. They too will listen to my voice, and there shall be one flock and one shepherd. These words speak of expansion, of inclusion, of a circle of care that continues to widen. The shepherd's heart is not limited to those already gathered, but extends to those still wandering, still searching, still unsure of where they belong. As you let these ancient words settle deeply into your consciousness, you notice that the rhythm of your breathing is synchronized with the gentle rise and fall of the sleeping sheep around you. There is a harmony here, a natural community formed not by effortful connection, but by shared trust in the one who watches over all. The shepherd's eyes meet yours across the sheepfold, and in that glance you understand you too are invited into this circle of care. You too are known by name. You too are welcome to rest under the watchflies of the one who never slumbers. As the night grows deeper, something remarkable happens. The scene around you begins to shift, not in a jarring way, but with the gentle transformation of a dream unfolding. The walls of the sheepfold seem to dissolve, and you find yourself no longer sitting against the stones, but standing in an open field just as dawn begins to break on the horizon. The sheep are rising from their rest, stretching and shaking the night stillness from their bodies. The shepherd moves among them, speaking softly to each one, calling names that sound like music in the morning air. He turns to you now, his eyes finding yours with a gaze that feels at once ancient and immediate. With a small gesture of his hand, he invites you to join him as he prepares to lead the flock to fresh pastures. You rise and move toward him, feeling neither rushed nor hesitant. There is a rightness to this moment, as if it has been waiting for you through all the days of your life. "Come," he says, his voice both gentler and more compelling than you imagined. "Walk with me a while." As the sheep begin to follow the shepherd out into the wider fields, you find yourself walking alongside him. Not ahead, not behind, but beside, close enough to hear his breathing, to notice the deliberate placement of his feet on the earth, to feel the subtle movements of the air as he lifts his staff to guide the way. The morning unfolds around you in a symphony of sensory experiences. The earth beneath your feet feels solid yet yielding, supporting each step without resistance. The cool morning air carries the mingled scents of grass, wild flowers, and the earthy wool of the sheep. Light increases gradually as the sun climbs higher, illuminating the landscape in stages, first outlining the hills in gold, then filling the valleys with amber light, finally bathing everything in the clear radiance of full morning. You notice that the shepherd does not hurry. His pace is steady but unhurried, considerate of the youngest lambs and the oldest ewes. There is no sense of urgency, no anxiety about reaching a destination by a certain time. The journey itself holds as much importance as the arrival. The sheep need movement, the shepherd explains, seeming to read your thoughts, but they also need to feel secure in that movement. Too fast and they become anxious. Too slow and they begin to wander. The right pace creates both progress and peace. As you walk, you begin to notice how the sheep respond to the shepherd's voice. When he calls to one that has strayed too near a thorny thicket, it immediately adjusts its path. When he makes a particular clicking sound, the entire flock knows to pause and wait. When he sings a low melodic note, they gather more tightly together. "They know my voice," he says simply. "Not just its sound, but its meaning." The path begins to ascend a gentle hill. As you climb, you notice how the shepherd positions himself, sometimes ahead to lead the way, sometimes behind to encourage those who lag, sometimes at the side to prevent wandering toward unseen dangers. The greatest deception, he comments, is the belief that freedom means absence of guidance. True freedom comes from trusting the one who sees what you cannot see. From the top of the hill, you can see the landscape spread out in all directions. To the east, where you've come from, the sheepfold stands solid and familiar. To the west, your direction of travel, a wide valley opens up, green with the new grass, and dotted with the blue of morning flowers. To the north and south, other hills rise, creating a natural corridor for your journey. The shepherd pauses here, allowing the sheep to rest for a moment and take in the wider view. He stands slightly apart, his eyes scanning the horizon with attentive care. You understand that he's looking for signs of danger, assessing weather patterns, planning the safest route forward. Every step we take has been imagined before we take it, he says, again responding to your unspoken thoughts. I walk these paths in my mind before I walk them with my feet. That is how I can lead with confidence even into new territories. As the journey resumes, you begin to notice the distinct personalities of the sheep around you. Some walk with the confidence of experience, staying close to the shepherd out of choice rather than fear. Others move with the uncertainty of youth, sometimes darting ahead, sometimes falling behind, requiring more of the shepherd's attention. One sheep in particular catches your notice and slightly smaller than the others, with a slight limp that suggests an old injury. This one stays especially close to the shepherd, often walking directly beside him on the opposite side from where you walk. This one knows her need, the shepherd says, his voice warm with affection. She learned through difficulty what some never learn through ease, that proximity to me is better than independence from me. The sun is higher now, warming the air and bringing out the sweet scent of the crushed grass beneath your feet. The path descends into the valley, where a small stream cuts through the field, creating a natural stopping place. The sheep move eagerly toward the water, their thirst evident in their quickened pace. The shepherd guides them to the calmest part of the stream, where the water flows gently and the banks slope gradually. Here the sheep can drink without danger, refreshing themselves in the clear water. You kneel beside the stream yourself, cupping your hands to bring the cool water to your lips. It tastes sweeter than any water you've known before, clean and life-giving. Rest here a while, the shepherd says, settling himself on a smooth rock nearby. The journey continues, but never without restoration along the way. As you sit by the stream, watching the sheep drink and then begin to graze on the lush grass that grows along the banks, you feel a profound sense of being exactly where you are meant to be. There is no striving in this moment, no anxiety about what comes next, no regret about what came before. There is only the present reality of being on the path with the shepherd, moving at his pace, resting at his direction, continuing under his care. The soft sound of the stream, the gentle movements of the grazing sheep, the watchful presence of the shepherd, all combine to create a sense of security so deep that you feel your entire being relaxing into it. This is what it means to be truly led, truly guided, truly known. As the sun reaches its zenith, bathing the valley in golden light, you close your eyes for a moment, allowing the warmth to wash over you. In this perfect stillness, you hear the shepherd's voice once more, not speaking to the sheep now, but to you. The path continues beyond what you can see, but do not be anxious about what lies ahead. I have walked it already. I know every turn, every hill, every valley, and I will never lead you anywhere that I have not prepared for you. As the afternoon light begins to soften, casting longer shadows across the valley, you open your eyes to find the shepherd standing before you, his hand extended in invitation. Come, he says simply. There is something I want to show you before the day ends. You rise and follow him, noticing that the sheep have settled into a gentle rhythm of grazing. They seem content to remain in this lush valley for now, secure in the knowledge that the shepherd remains near. He leads you to a small rise overlooking the stream, where a single tree offers dappled shade. Its branches spread wide, creating a natural canopy that filters the sunlight into patterns of gold and shadow on the ground below. Sit with me here, he says, settling himself against the trunk of the tree. As you join him in the shade, you realize you can see the entire flock from this vantage point. Every sheep is visible, from the confident leaders to the hesitant followers, from the strong to the vulnerable. The shepherd's gaze moves over them with attentive care, missing nothing. "Do you see how they graze without fear?" he asks. "They do not worry about predators or storms or scarcity. They have learned through experience that I provide what they need. I protect them from what would harm them. I guide them to places of abundance." You watch as the sheep move slowly through the grass, tapping to eat, occasionally looking up to confirm the shepherd's presence, then returning to their grazing with peaceful assurance. "This is the gift I offer," the shepherd continues, "not the absence of all danger, but the presence of constant care, not the elimination of all difficulty, but the assurance of never facing it alone. Particularly small lamb catches your attention. It must be one of the newest born to the flock. It stays close to its mother, occasionally frolicking in short bursts of energy before returning to her side. Its wool is especially white, almost luminous in the afternoon light. The youngest ones, the shepherd observes, following your gaze, sometimes need to be carried. When the path grows steep or the day grows long, I lift them into my arms and bear their weight. They learn trust through being held. You consider this, the image of the strong shepherd carrying the vulnerable lamb, not with impatience at its weakness, but with tenderness for its need. "Do you know," he asks, turning to look directly at you, "that I would leave the 99 to find the one? If a single sheep wanders away, becomes lost, falls into danger, I go after it, not because it is more valuable than the others, but because each one is irreplaceable to me. Each one is known by name. Each one matters uniquely." The depth of commitment in his voice moves you deeply. This is not the impersonal care of a distant guardian, but the passionate attention of one who loves specifically, individually, completely. The Good Shepherd, he continues, lays down his life for the sheep, not because the sheep have earned such sacrifice, but because the shepherd's love makes them worth any cost. As he speaks these words, the light shifts, taking on the golden quality of late afternoon. The air grows still, as if the world itself is listening to this truth. "Many voices will call to you," the shepherd says softly. "Some offering easier paths, some promising quicker rewards, some threatening what will happen if you don't follow them. But remember, my sheep know my voice. They recognize it among all others because they have spent time listening, because they have experienced its reliability, because they have found that following it always leads to life." He reaches out and places his hand on your shoulder, the weight of it both grounding and reassuring. "You are not alone in the fields of this world," he says. "Even when you cannot see me, I am watching. Even when you cannot hear me clearly, I am speaking. Even when you wander, I am seeking. This is the promise I make to each one who belongs to me. You will never be forgotten, never be abandoned, never be left without guidance." The sun is beginning its descent toward the horizon now, painting the sky in shades of pink and gold. Soon it will be time to lead the sheep back to the safety of the fold for the night. "Trust and rest," the shepherd says, his voice a gentle command. "These are the twins of peace. Trust that I know the way forward. Rest in the knowledge that you are watched over. Together they create a quiet heart even in the midst of a noisy world." As these words settle into your spirit, you notice that your breathing has slowed to match the shepherd's. Deep, unhurried breaths that seem to draw peace directly from the air around you. Your body feels heavy with relaxation, as if every muscle has decided at once to release its tension. "The voice of love is always near," the shepherd murmurs, his words becoming almost musical in their rhythm. "Calling you by name, inviting you to follow, promising presence through every valley and on every mountain top." The sheep are beginning to gather more closely now, sensing the approaching evening. Their movements become slower, their grazing more intermittent. They are preparing for the journey back to the fold. Step by step, you are led to peace, the shepherd continues, his voice growing softer, not in great leaps or sudden flights, but in the patient unfolding of a path walked in trust. Each day has its portion of guidance, each moment carries its own light. He rises now, stretching his arms wide as if to embrace the entire flock at once. The setting sun behind him creates a halo effect, illuminating his outline with golden light. It is time to return to the fold, he says, extending his hand to help you rise. The day's journey concludes, but the care never ends. Through the night I watch, through the darkness I guard. When morning comes again, we continue the path together. As you stand, you feel a profound sense of renewal, as if the simple act of walking with the shepherd, listening to his voice, observing his care for the sheep has restored something essential within you. The worries that had weighed on your mind seem distant now, replaced by a calm certainty that you are known, you are valued, you are guided. The shepherd lifts his voice in a distinctive call that immediately draws the attention of every sheep. They respond with remarkable unity, moving toward him from all directions, gathering into a more cohesive group for the journey home. This is how it has always been, he explains as you begin to walk beside him, the flock following behind. The sheep scattered in feeding, gathered in travelling, diverse in their individual needs, united in their common trust, each one unique, yet part of a greater whole. The path back to the sheepfold seems somehow shorter than the journey out, as if the familiarity of returning home compresses distance itself. The evening light casts long shadows ahead of you, leading the way toward rest. You're safe, the shepherd says, his voice now barely above a whisper. You're loved. You're guided. These words repeat like a gentle refrain as you walk, matching the rhythm of your steps, synchronizing with your heartbeat. They are not just sounds, but promises, not just comfort, but truth. They sink deeply into your consciousness, creating a foundation of peace that feels both new and somehow always known. As the sheepfold comes into view, its stone walls glowing with the last light of day, you feel a sense of completion. Not the end of a glory, but the closing of a circle that will open again with the dawn. The shepherd leads the flock through the entrance, counting each one, greeting each by name, ensuring that all who went out have returned safely. When the last sheep has entered the fold, the shepherd takes his place at the gateway, his staff across his knees, his gaze moving between the gathered flock and the darkening landscape beyond. He is the living gate, the constant guardian, the embodiment of care that does not slumber or sleep. Rest now, he says to you, his eyes holding yours with gentle intensity. The shepherd knows your name. The shepherd calls you to rest. The voice of love is always near. As night embraces the world once more, as stars begin to appear in the darkening sky, you feel yourself surrounded by perfect peace, held in the care of the one who calls you by name, who leads you beside still waters, who restores your soul. In this sanctuary of trust, sleep comes not as escape but as gift, not as absence but as presence in the watchful love of the Good Shepherd. Thank you for joining me on this peaceful journey with the Good Shepherd. If these words have brought you comfort tonight, please consider subscribing to Sacred Rest for more scripture-inspired sleep stories. And I'd love to know where in the world you're listening from and what time it is there. May you rest deeply in the knowledge that you are watched over with perfect care through this night and always. Before we begin tonight's journey into one of the Bible's most overlooked blessings, I want to ask something that would mean the world to me. If you're enjoying this content, please consider using your hype points on this video. It helps the channel grow in ways you possibly couldn't imagine, and it allows me to continue bringing you these stories week after week. If you're listening over on Spotify, leaving a review genuinely makes such a massive difference. And if you feel like it, Drop a comment letting me know what time it is where you are and where in the world you're tuning in from. We absolutely love seeing where everyone is listening. It creates this amazing global community of people seeking truth, mystery and peace in these stories. And of course, if you enjoy what you hear tonight, subscribing to the channel ensures you never miss another deep dive into the stories that shaped history, faith and the human experience. Now let's talk about something powerful. Let's talk about a blessing so unexpected, so undeserved, that the man who received it wasn't even looking for it. There are moments in history when something sacred pauses, not because God withdraws, not because the blessing ends, but because people become afraid to move forward. Fear has a way of freezing progress. It halts celebration. It turns joy into anxiety. And sometimes, in those moments of collective paralysis, God finds someone who isn't looking for glory. Someone who simply says yes when everyone else is saying no. Tonight's story is about one of those people, a man whose name most Christians have never heard, a man who wasn't a prophet, wasn't a priest, wasn't royalty. He was simply available. And in his availability, he discovered something profound, that God's presence, when honoured rightly, doesn't bring destruction. It brings blessing beyond measure. This is the story of Obed-Edom, a man who became a footnote in Scripture, but whose quiet faithfulness reveals one of the most beautiful truths about how God works. Sometimes the greatest blessings come not to those who chase them, but to those who simply open their doors when everyone else has locked theirs. Let's begin with a celebration that ended in tragedy, and a journey that stopped in the most unexpected place. Chapter 1. The Ark returns. The city of David was alive with anticipation. After years of waiting, after generations of separation, the Ark of the Covenant was finally coming home. King David had united the tribes, conquered Jerusalem, and now sought to bring the very presence of God into the heart of his new capital. This wasn't just a religious ceremony. This was the culmination of David's vision for Israel, a nation centered not on military might or political power, but on worship, on the presence of the living God dwelling among his people. The preparations had been extensive. 30,000 chosen men from Israel gathered for the occasion. Musicians practiced their instruments. Singers rehearsed their songs. The streets were decorated. The atmosphere was electric with expectation. The Ark itself carried profound significance. This wasn't merely a religious artifact. According to the accounts passed down through generations, this wooden chest overlaid with pure gold represented the very throne of God on earth. Inside it lay the stone tablets inscribed with the 10 Commandments, a jar of manna from the wilderness, and the staff of Aaron that had budded miraculously. But more than its contents, the Ark represented something Israel had lost, the manifest presence of God. Years earlier, the Ark had been captured by the Philistines during a disastrous battle. Though it had been returned after bringing plagues upon its captors, it had never made it to Jerusalem. It had remained in obscurity, in the house of a man named Abinadab, in a town called Kiriath Jearim. Now David was bringing it home. The day of the procession arrived with perfect weather and perfect enthusiasm. The Ark was loaded onto a new cart built specifically for this purpose. Uzzah and Ahio, sons of Abinadab, guided the cart. They had grown up in the house where the Ark resided. They were familiar with its presence. David and all Israel celebrated before the Lord with all their might. The sound of lyres, harps, tambourines, sistrums and cymbals filled the air. The king himself danced before the Ark, leading his people in worship. This was supposed to be the greatest day in Israel's recent history. The procession moved slowly, deliberately. Every step was meant to be savoured. This was a moment of national unity, spiritual renewal, and royal triumph. David had planned everything perfectly, or so he thought. Chapter 2. A sudden tragedy. The road from Kiriath Jearim to Jerusalem was not particularly long, but it was uneven in places. The cart carrying the Ark moved carefully along the path, surrounded by celebration and song. Then, at a place that would later be remembered as the threshing floor of Naasson, something went wrong. The oxen stumbled. Whether they hit a stone, lost their footing, or simply faltered under the weight, The ancient texts don't specify. What matters is what happened next. The cart lurched, the ark shifted, and in that moment instinct overpowered instruction. Uzzah reached out his hand to steady the ark. It was a completely natural response. The kind of thing anyone would do when something precious is about to fall. His hand touched the gold-covered wood, and immediately he fell dead beside the cart. The music stopped. The singing ceased. The celebration died in an instant. One moment, 30,000 people were rejoicing. The next, they stood in stunned silence, staring at a body lying beside the Ark of God. David's reaction was complex. The ancient text says he was angry at what had happened, angry at the disruption of his perfect plan, angry at God for what seemed like a harsh and inexplicable act. But beneath the anger was something deeper. Fear. Pure, overwhelming fear. How could this happen? Uzzah had grown up around the ark. He had lived in the same house with it for years. His intentions were good. He was trying to protect it, to keep it from falling. And yet, in the instant his hand made contact, he died. The theological questions were immediate and disturbing. If the very presence of God could strike down someone trying to help, how could anyone approach it safely? How could it be moved at all? David had planned this as the crowning achievement of his reign, and now it had become a scene of death and confusion. The king stood there, watching his vision collapse. This was supposed to be a triumphant entry. Instead, it was a funeral. The people looked to him for answers, for direction, for some explanation of what had just occurred. He had none to give. In that moment, David made a decision that would change everything. He couldn't continue. He couldn't bring this ark into Jerusalem, not after what had just happened. The risk was too great. The fear was too real. Whatever blessing the ark was supposed to bring, the cost seemed too high. The journey stopped. Right there, in the middle of the road, with Jerusalem still miles away, the procession halted. The greatest religious celebration in recent memory ended in tragedy and terror, and David faced a question he hadn't anticipated. What do you do with the presence of God when you're too afraid to receive it? Chapter 3. The ark is stopped. David stood at the threshing floor, his mind racing through possibilities and problems. The ark couldn't go back to where it came from. That would be an admission of complete failure, but it couldn't continue to Jerusalem either. Not now. Not like this. The fear was too fresh, the death too recent, the confusion too profound. The king asked a question that echoed with both fear and honesty. How can the ark of the Lord ever come to me? It wasn't rhetorical, defiance. It was genuine confusion. He wanted the presence of God in his city, but he had just witnessed that presence kill a man who simply touched it. The paradox seemed impossible to resolve. A decision had to be made immediately. The ark couldn't remain on the road. It needed shelter, protection, a temporary home while David figured out what had gone wrong and how to proceed safely. But who would take it? Who would be willing to house something that had just demonstrated such terrifying power? The ancient records don't tell us how the choice was made. Was there a discussion? Did someone volunteer? Was a house simply chosen because of proximity? What we know is this. Nearby lived a man named Obed-Edom. He was a Gittite, meaning he came from Gath, one of the Philistine cities. He was part of the community but not native-born Israelite royalty. He had no particular fame, no special status, no recorded acts of heroism or prophetic calling. He was simply a man who lived near the place where the procession had stopped, and his house became the solution to David's problem. The Ark of the Covenant, the most sacred object in Israelite religion, was carried off the road and placed in Obed-Edom's home. Not as an honour, but as a necessity. Not because he was chosen for blessing, but because someone had to take it and his house was available. One can only imagine what Obed-Edom thought when he was told the ark would be staying with him. Did he see it as a privilege or a death sentence? Had he witnessed what happened to Uzzah? Did he know the stories of what had befallen the Philistines when they captured the ark years earlier? The Philistine cities had been ravaged by plagues when they possessed the ark. Tumours broke out among the people. Rats infested their land. The ark had moved from city to city, each one desperate to get rid of it, until finally they sent it back to Israel on a cart pulled by cows, with golden offerings to appease the God of Israel. And now, that same ark was in Obed-Edom's house, the same presence that had struck down Uzzah, the same object that had brought plagues to Philistine cities, sitting in his home, with his family, for an indefinite period of time. David returned to Jerusalem without the ark. The celebration was over, the plans were abandoned, and somewhere in an ordinary house, in the care of an ordinary man, the presence of God waited. 3 months would pass before anyone checked on what was happening there. 3 months of silence, 3 months of the unknown. But in that silence, something extraordinary was occurring, something no one expected, something that would eventually change everything. Chapter 4. Introducing Obed-Edom. Let's pause and consider who this man actually was. In the grand narrative of Scripture, Obed-Edom appears suddenly, serves his purpose, and then fades into the background. Most people reading through 2 Samuel skip right past his name, but his brief appearance tells us something important about how God works. Obed-Edom was not from the priestly line. He wasn't a Levite born into the service of the tabernacle. His name suggests Edomite heritage, and the text explicitly identifies him as a Gittite. Gath was one of the 5 major Philistine cities, famous as the hometown of Goliath. Whether Obed-Edom was ethnically Philistine or simply lived among them is unclear, but what's certain is that he wasn't part of Israel's religious elite. This detail matters. The ark was supposed to be carried by Levites, handled by priests, approached with specific rituals and protocols. The law given to Moses contained explicit instructions about how the ark should be moved, who could touch it, and what precautions were necessary. David had ignored these instructions by placing the ark on a cart, copying the method the Philistines had used to return it years earlier. Now, ironically, the ark ended up in the house of a man from that same Philistine region. God's presence, rejected by the king of Israel out of fear, found temporary residence with someone outside the traditional religious system. Obed-Edom had a household. The text mentions his family later, indicating he had sons who would eventually serve in the temple. He was a working man, probably a farmer or tradesman. He lived a quiet life in a small community on the road between cities. Nothing about his background suggested he was destined for any role in Israel's history. But he had something that mattered more than credentials. He had a home, and he was willing to receive what others feared. When the ark was brought to his house, Obed-Edom faced a choice. He could have refused. He could have pointed to his non-Israelite background, his lack of priestly training, his reasonable fear of what had just happened to Uzzah. He had every logical reason to say no, but he didn't. Whether from faith, duty, or simple obedience to authority, he accepted the responsibility. The ark was placed in his home, and life continued. The sun set that first evening with the ark under his roof. His family went to sleep that night in the same house as the presence of God, and they woke up the next morning still alive. That first day became a second day, the second became a week, the week became a month, and slowly, quietly, without any public announcement or religious ceremony, something began to change in that household. Chapter 5. 3. Quiet months. The text gives us almost no details about those 3 months. No dramatic visions, no angelic appearances, no miracles recorded for posterity. Just this simple statement: the ark remained in the house of Obed-Edom for 3 months. But the absence of detail is itself significant. Silence in Scripture often means normalcy, routine, life continuing as it should. Imagine those first days. The morning after the ark arrived, Obed-Edom probably woke up half surprised to still be breathing. He had seen what happened to Uzzah. He knew the stories of the Philistine plagues. Every morning that he and his family survived must have felt like a small miracle. But as days turned into weeks, something became clear. The ark wasn't there to destroy them. Whatever had gone wrong with Uzzah, whatever had caused that sudden death, wasn't happening in Obed-Edom's house. They went about their daily routines. They worked their fields, prepared their meals, lived their lives. and the ark simply rested there, in whatever room they had designated for it. There was probably a reverence in that household, a care taken not to treat the ark casually, but there was also, gradually, a comfort. The presence of God, honoured properly, wasn't something to fear. It was something that brought peace. The ancient text doesn't tell us if Obed-Edom prayed before the ark, if he worshipped there, if he made offerings. We don't know if he talked about it with his neighbours or kept quiet about the sacred object in his home. What we know is that he treated it with the respect it deserved, maintained his household in righteousness, and let God be God in his home. And slowly changes began to appear. Not dramatic, not obvious at first, but real, tangible, measurable, the kind of changes that neighbours notice, the kind of prosperity that raises questions. His fields began to flourish, whether it was the crops growing more abundantly, the livestock thriving, or both. The productivity of his land increased noticeably. In an agricultural society where everyone's yields were roughly similar, exceptional harvests stood out. People noticed. His household grew more harmonious. Conflicts that might normally arise in any family seemed to resolve more easily. There was peace under his roof. Visitors commented on the atmosphere. Something felt different about his home. His children seemed to thrive. They grew healthy and strong. Whatever blessings flow from a godly household seemed to multiply in his family. Later records show that his sons would go on to positions of service in the temple, suggesting they grew up in an environment that shaped their character positively. And financially, everything seemed to work. Projects succeeded. Investments paid off. Debts were cleared. The kind of comprehensive household prosperity that makes people wonder what changed, what secret you're holding, what advantage you've gained. But Obed-Edom wasn't holding a secret or working an angle. He was simply living with the presence of God in his home, and that presence, rather than bringing the curse everyone feared, brought blessing in every area of his life. 3 months of quiet faithfulness, 3 months of treating the sacred with reverence, 3 months of simply being willing to house what others were too afraid to receive. And in that time, an unknown man became a walking testimony to a profound truth. God's presence brings blessing to those who honour it. Chapter 6. The Unexpected Blessing. Word travels in small communities. When one household suddenly begins to prosper in every measurable way, people notice, neighbours talk, visitors observe, and eventually news reaches those in authority. The reports that made their way back to David were striking. Obed-Edom's household was flourishing, not just surviving, but thriving. Everything he touched seemed to succeed. His family was at peace, his resources were multiplying, his entire household was blessed, and the blessing was directly connected to one thing. The Ark of God was in his house, the same ark that had brought death at the threshing floor, the same presence that David had been too afraid to bring to Jerusalem, the same object that had caused plagues in Philistine cities. In Obed-Edom's house, it brought nothing but blessing. This created a profound theological moment for David. The problem hadn't been the ark. The problem hadn't been God's presence being inherently dangerous. The problem had been the improper handling of that presence. The disregard for God's specific instructions about how the ark should be moved and who should carry it. David began to research. He consulted the law. He spoke with priests and Levites, and he discovered what had gone wrong. The ark was never supposed to be on a cart in the first place. That was how the Philistines had returned it, but it wasn't how God had commanded Israel to transport it. The Levites were supposed to carry it on poles inserted through rings on its sides. Specific families had specific duties regarding its care and movement. Uzzah's death wasn't arbitrary divine anger. It was the consequence of approaching holy things in unholy ways. The reverence that should have been shown from the beginning had been replaced with expediency, an imitation of pagan practices. God's presence requires God's protocols. Blessing comes through obedience, not casual approach. But Obed-Edom, intentionally or not, had shown proper reverence. He had treated the ark with respect. He had maintained righteousness in his household. He had honoured the presence of God, and God had honoured him in return. The contrast was stark and instructive. A king with all the resources of Israel had approached God's presence carelessly and experienced tragedy. A common man with no credentials had received that same presence with reverence and experienced comprehensive blessing. The lesson was clear. God's favour isn't determined by status, but by attitude, not by position, but by posture. David heard these reports and something shifted in him. The fear that had paralysed him 3 months earlier gave way to understanding. The confusion about how to approach God's presence resolved into clarity. He knew what had to be done. He knew how to do it correctly. And most importantly, he was ready to try again. But this time, there would be no shortcuts, no copying of pagan methods, no dismissal of God's specific instructions. This time, if the ark was to come to Jerusalem, it would come the way God had prescribed from the beginning, with Levites carrying it, with proper sacrifices, with worship that honoured not just God's presence, but God's procedures. Obed-Edom had done more than house the ark. He had demonstrated something David needed to see, that God's presence is safe when God's ways are honoured, that blessing isn't withheld from those who approach the holy with proper reverence, that even someone outside the traditional religious establishment could experience God's favour by simply treating sacred things as sacred. The 3 months had served their purpose. They had been a pause in the journey, yes, but they had also been a lesson, a demonstration, a proof that the problem wasn't God's desire to bless his people. The problem was his people's failure to approach him correctly. Now David understood, and he was ready to finish what he had started. The ark would come to Jerusalem. But this time, everything would be different. Chapter 7. News. Reaches the king. The reports that reached David's palace were consistent and compelling. Messengers from the region around Obed-Edom's house all told variations of the same story. The household was blessed. Remarkably, comprehensively, undeniably blessed. And the blessing had begun exactly when the ark arrived. David must have felt a complex mixture of emotions hearing this news. Relief that the ark hadn't brought destruction to another household. Vindication that God's presence was meant to bless, not curse. But also perhaps a twinge of regret. 3 months of blessing had gone to someone else's house. 3 months of God's manifest presence had been in a small home on the outskirts of his kingdom rather than in his capital city where he had planned to house it. But more than any personal feelings, David saw opportunity. The pause had served its purpose. The question that had paralysed him, how can the ark of the Lord ever come to me? I now had an answer. It could come through obedience, through proper protocol, through reverence combined with joy. David assembled his advisors, priests and Levites. He explained what had happened and what he had learned. The ark was to be moved again, but this time according to God's explicit instructions. The Levites from the families of Kohath, who were designated to carry the holy objects of the tabernacle, would bear the ark on their shoulders using the poles designed for that purpose. No cart, no shortcuts, no improvisation. Sacrifices would be made, not as appeasement for past mistakes, but as worship offered in proper sequence. Every 6 steps the procession would stop and offerings would be made to God. The journey wouldn't be rushed. It would be deliberate, reverent, and filled with worship at every stage. David also made personal preparations. He would dance before the ark again, but this time wearing a linen ephod like a priest, identifying himself not primarily as king but as a worshipper. The celebration would be even greater than the first attempt, but the approach would be fundamentally different. Joy combined with reverence, celebration grounded in obedience. Word was sent to Obed-Edom. The ark would be leaving his house. The 3 months had ended. The presence of God was moving to its intended destination. For Obed-Edom, this must have been bittersweet news. The blessing of those months had been extraordinary. His household had experienced prosperity unlike anything before. But the ark had never been meant to stay permanently. It had always been passing through. The day arrived for the ark to continue its journey. David came personally, along with priests, Levites, musicians, and a crowd of worshippers. The atmosphere was different from that first attempt. There was still joy, still celebration, still music and dancing, but there was also a reverence that had been missing before, an understanding that they were handling something holy, something that required specific protocols, something that demanded respect. The Levites lifted the ark onto their shoulders. The poles rested on their shoulders as God had prescribed. They began to walk, and after 6 steps the procession stopped. Sacrifices were offered, worship was given, and then they continued. 6 more steps, another sacrifice, more worship. The journey that had been interrupted by death now continued, marked by worship at every stage. David danced before the ark with all his might. The text emphasizes his complete abandon in worship. This wasn't dignified royal ceremony, this was uninhibited joy. A king celebrating not his own power, but the presence of God among his people. The same David who had feared the ark 3 months earlier now celebrated its presence with everything in him. The procession moved through the countryside toward Jerusalem. People lined the route. The sound of trumpets, singing and shouting filled the air. This time there was no stumbling, no death, no fear. Just the steady progress of God's presence moving toward its rightful place in the centre of Israel's capital. And somewhere in that crowd, probably near the front given his recent role, was Obed-Edom. His part in the story was ending, or so it might have seemed. The ark was leaving his house. The extraordinary season of blessing was transitioning to something else. But his story wasn't over. In fact, in many ways, it was just beginning. Chapter 8. The journey resumes. The second attempt to bring the ark to Jerusalem succeeded in ways the first could never have matched. Yes, the ark reached its destination, which was the practical goal. But more importantly, the process itself became an act of worship that taught Israel something profound about approaching God. Every 6 steps the procession stopped. Bulls and fattened calves were sacrificed. The smell of burning offerings filled the air. Prayers were lifted. Songs were sung. The journey that might have been completed in hours took much longer because worship was integrated into every stage. The destination mattered, but so did the journey. Getting the ark to Jerusalem was the goal, but getting there correctly was equally important. David's dancing was legendary. The text describes it as dancing with all his might. This wasn't a few dignified steps. This was a king completely lost in worship, unconcerned with royal dignity, focused entirely on honouring God's presence. Later, his wife Michal would criticise him for it, saying he had disgraced himself by dancing so freely before the people. David's response revealed his heart. He was willing to become even more undignified than this in his worship of God. The musicians played with skill and passion. Trumpets, harps, lyres, tambourines, sistrums and cymbals created a sound of celebration that could be heard throughout the region. This wasn't background music. This was a symphony of worship, a concert of praise, a declaration through sound that God's presence was returning to dwell among his people. As the procession entered Jerusalem, the entire city came out to witness the moment. From the youngest children to the oldest elders, people lined the streets. The ark moved through the city streets, carried on the shoulders of Levites, surrounded by worship, headed toward the tent David had prepared for it on Mount Zion. Finally, the ark reached its destination. It was placed inside the tent. More sacrifices were offered. Burnt offerings and fellowship offerings were presented before the Lord. And then David did something remarkable. He blessed the people in the name of the Lord Almighty and gave gifts to everyone present. Men and women alike received portions of bread, dates, and raisins. The king celebrated God's presence by generously blessing his people. The ark was home. The journey that had started months earlier, that had been interrupted by tragedy and delayed by fear, was complete. God's presence now dwelt in the heart of Jerusalem, in the city David had established as Israel's capital. The physical and spiritual centres of the nation were now aligned, but the story doesn't end there. Because woven into the fabric of this triumph was the quiet faithfulness of a man who had made it all possible, a man who had bridged the gap between fear and faith, a man who had demonstrated that God's presence brings blessing when properly honoured. Chapter 9. Obed-Edom's lasting legacy. In the biblical narrative, many people appear briefly and then vanish from the record. They serve their purpose in the story and disappear back into history. Obed-Edom could have been one of these people. His role was over. The ark had left his house. The blessing he experienced during those 3 months could have been the entirety of his legacy. But that's not what happened. Later passages of scripture reveal that Obed-Edom's story continued, and in a beautiful way. He didn't return to obscurity. Instead, he was brought into service at the very centre of Israel's worship. 1 Chronicles records that Obed-Edom and his sons became gatekeepers for the sanctuary. This wasn't a minor position. Gatekeepers controlled access to the sacred spaces. They ensured that those who entered were supposed to be there and that they approached with proper reverence. They protected the holy from the profane, the sacred from the common. It was a position of significant trust and responsibility. Think about the symmetry of this. A man who had faithfully guarded the ark in his home for 3 months was now entrusted with guarding the sanctuary where the ark resided. His private faithfulness became public service. His quiet obedience became recognized ministry. The text also records that Obed-Edom's sons served alongside him. 68 of his descendants are mentioned in Chronicles as serving in various capacities related to the temple and its worship. The blessing that began when the ark entered his house extended through generations. His faithfulness created a legacy that outlasted him. This wasn't about Obed-Edom seeking position or reward. Nothing in the text suggests he asked for this role or campaigned for recognition. Rather, David recognized what God had already revealed, that Obed-Edom was a man who knew how to honor God's presence, that he understood reverence, that he could be trusted with sacred things. The man from Gath, the outsider with no priestly lineage, became part of Israel's ongoing worship. His house had been blessed. Now his service would be a blessing to others. The presence that had dwelt in his home temporarily became the focus of his life permanently. There's something profoundly encouraging about this outcome. Obed-Edom didn't perform miracles. He didn't receive prophetic visions. He didn't conquer enemies or write scripture. He simply said yes when the ark needed a place to stay. He honored what was holy. He maintained righteousness in his household. And from that, simple obedience flowed blessing that extended far beyond those 3 months. His story reminds us that God sees faithfulness even when no one else is watching, that obscure obedience matters, that the way we handle what God entrusts to us, even temporarily, reveals our character and positions us for future service. Obed-Edom could have complained that he was being burdened with a responsibility he didn't ask for. He could have resented that his house was chosen out of necessity rather than honor. He could have worried about the risk rather than embracing the opportunity. Instead, he simply received what God placed in his care and honored it appropriately. And that choice, that simple, faithful choice, transformed his family's trajectory for generations. The blessing wasn't just material prosperity during those 3 months. The blessing was becoming part of something larger, something eternal. His name is written in Scripture. His faithfulness is recorded for all time. His descendants served in God's house, all because he opened his door when others were closing theirs, all because he said yes when fear would have prompted no, all because he honored the presence of God rather than fearing it. Epilogue: when God dwells with the willing. The story of Obed-Edom sits quietly in Scripture, easily overlooked between the larger narratives of King David's triumphs and failures, but within its brief telling lies a truth that echoes through every generation. God's presence brings blessing to those who receive it with reverence. Consider the progression of this story. It begins with celebration turned to tragedy. A well-meaning man dies for touching what he shouldn't have touched. Fear replaces joy. The journey stops because no one knows how to proceed safely. The presence of God becomes something people fear rather than desire. Then comes a man no one would have chosen, someone from the margins, someone with no credentials or special calling, someone who was simply available when opportunity or responsibility knocked on his door. He receives what others feared. He houses what others rejected. and in his faithful obscurity he experiences blessing that reaches the king's attention. Finally, the journey resumes, but now it's different. Now there's understanding. Now there's proper reverence combined with joyful worship. Now the protocols are followed, and God's presence reaches its intended destination, not despite the delay, but perhaps because of it. The 3-month pause with Obed-Edom wasn't a failure of David's plan. It was part of God's plan, a demonstration, a lesson, a testimony. What can we learn from this ancient story? Perhaps this, that God is less interested in our resumes than our willingness, that he honours humble obedience more than impressive credentials, that his presence transforms ordinary households into blessed households when received with reverence. Obed-Edom didn't seek the ark. It came to him. He didn't ask for blessing. It flowed from honouring what was entrusted to him. He didn't campaign for recognition. It came as a natural result of faithfulness. His entire legacy began with a simple act of receiving what God placed in his care and treating it with proper respect. There's encouragement here for anyone who feels ordinary, overlooked, or outside the circles of influence and importance. God's greatest blessings often come to those who aren't seeking the spotlight, but are simply faithful in the shadows. The house that receives God's presence with reverence becomes the house God blesses, regardless of its size, status, or location. There's also a warning here. The same presence that blessed Obed-Edom struck down Uzzah. The difference wasn't God's mood or arbitrary preference. The difference was the approach. Sacred things require sacred handling. God's presence is a blessing when honoured and a danger when treated casually. Reverence isn't optional, it's essential. But perhaps most importantly, this story reminds us that God's plans aren't derailed by our failures or delays. David's fear and confusion didn't stop God's purpose. The 3-month pause didn't prevent the ark from reaching Jerusalem. Instead, that pause created an opportunity for an unknown man to be blessed, and for all Israel to learn a crucial lesson about how to approach the holy. Sometimes what looks like delay is actually preparation. Sometimes what feels like failure is actually education. Sometimes the detours teach us what the straight path never could. Obed-Edom's house was blessed because he was willing to receive what others feared. His legacy extended beyond his lifetime because he was faithful with what he was given. His name is remembered because he said yes when yes was costly and uncertain. The question for us isn't whether we'll have opportunities to house God's presence in some literal, physical way. The question is whether we'll receive what God places in our care, whatever form that takes, with the reverence it deserves. Whether we'll honour the sacred in the midst of the ordinary. Whether we'll be faithful in obscurity, trusting that God sees and honours quiet obedience. God often blesses the homes willing to receive him quietly, not the ones seeking recognition, not the ones demanding explanation, but the ones that simply open their doors and say, "Whatever you bring, Lord, I'll honour it." That's the legacy of Obed-Edom. That's the lesson of his story. And that's the invitation extended to every person in every generation, to be the kind of dwelling, literal or metaphorical, where God's presence feels at home, where reverence and faithfulness create the conditions for blessing, where ordinary obedience leads to extraordinary grace. The ark eventually left Obed-Edom's house, but the blessing it brought never truly left. It marked his family for generations. It changed his destiny. It wrote his name into sacred history, all because when God's presence needed a home, he was willing to provide one. May we all have the courage to open our doors when others are closing theirs. May we have the faithfulness to honour what God entrusts to us. May we have the wisdom to recognise that his presence is not something to fear, but something to receive with joy and reverence. And may we discover, as Obed-Edom did, that when God dwells with the willing, blessing flows in ways we never imagined possible. Hello there, dear friend. Before we begin this peaceful journey together, I want to know a little about you. How has your day been? Whether it's been filled with joy or challenges, busy moments or quiet pauses, you're exactly where you need to be right now. What time is it where you are in the world? Are you settling in for the night, taking a midday rest, or perhaps greeting the early morning hours? Wherever you are, from the bustling cities of New York to the quiet countryside of England, From the mountains of Colorado to the shores of Australia, you're welcome here in this sacred space. If this story brings you peace, I'd love for you to subscribe to Sacred Slumber, where we gather each week to find rest in timeless tales of faith, hope, and gentle grace. Now, let's begin. Take a deep breath with me. Let your shoulders soften, your jaw relax, and your heart settle into this moment. Whether morning light is streaming through your window, afternoon shadows are dancing on the walls, or midnight quiet surrounds you like a gentle blanket, let us walk together through a story of gentle strength and unseen grace. We're about to enter a time long ago during the days of the judges in ancient Israel. It was a time of chaos and uncertainty, when everyone did what was right in their own eyes. But this is not a story of chaos. This is a story of peace, of quiet faithfulness, of love that chooses to remain when it would be easier to leave. This is the story of Ruth, a young woman whose loyalty would echo through generations and whose humble heart would become part of the greatest story ever told. So close your eyes if you wish, breathe slowly, and let us journey together to the ancient land of Moab, where our story begins beside still waters of the soul. In the rolling hills of Moab, where the morning mist clung to the barley fields like a gentle prayer, lived a young woman named Ruth. She had married into a Hebrew family who had come to Moab during a time of famine in their homeland of Bethlehem. Her husband's name was Mahlon, and his mother was Naomi, a woman whose very name meant pleasant, and whose heart had once been full of joy. But sorrow has a way of finding us, even in the most peaceful places. First, Naomi's husband Elimelech died, leaving her alone with her 2 sons in a foreign land. The boys had grown into men and married Moabite women, Ruth and her sister-in-law Orpah. For 10 years they lived together, and Ruth learned to love not just her husband, but his faith, his God, and especially his mother, who had welcomed her with open arms. Then tragedy struck again, swift and merciless. Both Mahlon and his brother Shilean died, leaving 3 widows to face an uncertain world alone. In those days, a woman without a husband or sons had little hope of survival. They were vulnerable, forgotten, with no one to provide for them or protect them. Naomi sat in her small house, looking at the 2 young women who had become like daughters to her. The silence was heavy with grief, but also with decision. She had heard news from Bethlehem that the famine there had ended, that the Lord had visited his people and given them bread. Her heart longed for home, for the familiar hills of Judah, for the place where she had known happiness before sorrow came calling. "My daughters," she said softly, her voice worn thin by weeping, "I must return to my people. But you are young. You have your whole lives ahead of you. Go back to your mother's houses. May the Lord deal kindly with you, as you have dealt with the dead and with me." She kissed them both, and they wept together. How can you say goodbye to someone who's been your family, your comfort, your companion through the darkest days? Orpah, after much tears and embracing, finally agreed to return to her people and her gods. It was the practical choice, the safe choice, the choice that made sense to everyone around them. But Ruth clung to Naomi with a determination that surprised them all. When Naomi urged her again to follow her sister-in-law, Ruth spoke words that would echo through history, words that came from the deepest place in her heart. "Do not urge me to leave you or to return from following you. For where you go, I will go, and where you lodge, I will lodge. Your people shall be my people, and your God my God. Where you die, I will die, and there will I be buried. May the Lord do so to me, and more also, if anything but death parts me from you." There was something in Ruth's voice that told Naomi this was not a decision made in the heat of emotion, but a choice carved in stone, written in the very fibre of her being. This young Moabite woman was choosing love over security, faithfulness over comfort, an unknown future over a predictable past. And so they began the long journey from Moab to Bethlehem, 2 women with nothing but the clothes on their backs and the strength of their love for each other. They walked through valleys where wildflowers nodded in the breeze, past streams that sang ancient songs, under skies that seemed to stretch endlessly toward hope. As they travelled, Ruth would gather berries and herbs along the way, always making sure Naomi had enough to eat. She would find the softest spot for them to rest each night, would share her cloak when the desert air grew cold. She had chosen this path, and she would walk it with grace and dignity, one step at a time. The journey took many days, and with each step toward Bethlehem, Ruth was walking further from everything she had ever known. She was leaving behind the gods of her childhood, the customs of her people, the language of her birth. She was choosing to become a stranger in a strange land, not because she had to, but because love had made the choice for her. When they finally crested the hill that overlooked Bethlehem, the city spread before them like a handful of pearls scattered on brown velvet. The sun was setting, painting the stone houses in shades of gold and amber. Smoke rose from evening fires, and the sound of children playing drifted up to them on the evening breeze. "Look," Naomi whispered, her voice thick with emotion. "There it is, home." But as they descended into the city, the women who had known Naomi in her happier days barely recognized her. "Is this Naomi?" they asked each other, seeing how sorrow had aged her, how loss had bent her shoulders and silvered her hair. "Do not call me Naomi," she told them, her voice steady but sad. "Call me Mara, for the Almighty has dealt very bitterly with me. I went out full, and the Lord has brought me home empty." But Ruth, standing quietly beside her, knew that Naomi was not truly empty. She had brought with her the love of this young woman, who had chosen to forsake all for the sake of faithfulness. And though neither of them knew it yet, they had arrived in Bethlehem at the beginning of barley harvest, when the fields were golden and ready, when provision was about to unfold in ways they could never have imagined. The story was just beginning, and the God who notices every sparrow that falls, who counts every tear that is shed, who remembers every act of kindness, was already preparing the next chapter of their lives. The morning air in Bethlehem was crisp and clean, carrying the scent of ripening grain and the promise of a new day. Ruth woke early, as she always did, listening to the gentle rhythm of Naomi's breathing beside her. They had found a small place to stay, but their provisions were nearly gone, and Ruth knew that something had to be done. She'd heard about the law of gleaning, a beautiful provision that the God of Israel had made for the poor and the stranger. After the reapers went through the fields harvesting the grain, the needy could follow behind and gather what was left. It was honest work, humble work, but it was work that could keep them alive. "Let me go to the fields," Ruth said gently to Naomi, "and glean among the ears of grain after him in whose sight I shall find favour." Naomi nodded, understanding the necessity but also the risk. Ruth was young and beautiful, and the fields could be dangerous places for a woman alone. But there was something in Ruth's quiet determination that spoke of inner strength, of a spirit that could not be easily broken. And so Ruth set out in the early morning light, joining the other gleaners who moved like shadows behind the harvest workers. She had wrapped her head modestly and carried a small basket, ready to spend the day bent over in the sun, gathering grain kernel by kernel. As it happened, she came to the field that belonged to Boaz, a man of great wealth and standing in Bethlehem. But more than that, though Ruth did not know it yet, Boaz was a relative of Naomi's late husband, a kinsman who had the right and responsibility to help family members in need. The phrase, "as it happened," seems simple enough, but sometimes the most profound movements of providence come disguised as coincidence. Ruth's feet carried her to that particular field not by accident, but by the gentle guidance of a God who was weaving a story larger than she could imagine. Boaz arrived at his field that morning, as was his custom, to greet his workers and oversee the harvest. He was a man in his middle years, with kind eyes and calloused hands that spoke of honest work. When he saw his reapers, he called out, "The Lord be with you," and they responded, "The Lord bless you." It was more than a greeting. It was a glimpse into the heart of a man who knew that all good things come from above. but his attention was caught by a young woman he had never seen before, working quietly at the edge of his field. She moved with grace and dignity, even in the humbling work of gleaning. There was something about her that drew his eye, not just her beauty, but the way she carried herself with quiet strength. "Whose young woman is this?" he asked his foreman. "She is the young Moabite woman who came back with Naomi from the country of Moab," the foreman replied. "She asked permission to glean and gather among the sheaves after the reapers, and she has been working steadily from early morning until now with only a brief rest." Boaz watched her for a moment longer, seeing how she worked without complaining, how she was careful not to take more than was rightfully hers, how she paused to help an elderly gleaner who had dropped her grain. His heart was moved by her diligence and her kindness. He approached her quietly, not wanting to startle her. "Listen, my daughter," he said gently. "Do not go to glean in another field, and do not leave this one. Stay close to my young women. Keep your eyes on the field that they are reaping, and go after them. I have charged the young men not to touch you, and when you are thirsty, go to the vessels and drink what the young men have drawn." Ruth was so surprised by his kindness that she fell on her face and bowed to the ground. "Why have I found favour in your sight?" she asked, "that you should take notice of me, since I am a foreigner?" But Boaz had already heard the story of her loyalty to Naomi, how she had left her own people to care for her mother-in-law. "All that you have done for your mother-in-law since the death of your husband has been fully told to me," he said, his voice warm with admiration. "How you left your father and mother and your native land and came to a people that you did not know before. The Lord repay you for what you have done, and a full reward be given you by the Lord, the God of Israel, under whose wings you have come to take refuge." Ruth's eyes filled with tears at his words. She had not expected such kindness from a stranger, such recognition of her small acts of faithfulness. "You have comforted me and spoken kindly to your servant," she said softly, "though I am not one of your servants." As the day wore on, Boaz continued to watch over her. At mealtime, he invited her to eat with his workers, to dip her bread in the wine and share in the meal. He even made sure she had roasted grain to take home to Naomi. When she returned to her gleaning, he quietly instructed his workers to leave extra grain for her to find, to make her work easier and more fruitful. The sun was beginning to set when Ruth finally made her way home, her basket heavy with grain. She had gathered an ephah of barley, enough to feed herself and Naomi for many days. But more than that, she carried with her the memory of unexpected kindness, of a man who had seen beyond her status as a foreigner and a widow to recognize the faithfulness of her heart. When she showed Naomi all that she'd gathered and told her about the kindness of Boaz, Naomi's eyes brightened for the first time in months. "Blessed be he by the Lord," she said, "whose kindness has not forsaken the living or the dead. The man is a close relative of ours, one of our redeemers." Ruth continued to glean in the fields of Boaz throughout the barley harvest and the wheat harvest, always welcomed, always protected, always provided for. She would come home each evening with grain and with stories of the kindness she had experienced. And slowly, so slowly that neither of them noticed it happening, hope began to take root in their hearts once again. Little did they know that this was only the beginning of a story that would change not just their lives, but the course of history itself. For the God who sees every act of kindness, who remembers every sacrifice made in love, was already preparing the next chapter of their beautiful story. The harvest season was drawing to a close, and the grain had been gathered from the fields and brought to the threshing floor. It was a time of celebration and completion, when the hard work of the harvest gave way to the satisfaction of provision secured. The air was filled with the sound of winnowing, as the grain was separated from the chaff in the evening breeze. Naomi had been watching the growing affection between Ruth and Boaz with the wisdom of a woman who had lived long enough to recognize the hand of God in everyday circumstances. She had seen how Boaz's eyes followed Ruth, how he spoke to her with special gentleness, how he made sure she was always provided for and protected. And she had seen how Ruth, despite her natural reserve, had begun to smile more often, how she spoke Boaz's name with a special warmth. One evening, As they sat together in their small dwelling, Naomi took Ruth's hands in hers. "My daughter," she said softly, "should I not seek rest for you, that it may be well with you? Is not Boaz our kinsman, with whose young women you were? See, he is winnowing barley tonight at the threshing floor." Ruth listened carefully as Naomi explained the custom of the kinsman redeemer, how a close relative had the right and responsibility to marry a widow to preserve the family line and inheritance. It was not just about marriage, but about redemption, about restoring what had been lost, about ensuring that the names of the dead were not forgotten. "Wash therefore and anoint yourself," Naomi continued, "and put on your cloak and go down to the threshing floor. But do not make yourself known to the man until he has finished eating and drinking. But when he lies down, observe the place where he lies. Then go and uncover his feet and lie down, and he will tell you what to do." It was a bold plan, one that required great courage and faith. Ruth would be placing herself in a vulnerable position, trusting in the character of a man she had come to respect and admire. But she had learned to trust Naomi's wisdom, and more than that, she had learned to trust the God who had been guiding her steps from the very beginning. "All that you say I will do," Ruth replied simply. As the sun set and the first stars appeared in the clear night sky, Ruth prepared herself carefully. She bathed and anointed herself with fragrant oil, then put on her best garment. But this was not about seduction or manipulation. This was about approaching a good man with dignity and respect, trusting in his honour and in the customs that governed their society. The threshing floor was a place of hard work and celebration, where the grain was separated from the chaff and the harvest was completed. By the time Ruth arrived, the work was done, and the men had eaten and drunk and told stories under the stars. The atmosphere was one of contentment and satisfaction, of work well done and provision secured. Ruth waited in the shadows, watching as Boaz finished his meal and settled down to sleep beside the heap of grain. It was his responsibility to guard the grain through the night, to ensure that nothing was stolen or damaged. The night was warm and peaceful, filled with the sounds of crickets and the gentle rustle of the evening breeze. When all was quiet and Boaz was sleeping peacefully, Ruth approached with silent steps. Her heart was beating fast, but her movements were sure and deliberate. She gently uncovered his feet and lay down, then waited in the darkness for him to wake. It was midnight when Boaz stirred, suddenly aware of someone at his feet. He was startled but not afraid, turning carefully to see who was there. In the dim starlight he could make out the form of a woman, and he recognized her immediately. "Who are you?" he asked softly. "I am Ruth, your servant," she replied, her voice steady despite her racing heart. "Spread your wing over your servant, for you are a redeemer." It was a beautiful way of asking for his protection and provision, using the imagery of a bird sheltering her young under her wing. She was asking him to fulfill the role of kinsman redeemer, to marry her and restore the inheritance of her late husband. Boaz was deeply moved by her words, by the trust she had placed in him, by the way she had approached him with such dignity and grace. "May you be blessed by the Lord, my daughter," he said warmly. "You have made this last kindness greater than the first in that you have not gone after young men, whether poor or rich." He was older than Ruth, a man of substance and position, and he was amazed that she would choose him over the many young men who would have been eager to marry such a beautiful and virtuous woman. Her choice spoke of wisdom and character, of a heart that valued kindness and faithfulness over youth and passion. "And now, my daughter, do not fear," he continued. "I will do for you all that you ask, for all my fellow townsmen know that you are a worthy woman. And now it is true that I am a redeemer, yet there is a redeemer nearer than I." There was another relative who had the first right of redemption, and Boaz was too honourable to proceed without giving that man the opportunity to fulfil his duty. "Remain tonight," he said gently, "and in the morning if he will redeem you, good, let him do it. But if he is not willing to redeem you, then, as the Lord lives, I will redeem you. Lie down until the morning." Ruth lay down again at his feet, comforted by his words and his promise. She had taken a great risk in coming to him, but she had found in Boaz a man of integrity and honour, someone who would do what was right even when it was difficult. When the morning came, before anyone else was stirring, Boaz quietly measured out 6 measures of barley and helped Ruth arrange it in her cloak. "Do not go back to your mother-in-law empty-handed," he said with a smile. Then he sent her on her way before anyone could see her and misunderstand her presence there. Ruth returned home with her heart full of hope and her arms full of grain. When Naomi saw her coming, she knew immediately that something significant had happened. "How did you fare, my daughter?" she asked eagerly. Ruth told her everything that had happened, every word that had been spoken, every kindness that had been shown. When she finished, Naomi smiled with satisfaction. "Wait, my daughter," she said, "until you learn how the matter turns out, for the man will not rest but will settle the matter today." And so they waited, 2 women who had learned that sometimes the greatest acts of faith happen in the quiet moments, when we trust in the goodness of others and in the providence of God. The next chapter of their story was about to unfold, and with it the fulfillment of promises they had hardly dared to hope for. The morning sun was just beginning to warm the stones of Bethlehem when Boaz made his way to the city gate. This was where the elders gathered, where business was conducted, where legal matters were settled according to the ancient customs of Israel. His heart was full of purpose as he took his seat and waited for the other Redeemer to pass by. He didn't have to wait long. Soon he saw the man approaching, and Boaz called out to him by name. "Come over, friend, and sit down here." The man, curious about what business Boaz might have with him, came and sat down. Then Boaz gathered 10 of the city elders to serve as witnesses, for what he was about to do would affect not just 2 people, but entire family lines and inheritances. "Naomi, who has come back from the country of Moab," Boaz began, his voice carrying clearly in the morning air, "is selling the parcel of land that belonged to our relative Elimelech. So I thought I would tell you of it and say, buy it in the presence of those sitting here and in the presence of the elders of my people. If you will redeem it, redeem it. But if you will not, tell me, that I may know. For there is no one besides you to redeem it, and I come after you." The other man considered this carefully. A piece of land was valuable, an investment that could bring profit and increase his holdings. "I will redeem it," he said confidently. But Boaz was not finished. "The day you buy the field from the hand of Naomi, you also acquire Ruth the Moabite, the widow of the dead, in order to perpetuate the name of the dead in his inheritance." Suddenly the proposition became more complicated. To marry Ruth would mean that any children born to them would be considered the heirs of her first husband, not his own. The land would eventually pass to them, not to his existing family line. What had seemed like a good business deal now became a sacrifice that would cost him more than he was willing to pay. "I cannot redeem it for myself," he said, backing away from the commitment, "lest I impair my own inheritance. You take my right of redemption, for I cannot redeem it." It was exactly what Boaz had hoped to hear. According to the custom of the time, the man removed his sandal and gave it to Boaz as a sign that he was transferring his right of redemption. The sandal was a symbol of walking in someone else's place, of taking on their responsibilities and privileges. Boaz accepted the sandal and turned to address the elders and all the people who had gathered to witness this transaction. "You are witnesses this day that I have bought from the hand of Naomi all that belonged to Elimelech and all that belonged to Chilion and to Mahlon. Also Ruth the Moabite, the widow of Mahlon, I have acquired to be my wife, to perpetuate the name of the dead in his inheritance, that the name of the dead may not be cut off from among his brothers and from the gate of his native place. You are witnesses this day." The crowd erupted in celebration and blessing. "We are witnesses," they called out joyfully. "May the Lord make the woman who is coming into your house like Rachel and Leah, who together built up the house of Israel. May you act worthily in Ephrathah and be renowned in Bethlehem, and may your house be like the house of Perez, whom Tamar bore to Judah, because of the offspring that the Lord will give you by this young woman." It was a beautiful blessing, invoking the names of the great matriarchs of Israel and expressing the hope that Ruth would become equally honoured in the history of God's people, and how prophetic those words would prove to be. Meanwhile, Ruth and Naomi had been waiting at home, their hearts full of anticipation and hope. When the messenger came running to tell them what had happened at the gate, they could hardly believe their ears. The legal proceedings had gone exactly as they had hoped. Boaz had redeemed not just the land, but Ruth herself, and they were to be married. The wedding was a joyous occasion, celebrated by the entire community. Ruth, the young Moabite woman who had arrived in Bethlehem as a poor widow, was now the honoured wife of one of the most respected men in the city. But more than that, she had found in Boaz a man who valued her faithfulness, who cherished her loyalty, who would love and protect her for the rest of their days. As the seasons passed, Ruth and Boaz settled into a life of contentment and purpose. Boaz was a generous provider, and Ruth was a wise and gentle wife. Naomi, no longer bitter but filled with joy, lived with them and was cared for in her old age. The house that had once echoed with sorrow now rang with laughter and love. And then came the greatest blessing of all. Ruth conceived and bore a son, a healthy, beautiful child who would be raised in the love and fear of the Lord. The women of the neighbourhood came to congratulate Naomi, saying, "Blessed be the Lord, who has not left you this day without a redeemer, and may his name be renowned in Israel. He shall be to you a restorer of life, and a nourisher of your old age. For your daughter-in-law who loves you, who is better to you than 7 sons, has given birth to him." They named the child Obed, which means servant or worshipper, and Naomi took him on her lap and became his nurse. The child brought healing to her broken heart, restoration to her empty life, and joy to her golden years. But the story doesn't end there. Little Obed grew up to become the father of Jesse, who became the father of David, the great king of Israel, and through David's line would come the Messiah, the Saviour of the world. Ruth, the foreign woman who had chosen loyalty over security, faith over fear, had become part of the most important family tree in all of human history. In the genealogy of Jesus Christ, recorded in the Gospel of Matthew, we find these words: Boaz the father of Obed by Ruth, and Obed the father of Jesse, and Jesse the father of David the king. A Moabite woman's name is written forever in the lineage of the Son of God, a testament to the truth that God's grace knows no boundaries, that his love extends to all who seek refuge under his wings. Ruth's story teaches us that faithfulness in small things leads to blessing in great things, that loyalty and love are never wasted, that God can take our deepest sorrows and weave them into his greatest joys. She reminds us that sometimes the most profound acts of faith happen not in grand gestures, but in quiet decisions to remain faithful, to keep loving, to keep trusting, even when we cannot see the end of the story. As we come to the end of Ruth's story, let us pause beside these still waters and reflect on the gentle truths that flow through this ancient tale. Like a quiet stream that shapes the landscape over time, Ruth's life teaches us lessons that can transform our own journey of faith. Ruth's story shows us the profound power of remaining faithful, even in seasons of pain and uncertainty. When Naomi urged her to return to her people and her gods, Ruth could have chosen the easier path, the path that made sense to everyone around her. Instead, she chose love. She chose to remain loyal to a woman who had shown her kindness, to a faith that had captured her heart, to a God she was still learning to trust. Her famous words, "Where you go, I will go, and where you lodge, I will lodge. Your people shall be my people, and your God my God," were not spoken in a moment of emotional impulse, but from a deep well of commitment that had been growing in her heart over years of walking with Naomi. In our own lives, we face moments when loyalty is tested, when it would be easier to walk away from relationships, commitments, or callings that have become difficult. Ruth's example reminds us that some of the most beautiful chapters of our lives are written in the ink of faithful love, even when that love costs us something precious. Have you ever chosen love when it would have been easier to walk away? Perhaps you stayed with a friend through a difficult season, remained committed to a calling when it became challenging, or continued to love someone even when they couldn't love you back in the same way. These quiet acts of loyalty are never wasted. They shape us into people of depth and character, and they often open doors to blessings we never could have imagined. One of the most beautiful aspects of Ruth's story is how rarely God's name is mentioned, yet his presence is evident in every chapter. The phrase, "as it happened," appears when Ruth comes to Boaz's field, but we understand that this was no accident. It was divine providence working through ordinary circumstances to bring about extraordinary results. God's guidance in Ruth's life came not through burning bushes or angelic visitations, but through the kindness of a stranger, the wisdom of a mother-in-law, and the legal proceedings at a city gate. He worked through the natural rhythms of harvest and gleaning, through cultural customs and family relationships, through the everyday decisions of people who were simply trying to do what was right. This reminds us that God's hand is often most visible in hindsight, in the moments when we look back and see how perfectly things came together, how doors opened at just the right time, how people entered our lives precisely when we needed them most. The God who numbers our days and knows our needs is constantly at work in the ordinary moments of our lives, weaving together circumstances and relationships for our good and his glory. Can you see moments in your own life where something just happened at the perfect time? Perhaps you met a lifelong friend in an unexpected place, discovered an opportunity through a chance conversation, or found help arriving just when you needed it most. These are not coincidences, but glimpses of a loving God who is intimately involved in the details of our lives. Ruth's story is ultimately about transformation, about how God can take our deepest losses and weave them into his greatest purposes. She began as a young widow in a foreign land, with no prospects and no security. She was an outsider, a foreigner, someone who by all human standards had little to offer the grand story of God's people. Yet her simple acts of faithfulness, her quiet loyalty, her willingness to work humbly in the fields, positioned her to become part of the royal lineage of David and ultimately of Jesus Christ. Her name is recorded forever in the genealogy of the Messiah, a testament to the truth that no one is too small, too foreign, or too broken to be used by God for his purposes. Ruth's transformation from widow to wife, from foreigner to family member, from poverty to provision, reminds us that our current circumstances do not define our future possibilities. The God who saw potential in a Moabite gleaner sees potential in each of us, regardless of our background, our mistakes, or our limitations. No matter where you come from, no matter what losses you have experienced, no matter how ordinary your life may seem, your story can become part of something bigger. Your faithfulness in small things, your acts of love and loyalty, your willingness to trust God even when you cannot see the whole picture. These are the threads that God uses to weave his magnificent tapestry of grace. Perhaps you are in a season of loss right now, wondering if your pain has any purpose, if your faithfulness matters, if your small acts of love make any difference. Ruth's story whispers hope into those questions. It reminds us that God wastes nothing, that he can bring beauty from ashes, that he specializes in writing stories of redemption and restoration. The title of Ruth's story, Beside Still Waters, comes from the 23rd Psalm, where David writes about the Good Shepherd, who leads his sheep beside still waters and restores their souls. Ruth's life exemplifies this truth. In the midst of chaos and uncertainty, she found peace in her commitment to love and faithfulness. In the midst of loss and grief, she discovered that God's provision was always enough for each day. Her story teaches us that peace is not the absence of problems, but the presence of God in our problems. It is not found in perfect circumstances, but in perfect trust. Ruth faced real challenges, real losses, real fears, but she faced them with a spirit of quiet faith and humble obedience. The still waters of God's peace are available to us in every season of life. They flow not from our circumstances, but from our relationship with the one who is the source of all peace. When we, like Ruth, choose to trust in God's goodness, even when we cannot see his plan, when we choose to remain faithful even when the path is unclear, we find ourselves beside still waters where our souls can be restored. As you drift toward rest tonight, may you carry with you the gentle strength of Ruth's example. May you know that even in quiet places, even in fields of sorrow, even in long roads and sleepless nights, grace is never far away. The God who saw Ruth's faithfulness, who provided for her needs, who wove her story into his greater plan, is the same God who sees you tonight. Your acts of loyalty may seem small, but they matter. Your faithfulness in ordinary moments is building something beautiful. Your willingness to trust when you cannot see the whole picture is positioning you for blessings you cannot yet imagine. Rest now in the peace that comes from knowing you are held by a love that will never let you go, guided by a wisdom that sees the end from the beginning, and called into a story that is bigger and more beautiful than you can possibly imagine. May you sleep beside still waters, where your soul can be restored, your strength can be renewed, and your hope can be refreshed for whatever tomorrow may bring. The God who led Ruth from loss to legacy, from sorrow to joy, from emptiness to fullness is leading you too, and his plans for you are good. Sweet dreams, dear friend. May you wake tomorrow with the quiet confidence that comes from knowing you are deeply loved, perfectly guided, and part of a story that extends far beyond what you can see. Like Ruth, who could never have imagined that her simple decision to stay loyal to Naomi would lead to her becoming the great-grandmother of King David, you too are part of a tapestry being woven by hands far wiser than your own. Your faithfulness today, your love tomorrow, your trust in the unseen God who walks beside you, these are the threads that he is using to create something beautiful, something lasting, something that will echo through generations. Rest now in the shadow of his wings, knowing that you are safe, you are seen, and you are more precious than you know. The same God who led Ruth beside still waters is leading you too, and his love will never fail. Amen. Before we begin tonight's story, I want to ask for your support in a few small ways that make an enormous difference to this channel. If you're enjoying this content, please consider using your hype points on this video. It helps more than you could possibly know, and allows us to keep creating these stories for you night after night. If you're listening on Spotify, leaving a review truly helps us reach more listeners who might find comfort in these narratives. And if you feel like it, drop a comment letting us know what time it is where you are and where in the world you're listening from. We absolutely love seeing where everyone is tuning in from. It reminds us that these stories connect people across continents and time zones. Finally, if you enjoy this content and want more like it, please consider subscribing. It means the world to us. Now, let's begin. When the answer is already known. There are moments in history when people seek answers not because they are uncertain, but because they already know the truth and cannot bear to face it alone. They ask questions hoping the answer will somehow be different when spoken aloud. They consult prophets and sages, not for revelation, but for confirmation of what their hearts have already whispered in the darkest hours of night. This is a story about one such moment. It is a story about a king who discovered something terrible, about officials who carried an impossible question to an unlikely messenger, and about a woman whose name has been largely forgotten by history, but whose words changed the course of a nation. Her name was Huldah. She was a prophetess in ancient Judah, living quietly in Jerusalem during a time of spiritual crisis. She held no political office. She commanded no army. She had no wealth or royal lineage to speak of. Yet when the most powerful men in the kingdom needed to hear from God, they came to her door, and the question they brought was the hardest one imaginable. God's truth, as this story will show, often comes from unexpected voices. It arrives not through the corridors of power or the counsels of the mighty, but through those who have learned to listen in the quiet places, who have remained faithful when faithfulness was neither popular nor profitable. Tonight, we will walk through the ruins of a forgotten temple, stand beside a king who tears his royal robes in anguish, and hear words spoken by a woman whose courage defined an era. This is a story of truth, of humility, of the weight that comes with speaking what must be said, even when every listener hopes you will say something else. Let us begin. Chapter 1. A Forgotten Law. The 18th year of King Josiah's reign began like many others in Jerusalem. The young king, now in his mid-20s, had already distinguished himself as a reformer, someone who genuinely sought to restore proper worship in a land that had drifted far from its covenant with God. Unlike his grandfather Manasseh, who had filled Jerusalem with altars to foreign gods, or his father Ammon, who had walked in the same dark paths, Josiah had set his face toward restoration from the beginning of his rule. The temple in Jerusalem had suffered decades of neglect. Its walls had crumbled in places. Its courtyards had become overgrown. The implements of worship had tarnished and broken. The building that was meant to be the dwelling place of God's presence had become a monument to national indifference. Josiah ordered repairs. He appointed Shaphan the scribe to oversee the work, along with Hilkiah the high priest. Money was collected from the people, gathered by the Levites who kept the doors. The funds were then distributed to the carpenters and builders and masons who would restore the temple to its former glory. It was during this renovation that something extraordinary happened. Deep within the temple, in a chamber that had likely gone unopened for generations, Hilkiah the priest made a discovery. Among the debris and forgotten storage areas, he found a scroll. Not just any scroll, but one whose very presence had been forgotten by nearly everyone alive. It was the Book of the Law, the written covenant, the actual words given through Moses, the foundational document of Israel's relationship with God. How long had it been lost? How many years had passed since anyone had read these words in their entirety? How many generations had lived and died without hearing the actual terms of the covenant they claimed to follow? Hilkiah recognized immediately what he had found. His hands must have trembled as he unrolled the ancient parchment. Perhaps he read portions of it right there in the dusty chamber where it had lain forgotten. Perhaps he waited until he could bring it into proper light. Either way, he knew this was no ordinary discovery. He took the scroll to Shaphan the scribe and said words that would echo through history. "I have found the book of the law in the house of the Lord." Shaphan took the scroll. He examined it. He began to read. And as he read, he must have felt the weight of what these words meant. These were not suggestions or guidelines or the wisdom teachings of ancient sages. These were commandments, explicit instructions, clear boundaries between obedience and rebellion. And interwoven with those commandments were promises, blessings for faithfulness, curses for disobedience, consequences spelled out in unflinching detail for a nation that broke covenant with the God who had delivered them from slavery, sustained them in wilderness, and brought them into a promised land. Shaphan carried the scroll to the king. Chapter 2. A king who tears his robes. King Josiah sat in his palace, surrounded by the trappings of power. At 26 years old, he had already proven himself a capable ruler and a sincere seeker of God. But nothing in his experience had prepared him for what Shaphan was about to read. Shaphan opened the scroll and began to speak the ancient words, aloud. The commandments came first, the familiar ones that Josiah had tried to follow. Then came sections that had been forgotten or ignored for so long that they sounded almost new. Specific instructions about worship, about justice, about the treatment of the poor and the foreigner. Then came the warnings, the curses that would fall upon a nation that turned away from God. Disease, drought, military defeat, exile, the dissolution of everything they had been given. As Shaphan read, the colour must have drained from Josiah's face. These were not abstract theological concepts. These were descriptions of real consequences for real failures. And as he listened, Josiah could not help but measure his nation against the standard being described. The idolatry was undeniable. His grandfather had erected altars to foreign gods throughout Jerusalem. The high places, illegal sites of worship scattered across the countryside, had operated openly for generations. Child sacrifice had been practiced in the valley of Ben Hinnom just outside the city walls. The injustice was equally clear. The prophets had cried out for decades about the oppression of the poor, the corruption of judges, the greed of the wealthy. The broken commandments were too numerous to count. When Shaphan finished reading, silence filled the chamber. Then Josiah stood. He reached up and gripped the collar of his royal robe with both hands, and he tore it from neck to hem. This was not a casual gesture. This was the ancient sign of unbearable grief. of moral anguish so profound that it could only be expressed through the destruction of one's own clothing. Kings did not tear their robes lightly. These were garments of authority, symbols of power and legitimacy. But Josiah tore his anyway, because he understood what the scroll meant. His nation had violated its covenant with God, not accidentally, not in ignorance, but systematically, persistently, for generations. The reforms he had begun were not enough. The repairs to the temple were not enough. Judgment was deserved, and according to the very words written in the law, judgment was coming. Josiah looked at the officials gathered around him, Shaphan the scribe, Hilkiah the priest, and others whose names would also be remembered for what happened next. When he spoke, his voice carried the weight of certainty and dread. "Go and inquire of the Lord for me, and for the remnant in Israel and Judah, about what is written in this book that has been found. Great is the wrath of the Lord that is poured out on us, because our ancestors have not kept the word of the Lord, and have not acted in accordance with all that is written in this book." They needed confirmation. They needed to know if the warnings in the scroll applied to them, in their time, with their history of disobedience. They needed to hear from God directly about what these words meant for the nation's future. But where would they go to hear such a word? Chapter 3. Seeking the word of the Lord. The delegation that left the palace that day consisted of some of the most powerful men in Judah. Hilkiah the high priest led them, along with Shaphan the scribe and several others whose positions placed them at the centre of national decision-making. They had options for where to seek divine guidance. There were priests throughout Jerusalem, men trained in the law and the rituals of worship. There were elders who had accumulated decades of wisdom. There were court advisors whose entire purpose was to counsel the king on matters of state and spirit. There were also prophets. Jeremiah was already active in Jerusalem during this time, a young man whose prophetic ministry had begun just years earlier during Josiah's 13th year as king. He would go on to become one of the most significant prophetic voices in Israel's history, but at this moment he was still relatively unknown. Zephaniah was also prophesying during Josiah's reign, delivering messages about the coming day of the Lord's judgment. These were credible, recognized voices, but the delegation did not go to Jeremiah or Zephaniah or any of the other prophets whose names we remember. They did not consult the leading priests or the wisest elders or the most experienced counselors. They went to a woman named Huldah. Why? The text does not explicitly tell us, but the fact that they made this choice tells us something profound about Huldah's reputation. In a patriarchal society where women rarely held formal religious authority, where prophetic ministry was often associated with men, these powerful officials sought out Huldah without hesitation or explanation. They trusted her to hear from God. They believed she would speak truth without corruption or political calculation. They knew that what they needed in this moment was not comfort or diplomacy, but authentic revelation. So they carried the scroll to the 2nd district of Jerusalem, to the house where Huldah lived. Chapter 4. Introducing Huldah. Huldah lived in the Mishneh, the 2nd quarter of Jerusalem. This was not the royal district or the temple complex, but a residential area where ordinary people made their homes. The text identifies her husband as Shallum, son of Tokath, who was the keeper of the wardrobe, likely referring to the priestly or royal vestments. This small detail is significant. Huldah was connected to temple life through her husband's work, yet she herself was not formally part of the religious establishment. She was not a priest's daughter raised in the temple courts. She was not a member of the royal family with inherited authority. She was simply a woman who heard from God. How had she become known as a prophetess? The text does not tell us. There is no account of her calling, no dramatic moment of commissioning like Isaiah's vision in the temple or Ezekiel's encounter by the Kebar River. We do not know if she received visions or dreams, or if God's word simply came to her in the quiet of prayer. What we know is that her reputation was established and unquestioned. When the most important officials in the kingdom needed to hear from God, they came to her door. There was no debate about her authority, no questions about whether a woman could legitimately speak prophetic words. They simply came. Imagine the scene. Huldah in her home when the delegation arrives. Perhaps she's going about ordinary tasks, preparing food, managing household affairs. when she looks up to see Hilkiah the high priest standing at her threshold. Behind him, the royal scribe Shaphan, other officials whose faces she might recognize from temple gatherings or public assemblies. They carry a scroll. They tell her the story of its discovery. They explain that King Josiah himself has sent them. They unroll the ancient parchment and perhaps read portions aloud, or perhaps simply tell her what it contains. Then they ask the question that has brought them to her door. Is this word from God applicable to us? Is judgment truly coming? What does the Lord say about what we have found? The room must have grown very quiet as they waited for her response. Huldah did not ask for time to pray or meditate or seek a vision. She did not request privacy or ritual preparation. The text suggests she responded immediately, with the kind of certainty that comes only from someone who knows without doubt that they are speaking God's words and not their own opinions. What she said next would determine the course of a nation. Chapter 5. The question no one wanted, answered. There is a particular weight that comes with asking questions when you already fear the answer. The delegation standing in Huldah's home knew what the scroll said. They had heard the curses pronounced upon disobedience. They had seen Josiah's reaction to those words. They hoped for reassurance. Perhaps the warnings were conditional. Perhaps the reforms Josiah had begun would be enough to turn away wrath. Perhaps there was a path to restoration that did not require the devastating consequences described in the ancient text. But they were also realistic men who knew their nation's history. They had lived through the reigns of Manasseh and Ammon. They had seen the altars to Baal and Asherah that dotted the landscape. They knew about the child sacrifices in the valley of Hinnom, the cult prostitution at the high places, the systematic violation of nearly every commandment given through Moses. So they stood in that quiet room, holding a scroll that condemned them, asking a prophetess to tell them whether condemnation was truly their future. Huldah looked at these powerful men. She knew what they wanted to hear. Any prophet seeking favour or influence or reward could have softened the message, could have emphasised God's mercy over judgment, could have offered hope without honesty. But Huldah was not interested in what they wanted to hear. She was interested in what God had sent her to say. The atmosphere in the room shifted as she began to speak. Her voice was steady, carrying the authority of someone who knew she was merely a vessel for a message much larger than herself. She did not ease them into it. She did not prepare them with gentle introductions or softening phrases. She spoke plainly. Chapter 6. The Unfiltered Message. Thus says the Lord, the God of Israel, Huldah began, using the traditional formula that identified her words as prophetic revelation rather than personal opinion. Then came the judgment. Tell the man who sent you to me, thus says the Lord, I am going to bring disaster on this place and on its inhabitants, all the curses written in the book that has been read in the presence of the king of Judah, because they have forsaken me and burned incense to other gods, and aroused my anger by all that their hands have made. My anger will be poured out on this place, and will not be quenched. There was no ambiguity in her words. Disaster was coming. The curses were real. The consequences were unavoidable. The Hebrew word she used for disaster carried connotations of evil, calamity, the complete unravelling of peace and security. This was not a minor setback or a temporary difficulty. This was the kind of national catastrophe that would reshape everything. And the reason was stated with equal clarity. The people had forsaken God. Not accidentally, not through innocent mistakes or understandable errors. They had actively chosen to worship other gods, to burn incense at foreign altars, to pour out their devotion to entities that were not worthy of worship. The phrase, aroused my anger by all that their hands have made, referred to the idols they had crafted and the altars they had built. These were not passive failures, but active rebellions. They had used their creative capacity, the very hands God had given them, to fashion objects of worship that competed with the God who had delivered them from Egypt. Huldah's message confirmed what the scroll had said. The warnings were not theoretical or conditional in some vague future sense. They were immediate and certain. The delegation listening to her words must have felt the weight settling onto their shoulders. They had come hoping for some escape clause, some mercy that would preserve their nation from destruction. Instead, they received confirmation that everything they feared was true. But Huldah was not finished speaking. She had delivered the word of judgment. Now she would deliver something else, a message that revealed the heart of God in ways that pure justice never could. Chapter 7. Mercy for the Humble. After pronouncing judgment on the nation, Huldah's tone shifted slightly. She had another message, this one directed specifically at King Josiah. Tell the king of Judah, who sent you to inquire of the Lord, this is what the Lord, God of Israel, says concerning the words you heard. Because your heart was responsive and you humbled yourself before God when you heard what he spoke against this place and its people, and because you humbled yourself before me and tore your robes and wept in my presence, I have heard you, declares the Lord. This was extraordinary. The judgment on the nation stood. The disaster would come. The consequences of generations of rebellion could not be erased simply because one king finally demonstrated genuine repentance. But God had seen Josiah's heart. He had witnessed the young king tearing his royal robes in grief. He had heard the weeping of a ruler who understood the weight of his nation's sin. He had recognized authentic humility in a man who could have made excuses or minimized the severity of what the scroll revealed. And because of that humility, God offered mercy, not national mercy, not the kind of grace that would prevent the coming disaster entirely, but personal mercy, specific to Josiah himself. Huldah continued, Therefore I will gather you to your ancestors, and you will be buried in peace. Your eyes will not see all the disaster I am going to bring on this place and on those who live here. Josiah would not witness the destruction. He would die before the catastrophe came. He would be spared the sight of Jerusalem in flames, of the temple destroyed, of the people carried away into exile. This was mercy measured in years, perhaps decades. It was a stay of execution for one man's lifetime. It was God acknowledging that while justice must be served, individual faithfulness still mattered. The delegation listening to Huldah must have grasped the terrible mathematics of this mercy. Josiah's reprieve meant that disaster would come in the next generation, or perhaps the one after that. Their children or grandchildren would experience what the scroll described. The sword of judgment had been lifted but not sheathed, only delayed. Yet there was profound grace even in the delay. Josiah's reforms would not save the nation, but they would reshape it. The people who lived during his reign would experience genuine worship. The temple would be restored. The law would be read publicly. Idols would be destroyed. An entire generation would have the opportunity to know what faithfulness looked like, even if they could not permanently escape the consequences of their forefathers' rebellion. The delegation thanked Huldah and departed, carrying her words back to the king. Chapter 8. A nation changed by one voice. When Huldah's message reached King Josiah, he did not respond with despair or resignation. He did not accept the inevitability of judgment as an excuse for inaction. Instead, he intensified his reforms with even greater urgency. The king gathered all the people of Judah and Jerusalem together, from the greatest to the least, from the powerful to the powerless. He had the book of the law read aloud in their hearing, every word, every commandment, every blessing and curse. Then, standing before the assembly, Josiah renewed the covenant. He committed himself, publicly, to follow the Lord, to keep the commandments and decrees and regulations with all his heart and all his soul, and to fulfill the words of the covenant written in the book. The people joined him in this commitment. What followed was the most thorough religious reform in Judah's history. Josiah ordered the removal of all the articles made for Baal and Asherah from the temple. These items were taken outside Jerusalem to the fields of the Kidron Valley and burned. The ashes were carried to Bethel, a symbolic gesture linking the present Reformation to the ancient rebellion that had divided the kingdom generations earlier. He deposed the idolatrous priests. These were men who had been appointed by previous kings to burn incense at the high places throughout Judah, to serve at altars dedicated to Baal and the sun and moon and constellations. Their religious authority was stripped away. He desecrated the high places themselves. The altars were torn down. The sacred stones were smashed. The Asherah poles were cut down and burned. Every site where people had worshipped false gods was deliberately defiled so it could never again be used for such purposes. The Topheth in the valley of Ben Hinnom, the site where children had been sacrificed to the god Molech, was completely destroyed. Josiah wanted to ensure that no one could ever again make their son or daughter pass through fire in worship of a foreign deity. He extended his reforms beyond Judah's borders into the former territory of northern Israel. At Bethel, where Jeroboam had set up golden calves centuries earlier, Josiah tore down the altar and high place. He burned the bones of the pagan priests on their own altars as a final desecration. But Josiah's reforms were not merely destructive. He also restored proper worship. He celebrated the Passover with a thoroughness and authenticity that had not been seen since the days of the judges. The text records that not since the days of the prophet Samuel had there been such a Passover celebration in Israel. This was worship that connected the present generation back to their foundational story of deliverance from Egypt. It was a reminder of who God was and what he had done for his people. It was an act of corporate memory that re-established their identity as the covenant community. For the remainder of Josiah's reign, Judah experienced genuine reform. The temple functioned as it was meant to function. The law was known and taught. Idolatry was suppressed. Justice was pursued. All because a prophetess named Huldah had spoken truth without compromise. Chapter 9. The prophetess who disappears. After that pivotal moment when she spoke God's word to the royal delegation, Huldah vanishes from the biblical narrative. We hear nothing more about her. No further prophecies are recorded. No details about her later life are preserved. No account of her death or burial location is given. This silence is remarkable. In a culture that valued legacy and remembrance, in texts that carefully track the deeds of kings and prophets, Huldah simply fades from view after delivering the most consequential prophetic message of her era. There is no record of reward. Josiah did not appoint her to a position of authority in his reformed religious system. She was not given wealth or land or titles. The text does not suggest she became a regular counselor to the king or a prominent voice in Jerusalem's spiritual life. She spoke her message, and then she returned to obscurity. Yet her influence was anything but obscure. That single prophetic word reshaped the final decades of Judah's existence as an independent nation. It validated the law that had been found. It gave divine authority to Josiah's reforms. It provided both warning and temporary mercy that defined an entire generation's relationship with God. Huldah's disappearance from the narrative raises profound questions about the nature of prophetic ministry and divine calling. She was not building a career or establishing a legacy or creating a following. She was simply available when God needed someone to speak a specific word at a specific moment. And when that word had been spoken, her work was done. There is something pure about this, something that contradicts our modern obsession with platform and visibility and sustained influence. Huldah reminds us that faithfulness sometimes looks like a single moment of courage rather than a lifetime of public ministry. She also reminds us that God's choice of messengers often defies human expectations. He did not choose the high priest to interpret the law, even though Hilkiah had found it. He did not choose one of the recognized male prophets, even though several were active in Jerusalem. He chose a woman living in the second quarter, someone whose name would be forgotten by most of history. But at the moment when truth needed to be spoken without political calculation or personal agenda, Huldah was ready. Epilogue. The courage to speak what is true. The story of Huldah offers us a different kind of heroism than we typically encounter in Scripture. She did not part seas or defeat armies or survive fiery furnaces. She did not perform miracles or receive dramatic visions or lead a nation through wilderness. She simply told the truth when truth was needed. But what a truth it was, and how much courage it required. Consider what Huldah could have said instead. She could have softened the message, emphasizing God's mercy over judgment. She could have made the warning conditional, suggesting that enough reform might prevent disaster entirely. She could have spoken in vague generalities that would allow her listeners to hear what they wanted to hear. She could have protected her reputation by giving a palatable answer to powerful men who had come to her door. Instead, she spoke the word God gave her to speak. She confirmed that judgment was real and unavoidable. She refused to offer false hope or cheap grace. She told a king and his officials exactly what they did not want to hear. This is the courage that authentic prophecy requires, not merely the courage to speak, but the courage to speak what is true even when truth is unwelcome. Huldah also demonstrates the balance between justice and mercy that characterizes God's dealings with humanity. She delivered both messages with equal clarity. Yes, judgment is coming. Yes, consequences cannot be avoided. But also yes, God sees the humble heart. Yes, individual faithfulness matters even in the context of corporate failure. She did not allow mercy to erase the reality of judgment. She did not allow judgment to obscure the possibility of personal grace. Both were true. Both needed to be said. In our own time, we might ask ourselves what it means to speak truth with Huldah's clarity and courage. We live in an age of constant messaging, where words are carefully crafted for maximum impact or minimum offence. We are surrounded by voices, telling us what we want to hear, confirming our existing beliefs, offering reassurance without challenge. But the prophetic voice, the voice God uses to speak truth into our lives, rarely sounds like that. It sounds like Huldah, direct, unfiltered, unwilling to trade honesty for approval, and perhaps most importantly, willing to fade back into obscurity once the word has been delivered. Huldah did not leverage her moment of influence into a permanent platform. She did not build an institution around her prophetic gift. She spoke when God needed her to speak, and then she stepped back into the quiet life she had lived before. There is profound freedom in this approach to calling. When we are not trying to build empires or establish legacies, when we are simply available to speak truth in the moments God appoints, we can speak with a purity that self-interest always corrupts. Huldah's legacy is this: she was faithful in her moment. She did not flatter. She did not delay. She did not soften God's word to make it more palatable. She simply delivered the message she'd been given, trusting that God would do with it what needed to be done, and God did. A king tore his robes in repentance. A nation experienced reform. A generation learned what faithfulness looked like. The law was recovered and restored to its proper place in the life of the covenant community. All because a prophetess named Huldah had the courage to tell the truth when truth was the hardest thing to speak. As we close this story, perhaps we can carry with us the quiet strength of her example. In a world that often rewards those who tell us what we want to hear, may we have the courage to speak and to listen to what is actually true. In an age of self-promotion and platform building, may we find freedom in faithfulness without fanfare. In times when justice and mercy seem to conflict, may we learn to hold both with the same integrity that Huldah demonstrated. God often entrusts truth to those willing to speak it without fear. May we be such people. Rest well.